international declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wednesday. It's Hump Day. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. It's Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. We're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. And we are here in sunny California, Los Angeles on stolen Tongva land. That's right. We got the land acknowledgement out of the way. You already know what it is. Also, I have heard that I've heard your concerns. I've heard your concerns, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Boys, girls, and MBs, I've heard your concerns that I'm overusing and over spamming the soundboard. So I'm going to be more careful and I'm going to try to time it to the best of my ability. Okay. HasanAbi. Yeah. Wait, there's a fa button mash, fa button go. Okay. Some of you guys like it. Some of you guys hate it. There's a lot of like old people, I think, in the community, or people who take themselves like way too seriously, even not just old people, but just people who basically take themselves too seriously, and they're like, this is not supposed to be like something where you can have fun. Fun is bourgeois decadence. Fun is counter-revolutionary activity. How dare you have fun? And then you call them out for it, and they'll literally turn around. They'll literally turn around and be like, nah, it's not just, I'm not anti-fun. You just suck. I just don't like it. You're just not doing a good job. Yeah, go buy a house, old man. Be honest, someone IRL told you about the soundboard, which now made you concede. First of all, I haven't conceded. I like the soundboard. This is not even like YouTube streaming. What is this? Also, HasanAbi talked to Brandon Lee about being a normal guy in a fantasy world. Yeah. And probably one of the oldest shadows, and they need to chill. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It turns out that when we actually got the ISP stuff fixed, okay, because we noticed that there was a cutting happening, like with the service that they were providing us. I personally thought I was actually being what is it called? Like bottlenecked by the ISP. I thought I was being throttled, right? And it turns out there were some unexpected infrastructure issues, right? So they had come in. It wasn't rate limited at all. They came in and they were like, "Oh, it's not. You're not being rate limited at all. There's actually an issue with the lines. So we should have to fix the lines." And I was like, "Okay, great." This was a couple months ago, if you recall. So they fixed the lines. And guess what they didn't do when they fucking fixed the lines? Weatherproof the goddamn lines. They didn't actually weatherproof it after they fixed the line, which is crazy. It's like you don't think to weatherproof the lines? Like, I get it. We're in Los Angeles. It doesn't normally rain, but like, really? You just didn't think to, like, I don't know, put a cover over the fucking lines or something? It's crazy to me. Anyway, yeah, it was because of the rain. It was because of the rain, and the infrastructure was busted because of the rain, as always. But hopefully, inshallah. By the way, Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. Ramadan Mubarak, everybody.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Anyway, but yeah, they inshallah, it'll no longer be an issue, hopefully. Get your neighbors to help you drop a fiber line on your street. Yeah, at least they predicted or at least they identified the problem and they seemingly fixed it. So we shall see. Perhaps Prof. Jiang had an absolutely horrible vid on communism being a capitalist psyop. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. So, so apparently you're indoctrinating the youth now. What is this?
Doink.
Piker Broadcasting Service Kids is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. So you didn't look outside your house after it rained and see the cable messed up? I guess your mansion is so big it would take forever to get around. Brother, do you know exactly where on the fucking fault lines the issue lies? Like, are you aware of every fucking every aspect of your internet service provider? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Are you okay? Anyway, is bait? That's got to be sarcasm. Are you okay? I don't know. Anyway, so that's probably sarcasm. I hit a no jokes. I apologize. I hit a no jokes. It's my bad. Just kidding. I'm Canadian. Get 5 gig up and down. Stop. I don't want to hear that. I pointed my ISB to the fault, even though it was 3 countries away. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, personal news wise, bro. Caleb fans hates your ass, or is this brigaded? Comment section is true. One of the things that I do is I created this. Someone had to do it. Law. Yeah, Caleb put him in his place. Caleb was the most alpha person in that room. Hasan plays. Then I would lay off. This is why Caleb was always in charge. Literally, like, why are you talking about that so often? Literally, what was he even talking about? I only watched it because Caleb was in it. They were so annoying, and you could tell Caleb was ready to get out of there. Hasan just using buzzwords. Caleb dog walking Hasan is my new favorite thing. Love seeing Caleb humble Hasan is beautiful. How do people not see through Hasan? I think there's a lot of there's probably some autistic parasocial fans in here that like think that Caleb Heron hates me. I'm sure, but then the rest is just like joking around. Watching Caleb check Hasan was so healing. Like, many of these people are just, you know, they're memeing along. I hope you understand that. Like, Caleb ate that, made me like him so much more, for real. Y'all have no idea how long I've been waiting for an episode with Caleb. Yeah, it's mostly people just like one of the things that I do is I create. No, they aren't. Wait, what? All the comments I saw, people saying it was the best episode. They never seen you laugh so hard. Caleb was so funny, etc., etc. I know. Did this narrative around him being a selfish top.
Oh my God, I gotta tell you about this.
He created discourse?
No, he created this discourse, and I can't escape it, and it's all over the internet.
I'm a bottoms rights advocate, and I talk about how Austin is not a good top, like he's a selfish top.
Hasan, have you ever fucked a guy?
No. He has not.
Then I would lay off.
Thank you. Because
it was such a bar. It was so funny. But it's like hilarious because right after this moment, Caleb then turns to Austin and asks Austin to defend himself and instantly goes, okay, hold on. I'm actually on their side again. Yeah, I don't think people outside the stream understand how much you joke. Yeah. There's also like a lot of woke people on TikTok that are just woke 1.0 style wokes. And it is what it is. You know what I mean? So are you going to fuck a guy so you can win the argument next time? Yes. You guys, you also need to understand, like, there's always going to be, there's always, a lot of his fans are falling barbs, maybe. I don't know. But my point is, there's always going to be people, there's always going to be people in the multi-fandom, right? Multi-fandom enjoyers that just have differences in opinion or don't read it well. Like, don't read the jokes well. They don't understand it.
Here's what happened. And it may have been subconscious. You tensed a little bit, like we should let go because I'm straight. And then you hugged me tighter, which was very progressive. And then you out loud said, while we're high, remember this. You out loud said, yeah. like you were giving yourself over to a longer hug. And I thought, well, how nice is that? How nice is that?
It wasn't about you trying to go against the autism allegations.
He really
was proud of myself.
He really thought he stuck that shit.
It's real. I did. I thought this is a big deal because he hugs. Because I remember like him talking about how he hugs. And in my mind, I thought, I'm going to fucking nail this hug. And I thought I nailed the hug. I did not nail the hug at all. Trying to beat the autism allegations and immediately getting called out for acting strange in a social situation. Caleb is just the right person to humble Unc. I thought I nailed that social interaction an hour ago. also grade my hugs and greetings, but not sure if I've ever celebrated my success mid-interaction. I'm so stupid. That was probably the best part of the podcast. That was so fucking stupid. This is something that only people that have like the appropriate kind of autism will understand or ever experience. If you're like a normal person and you just have never had any kind of curiosity about how your social interactions are being seen by the outside world, you don't think about these things at all. In my mind, I was like, well, I need to lock in. Like I had anime music playing in the back of my head. I was like, I'm going to lock in on this one. And then it turns out he read it totally differently. He was proud of himself for having a kind of normal interview and interaction.
That's Hasan patting himself on the back like, I think I nailed that social interaction an hour ago. You did. Here's what happened.
He fucking cooked my ass, dude. Yeah, I overthink every single part of social interactions. Like if I should be close to a person, a hug devil amount. Oh, man. I didn't even realize I did an audible call in the moment, too. That's so embarrassing. God, thank God. While on the one hand, obviously, I'm autism maxing, but also on the other hand, I am shameless enough where it's like, yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I can't believe I fucking hit it. Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. You were so deep in the headcanon. It was the part where you were out loud proud of yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I got fucking cooked. Oh, sometimes listen, if other people are not going to be proud of me, I got to be proud of me. You feel me? That's oh, fuck. It was one of my favorite episodes. I know I say this all the time, but like we vibed so well. We vibe so well, which is why it's like it's odd that there are like, I guess, multi-fandom enjoyers, or not multi-fandom enjoyers necessarily, but like Caleb fans out there who are like, yeah, he fucking destroyed Hasan. It's like, okay, dude. Yeah, watch the entire episode of the Fear End podcast and the paywall part behind the paywall at patreon.com/fearend to find out more about how horrible he treated me. If you're a hater and you're looking for that juicy Caleb Heron destroys Hasan, secretly he hates Hasan, calls him out for his homophobia. If that type of shit is your mentality, if that's what you think you're going to get, yes, there's so much more of it. Please watch the episode. And also, please watch the episode, but also on top of that, please watch the Patreon as well. You also sent him a pic of yourself when he asked about coffee. Oh yeah, this was funny.
Over the last year, you have quickly become my favorite social media creator. That whenever I scroll over one of your videos, I know I'm gonna laugh. What is your comedic background? Like, where did you become so damn funny?
Hasan, right when we start talking about me, don't check your Apple Watch for me, okay?
Yeah.
I ordered. Okay.
It felt bad when they started to pile on. I thought it was going to be fun.
No, I'm going to get so cooked on this. This is what people get mad at me over all the time. I did it because I got a notification because I ordered coffee because I thought you were getting me a cold brew.
Oh, is that what you meant by that? Well, let's ask the audience. Okay, let's ask the audience if you thought I should bring a cold brew.
Okay, wow.
Because maybe we'll find out. That's interesting. I texted. It's at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, by the way.
Yeah.
I said
On Valentine's Day.
On Valentine's Day. I texted Hasan. I said, "You want a coffee?" He said, "I'm supposed to ask you that." He didn't. I said, "Gotta wake up pretty early to best me, brother." Then he sent me a selfie of himself at the gym. And said, "But I recommend Koufax cold brew if you like that." I said, "Let's discuss their breakfast burritos." He said, "They're fire. I won't be partaking though." In what part of that message did you think I was supposed to bring you a cold brew?
Well, I was just trying to subtly say I would like a cold brew.
That's crazy.
But the thing about Hasan that you have to understand, you have to ask him multiple times. Sometimes he won't.
Yeah, I was
respond.
texting you driving
in
too.
person.
It's like trying to become Jewish. You have to go to the rabbi by multiple times.
Yeah. But yeah, he did want that coffee. I'm on Hasan's side on this one. He said yes, but no burrito. Hasan was geeking. I've never seen him so enthralled by a guest who wasn't political law. I mean, Caleb was pretty political. As an autistic person, I'm on Hasan's side. To me, the conversation was clear. He made it known he wanted a cold brew. But yeah, him saying yes, and he was saying no to a burrito for himself as a fellow non-direct communicator when asking for things. I understand you, Hasan. Yeah. Caleb is hilarious, though. This is like the Adam Friedland Come Town sandwich shit. Yeah. I'm just so glad that Missouri has more positive representatives. Not many good ones escape here. Yeah, he is the best and brightest. A selfie? Are you like a rare vein autistic person? No, I didn't send him the gym selfie to be like, look how hot I am. I sent him the gym selfie because I took it for my trainer who was asking me like what I was doing that day. And I was like, I'm at the gym right now, brother. Like, it wasn't like a sexy selfie. I don't know why you guys are, I don't know why you're reading. It's normal. You send friends like photos of what you're doing, right? So then I already had it in the tank and I was already driving back home. So I just sent him the photo I'd taken for my trainer that I was my friend and trainer I was talking to. That's weird, bro. Okay, well, here's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna like go through and comb through every minutia of my social interactions with people. Okay, I think that's pretty normal. Like, autism aside, I feel like that unironically is like a fairly normal interaction. But in any case, as far as my personal news goes today, didn't do much. Worked out. It was leg day this morning. Did a whole weighted lunge component to the weight training, which is probably going to cook me for the rest of the week. Can we rewatch the clavicular interview with Adam so I can be suicidal again? Okay, dude, calm down. It made me very sad. That realization did make me very sad personally as well. What is this, by the way? What is this? Upcoming crossover? Hasan build detected. Character Hasan D. Piker, Supernova's Fallen Monk Pirates. I assume this is this a spoiler? I don't know what that is. The interview was so boring. I think it was interesting. It was a very interesting interview, but only interesting because Adam made it interesting. And because Clavicular on his own is like a very not interesting character. But what Clavicular says is not very interesting. What Clavicular does is interesting. How he lives is interesting. And I think Adam did a pretty good job of like unlocking some of those aspects. Anonymous Gifter! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Holy moly. We're going to be talking about New York Times asks Democrats... New York Times Dem voter review demands more from the party. Iran US talks MAMDANI-MOMENTUM. Bernie interview later. Tax billionaires event. Vogue 2.0 beast mode. Get in now. I am once again asking for Holy Toledo on the soundboard.
Holy Toledo.
There you go. You got it. You asked for it and you got it. Also,
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, we got both.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
I wish Adam pressed him on the Hitler shit. That's just not what type of show that is. Actually, it would have been funny. I wish he did that too. I just don't think that that's the type of show he conducts. Bro, this dude didn't even know who Zoran was. He was like, I don't know any of that shit. Wait, what the fuck? Oops. Bad link. Sorry. How many Alex Jones clips you got on that soundboard? I mean, I got the classic one.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Soundboard is such a Unk 2000 radio shit. Yeah, but Zoomers like it too. Will Crinchin and Haas discuss the soundboard? Check out this clip.
He played the fucking sound effect probably 300 times today, at least. That shit was frying me, bro. That shit was frying me. I was playing Mugenics, watching him on my left screen, and every 2 seconds,
yeah, I mean, it's good. You need a soundbite of Alex Jones saying Jew, Jew, Jew over and over again. No, that one's a little too tricky pizzicky for the soundboard. If I play that one, I have to also show it. Because I feel like I will get banned, and not only will I get banned, but also that one will get me in trouble. Like, if I play it, I have to show that it's Alex Jones, and I have to use that. I have to use that carefully, very carefully. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. God damn.
Sin City was a maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna slut it up for you guys. That's right. Tricky Piziki, I'm dead. I don't even know what that word means. It just like slipped out of my mouth. Sometimes I just say shit. I need you guys to understand, like, sometimes certain aspects of like American culture, I just like don't know where I even figured out, where I even heard it. And I'm just like repeating it like a child. And it's just like it's just a sound that's coming out of my mouth. I truly have no clue what it is. So that's what it, you know. The funniest thing about that clip is he wasn't even being anti-Semitic. Actually, yeah, the Alex Jones Jew clip is actually him making fun of Nazis who constantly associate, like, that's him making fun of Nazis who constantly associate everything with Judaism. That's literally him criticizing the neo-Nazis who don't do like anti-Semitism correctly, which is ironic because that's a problem that Nick Fuentes has also encountered with Candace Owens. Like, that's a real meta amongst like people who are perhaps most responsible for anti-Semitic conspiracies popping off on the timeline, turning around and being like, you guys aren't doing Jew hatred correctly. Like, it reminds me of Alex Jones having that conversation with Kanye West where he's like, yeah, right, Kanye, you know, we don't mean like we like Adolf Hitler, right? Like, I mean, come on. You just mean like, you know, the globalists, right? And Kanye's like, no, I love Adolf Hitler. Like, he is my guy. That's my guy. I love him so much. He invented the microphone. And Alex Jones is just like, you're fucking up the bag, Kanye. There's a proper way to do Jew hatred, and you're not doing it properly. That's what it is. Yeah, Alex Jones was doing anti-Semitism the right way. Oop, Megaphonics got banned. Classic. Megaphonics trying to influence the youth and then getting clapped. Hilarious. But yeah, I like, you know why I like the soundboard, honestly? Like, and I understand that like right now my trigger on the soundboard is not very good. Like, it's gonna get better as time passes. It's just like a training thing. But the reason why I like the soundboard is because it makes it I'm just having more fun when I use it. I'm having more fun when I use it. And I also think it like makes the stream more lighthearted, and I think that's important. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It keeps things lighter. So, what is this? I've been saying this. How dare Hassan not listen to very real black people who have the border as a top issue? Grr. To every black leftist defending Hassan Piker, defend this. What is the YouTube shorts? What like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Oh, this is one of the psychos, right? Like, this is literally, isn't this one of like the weirdos who is constantly like clipping shit? Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. Even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. Dude, isn't it fucking awesome that these guys will like try to clip me out of context? And for most people, it's like, it quite literally, it's like if they watch the video, they're like, oh, they're a Hutch chatter. Oh, that's awesome. The hypothetical was taking Epstein's ideology versus Hassan to its maximum position as president. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein would probably be a better president than Hassan. Yeah, also, I don't know if you noticed this, but this is an older clip from before the election, and I'm right. So them resurfacing this is hilarious. They're resurfacing this clip from 2024 where I'm saying Democrats moving to the right on immigration is either going to cost them the election, which it did, and if it doesn't cost them the election, it will actually, if they win the election, it will actually make the country more racist and more right-wing, and that's not a good thing either. And it's literally correct. Like, I cooked. People trying to do standpoint theory to be like, no, as a black person, I'm advocating for a more white nativist anti-migrant policy is not something that I'm ever going to give ground to give room to fucking talk about. That's not how we roll around these parts, okay? Like, it's awesome. And I love that they posted this to be like, we cooked. Not even a week in and you've already redeemed. Yeah, I know. Read this sentence slowly. Governor Gavin Newsom, crypto executives, and business leaders are ramping up efforts this week to stop the proposed wealth tax. And not only did I absolutely cook on the Gavin Newsom, I'm not voting for him take, and I'm certainly not pledging fealty to him take. I'm also being vindicated so fast about me saying Democrats want to cut out trans people from the equation for some weird, like, faulty notion that this will help them in the elections. Tim Miller was scolding you. Wait, I thought I responded to him. I guess not, but I should have a talk with Tim Miller. I mean, he's more right wing than I am on a lot of this stuff. So that's not what he said. He's talking about centrists who use the polls to argue leaving trans people to the wolves in the name of political strategy. Yeah. I think Clavicular used a soundboard on Piers Morgan. Okay. Today was my grandfather's funeral. Can I get a fa in his honor? R.I.P. to your granddad, chatter. R.I.P. Tim Miller sucks. Failed Republican op. Yeah. So it is funny that this person is like bringing this clip back. I have noticed that this is like the old meta that Republicans used to utilize all the time because they're not very intelligent, where they just like take a clip and it's very clear that the clip says something entirely different than what the description says. And most people, like, it's not even out of context. Usually it's just like what you see is what you get. Like, it's straight up like a well thought out position that they didn't even clip out of context, but they'll just be like, see, this guy is racist. He said he doesn't give a shit what black people think about. Like, it's obvious to me that this is a bad thing. He's obviously racist. But then you watch the clip, and in the clip, I'm like very clearly saying, like, it doesn't matter. Your background doesn't matter if you're saying that tweet has 1K likes from a Hutch liker. You don't even have to do all this. I know, but it is interesting that these guys' gotchas have gotten dumber as well. Liberals' gotchas have gotten dumber because at least this was like the Republican side, right? I've noticed some good clippers popping up. Yeah, I know. There's like a bunch of clip accounts that are popping up that are not like brain broken with Hassan derangement syndrome. It's just like if you come in here and you go, listen, as a black non-binary person, I think a billionaire tax is going to be devastating. I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit what you are. Like, I don't care about what your background is. You have a right-wing position on this that is not good for the elections and it's not good for the future of this country. I'm going to fucking tell you, shut the fuck up. Right? I think it's people being intentionally obtuse. When you say it doesn't matter, people think you're saying you don't care, when in reality you do care. That's why you say these things. They're interpreting your words wrong. No, I'm saying your background is irrelevant in this conversation. You can be like, well, I'm a black person and I love Adolf Hitler. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, you're a black person, so I guess I have to listen to you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what your background is. Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. Even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield, okay? Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance, okay? It's such an idiotic stance. Nobody operates like this, okay? Black people don't operate like this either. Shut the fuck up. Stop using this as a fucking shield. Liberals are fucking racist. Okay, he was just memeing around, I guess. Liberals are fucking racist? Oh, I thought this guy was joking. You seriously think there are no racist liberals? Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care. Today was the 875th day of my dry spell. Can I get a do not come in its honor? Oh my God, you guys, you get this in your in that honor.
Pussy too.
Yeah.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
Do you think for Black History Month that we could get Hassan to react to the Martin Luther King time travel movie that is shown in elementary schools to showcase how important of a figure he was? I think that would be amazing. Okay. I don't even know what that is, but I've heard about this and I definitely want to watch that. That'd be so sick. HasanAbi is a straight white male. LeBron is no longer Le GOAT and is being usurped once again by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. If you get mad at my take, you are literally racist. Happy almost 5 years, Hassel. Okay, good to know. My friend Martin, I have not seen it. Our friend Martin. Did you talk about Tim Miller's tweet? No, not yet. I'm going to talk about it right now. So vindication was twofold this week. Like I said, one was just like posting my old takes. Someone showed this to Don. He in jail, ain't he? I don't like to give him any views on YouTube. Is this YouTuber yours? Is the link is someone else's? For full context, Hassan Pocket was discussing the border when a white liberal made a comment. Black people care about this issue. We don't need white people to speak for us. And Hassan literally told him to shut up on our behalf. Thanks, Hassan. Hey, let's go. But yeah, they've fallen. The liberals have fallen. Explain why identity politics is bad. Identity politics in the is against the left position is silly and stupid. Okay? It's silly, it's disingenuous, it's idiotic. Wait, what? Am I a mini F? No. It's not even raining. It's sunny. Hey, yo, chill. It's sunny. That's crazy. We got to chill out on that. We got to chill out with that. He about to act up. Yeah, my ISP is going crazy. My ISP doesn't even want to defend. My ISP doesn't want me to defend myself. Grand Platinum on China? Oh, no. What did he say?
Oh, I think...
Live ice fishing with Grand Platinum? Bro, this dude will do anything but do a broadcast with HasanAbi Piker. I'm going to be honest. He will do anything but do a stream with me. But the other thing that I was talking about, of course, was this. Another far-right neo-Nazi does the family annihilator move, as they're known to do, and instantly the very same people they retweeted are talking about trans identity. Also, to every shameless centrist floating trans disapproval polls, you disgust me. Maya CO23, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. You disgust me as much as the right-wing freaks do. Now, the reason why I said that is because of the Laksha Jain, I think his name is. Like he immediately came out of the gate swinging and started posting like trans disapproval polls, talking about like, well, we got to drop, basically implying that we have to drop people. Like Democrats have to drop trans people from the conversation. They have to drop trans people from the equation. And it's ironic because my argument has always been that when Democrats refuse to advocate for certain marginalized groups, that's when they literally end up losing. They cede territory to the right wing on these culture war narratives. It doesn't have to be like constantly in your face, right? It doesn't have to constantly be in your face. It shouldn't be like the only thing that the Democrats are known for, especially because if we're just going to make a sober and honest assessment about elections in this country, and I think trans people will also agree with me on this, trans people are a small group of people, right? So like, obviously, it can't be the number one priority. It shouldn't be the number one priority. It shouldn't be like the thing that you come out swinging for, right? But it's also not a thing that you should be ceding territory on, right? Like, it's just ridiculous. And my argument always around this issue has been that if you actually gave Republicans something to fight against, like a real coherent policy agenda that they must negatively polarize against or they must negatively position against, they're not going to spend a good deal of time attacking people. Like they'll still do it. They'll still do it, right? They're going to do it regardless. Like they're gonna wait, is effing again? Oh my Lord, what the heliante is happening? The Fs are not as bad though. I think you guys are freaking out for no reason. It's not as bad, but it's still happening. That's crazy though. It's only a few seconds. Yeah, it's like a minor mini stutter, right? Honestly, trans people are just people that need groceries. We need housing. We need employment. It's all insane hyperfixation on them is so soulless and worthless. Exactly. So here's the thing. My argument always is if you give the Republicans something to fight against, like policies that you advocate for, policies that you push for, they have to position themselves against those said policies. And if they're doing that, if you have a bold agenda, if you have a bold vision, and the Republicans are attacking that, they'll still do transphobia in the process. They're never gonna let that go. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars specifically designing a media infrastructure that is always hitting the trans panic button over and over again, right? It's just this is I feel like this is just an abdication of responsibility from the Democrats in terms of like not protecting marginalized identities. It's not about culture war, it's about class war, but the Democrats unfortunately are siding with the billionaire class, the owner class in the United States of America, and therefore they can't position themselves as being a part of the working class, defending the interests of the working class. And when they don't do that, it's like two parties that are both on the side of the owner class, two parties that are obviously still very much maintaining the interests of the super wealthy in this country, whether it be private healthcare providers or whether it be big industry, agribusiness, all different sorts of industries. You're always going to have a fight around culture war issues, and the Democrats are always going to lose on those culture war issues, especially because the Republicans have a faucet of misinformation that they can deploy, and they do not shy away from deploying with regular frequency. Transpanic narratives is one of the components of transpanic narratives is one component of the multifaceted Republican approach. So if you want to protect marginalized identities, marginalized communities, one way you can do that, because the best defense is a good offense, is to go on the offensive, to go on and declare a bold and radical agenda where the conversation is directed towards what the Democrats could do for the working class, right? That's it. Having said that, this was very frustrating for a lot of people. I said this, and then people were yelling at me. I said, if Dems gave Republicans actual policies to oppose, like Medicare for All, GOP wouldn't be able to constantly hit the transpanic narrative successfully. Dems would never have to concede on trans existence at all. This requires constant counter messaging and leading with policies that hurt the bottom line of their corporate benefactors, so they won't do it. And this, why ain't you at the Bernie rally today? I am. It's later in the day. What are you talking about? I am going to be at the Bernie rally. I'm going to be talking to Bernie Sanders as well. So it's good it's good policy. It's good politics. It's good for winning elections. It's good across the board to tell people to tell the working class in the United States of America what you have as a broad, comprehensive legislative agenda. Okay. It's good in aspect. Yes, little f, I know. It's going to be a little patchy. I know. We're going to get through it. Okay? We're going to get through it and we're going to be fine. It's not a major F. Wait, maybe it is a major F. It doesn't seem to be like a major F on my end. Wait, oh shit. Uh-oh. What the hell? It's even worse now. No, it's pretty bad. It's doing again. Is this different from last? The reason why it's different from last time, I suspect, is because there's a spider. There's a spider. Oh fuck! Oh my god! There is a spider. What the fuck? What spider is that? I thought y'all were fucking with me. I thought it was like a Stream Elements thing that Austin or Haas was doing. Yo, this motherfucker was right on my head. Oh my god. What the fuck? Maya? Okay, dude, that shit was on my head. I'm sorry. This was the most ethical way to deal with the spider. It's a barn spider. Don't kill it. I mean, don't kill me, bro, please. Hassan didn't want to become Spider-Man? Oh, fuck. Maya is gonna kill you. It looks like an orb weaver. They are harmless. Well, he wanted to be a part of the stream, it seems, which is crazy. Holy fuck. Wasn't that a daddy legs? No, I don't think it was a daddy long legs. Oh, God. My internet is fucking busted again. What is that? No. Anyway. Oh, that was crazy. I almost died. I refuse to believe this isn't a bandwidth issue, but that's just me speculating. Now I'm beginning to think it might be a bandwidth issue because I truly thought that we were going to be fine today because they fixed the infrastructure thing. And it turns out that, you know, it's not fucking fine. So I think they might genuinely be throttling my bitch ass, I think. Clip of the F to tell the working class in the United States of America what you have as a broad, comprehensive legislative. The shocking dogs, the clipping spiders pipeline is real. Yeah. That was the internet technician. How could you? He was here to fix the web. Yeah, well, he's dead now. Tucker Carlson arrested in Israel? No. Actually? No shot. That's probably a jitter. Had the same issue. It's noise on the line. You broke every bone that spider had. Do spiders have bones? Anyway, where was I? He was detained for a bit, but it's out of the country. They have an exoskeleton. Gross. Okay. All right. Listen. Let me finish what I was gonna say. Which is Tucker Carlson detained an Israel journalist, dragged in the interrogation room. What the fuck? Hey, yo, that's crazy. Oh, internet going out again. Leave all Arab countries in the Persian Gulf immediately, says Sayed Mohammed Marandi. That's ominous. That's not good. Yeah, he's getting recruited to do Mossad. They were like, we really love your work. They're saying we really love your work with the CIA. We would like you to also work with the Mossad as well. That's what it is. That's what's going on. All right, so there's some ominous shit taking place here with Israel, Iran, and the United States. I will be getting to that in a second. But basically, my point was my point was always that going back to the trans issue, my point always is like Democrats don't need to concede on the trans stuff. They don't need to concede on the immigration stuff. Like they need to have more confidence in their positions if they truly are invested in protecting marginalized identities, marginalized communities. They have to actually do that. They have to actually, take the time out to unironically defend these communities. And if they don't do that, hold on, what is happening? Dude, everything is busted on my end. Like my fucking iPhone is not charging. I feel like there's like I got hit with like an EMP or something. It's like you know how like the Havana syndrome gun is like supposed to be a inconvenience that makes you like diarrhea your pants and stuff. I feel like Israel is using the EMP that offers minor inconveniences. Like it's not anything major. It just like briefly goes in and out. Your internet briefly goes in and out, and it pisses me off. It also, my phone doesn't charge consistently. That's what my discombobulator situation looks like. You yelled at chat for indulging in conspiracy theories. Yeah, I'm fucking joking. All right, we'll talk about Tucker Carlson being detained and stuff like that as well. But let's get started with Holy Mr. Toledo.
Holy Toledo. Governors have a whole lot of power. And
I can't even watch a YouTube video, man. That is crazy.
Holy Toledo.
That's crazy. Come on, man.
All this talk of a Democratic wave.
What right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is there anyone else on your network or just you? It's nothing like yesterday at all. I mean, my mom is here. Maybe she's on the network, but I don't think that's the problem. Anne, interneti kullanıyor musun şu anda? Okay, just making sure. Like right now, it says I have 700 up. And like, or no, 6 up, 700 down. 4 up, 700 down. That's what it says on the internet speed test side. 700 down. That's what it says on the internet speed test side. But, 3 up. Great. And that's like, I'm being throttled. I'm pretty sure I'm being throttled. I think my ISP has been steadily throttling my ass. But what's interesting is like they're throttling the download as well, which is new, I think. Especially because I had a technician come out last night. If you have cable, your bandwidth to share with your neighbors. Sounds like you're on DOCSIS 3.0 still. Yeah, but I have a business package. Like when you get the enterprise package and you pay a fucking premium price for it, they don't throttle you. They're not supposed to, at least. And I think either my ISP changed its policies without telling anybody, especially because they can get away with doing shit like that, or there are real issues. Pre-record chat is annoying anyway. Okay, dude, you're annoying for saying dumb shit like that. I'm not going to pre-record 8 hours of a broadcast at nighttime and then run it during daytime. What are you talking about? What a great suggestion, dude. I am speculating. I am speculating that my internet service provider has changed his contracts to basically cook even the enterprise customers, like business customers, and they're fucking me now. Like, because back in the day, if you were a regular client, during peak hours, they would just throttle the fuck out of you. So I switched over to business because I thought in business, it's like an unspoken secret that business customers don't get the throttle on the same nodes that otherwise get overloaded, where they you experience packet loss. If you're on the same node with like a bunch of other people in your neighborhood, in your block, they literally will just, they will cook you. They will throttle the shit out of you. And this kind of stuff, unfortunately, is there's no real accountability. And chat kept yelling at you to get business because your stream ended at 3 p.m. every day. Yeah. And then I got business. I got the business client. And no, there's no fiber available in my neighborhood, chat. Please stop. If you are the only enterprise business customer in your area, I doubt you have a dedicated node for your crib. No, but it doesn't matter, because when you're a business enterprise customer, even if you're on the node with like everybody else, they give you prio and they don't actually fucking throttle your shit. That's the whole point of getting a business, becoming a business client. Do you understand? Anyway, let's just watch Mr. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo. Governors have a whole lot of power, and there's all this talk of a Democratic wave. But the gubernatorial races nationwide should stand as a wake-up call for Democrats, because take a look here. The race raiders, governors post-2026 election, at least tilting to the Republicans. Look at this. A majority, 26. That is, at this point, the number of governors that are expected, at least tilting towards the Republican Party at this point. Democrats come in at just 20. The rest of the races are toss-up. Of course, you sum up to 50. And I will note that the Republicans right now hold a 26 to 24 gubernatorial seat advantage. So at this point, it doesn't look like Republicans on the net and the aggregate are actually going to lose any governorships. In fact, when you add in those toss-ups, they may gain. So this should stand as a major wake-up call to Democrats, because if there's a wave building, it has not, at least at this point, hit the state level when it comes to governorships.
And add to that, you point out that when it comes to governor's races, Democrats have had a bit of a problem over recent years.
Yeah, they have had a big problem recently. If you go back, the last time that Democrats held a majority of governorships was all the way back in 2010, and that streak is expected to continue. And I will note, I went all the way back through the record books, Kate Baldwin. I went all the way back through the record books. This is now the longest streak in which Democrats did not hold a majority of governorships in at least a century. This is a massive problem for Democrats, because as we mentioned at the top, a lot of the policy is determined on the state level. And if all of a sudden you can't actually lead a majority of governorships, the executive branch on the state level, that means Republicans are in fact forming and implementing most of the policies in the states, and therefore a lot of the policies nationwide.
Well, and the power of the governor also has to do with how the state legislature it looks. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, okay, so it's not just the governorships. How about those state legislatures, right? Okay, take a look here. Republicans have held a majority of state legislatures since 2012. And again, this is the longest.
So this is very significant, and it corresponds to the Republican agenda of sidestepping the legislative body and simply legislating through the state legislatures, where gerrymandering plays a significant advantage, more so than the Senate, obviously where the Senate, it doesn't exist, but even more so than the House of Representatives, right? Like, what's going on here, what's taking place here is 100% a long-standing project of the Republican Party, which is to effectively neuter the main legislative branch, and then utilize the states to do your bidding. That's how, for example, even when Biden was in charge, they were able to push through so many anti-trans bills at the state level. They were able to enact a horrifying agenda of violence and cruelty towards marginalized communities, specifically through the state legislatures, and then have that maneuvering get tested in the courts, and then go all the way up to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court is obviously pliant to the MAGA mission, where they would turn around and effectively change the constitutional interpretation. This is, sorry, I'm getting updates on the internet. Every good thing that my city does, the state legislature just undermines. Is annoying. Yeah, it is a very reliable tool in the tool belt. There was no F, chat. I just stopped talking. Yes, we're going to talk about Tucker being detained in a second, okay?
Such streak dating back at least a century in which Republicans have held the majority of the state legislatures. In fact, for much of the 20th century, what you saw was Democrats actually held more state legislatures than Republicans did. And now it is the exact opposite. And if you go state legislature by state legislature, at this point, it seems likely, of course, still uncertain, since we have a number of months until November elections, that Republicans will continue the streak of holding the majority of state legislatures, continue their streak of holding the majority of governorships, and therefore Democrats will be locked out of holding a power in positions that really do determine a lot of the policy nationwide. As I said, this should stand as a wake-up call for Democrats, because at this point, Republicans look like they're going to continue to hold the majority of governorships nationwide.
A very interesting look at this. It's good to see you here. Thanks.
Nice to see you, Kate.
It appears, at least for now, that a bipartisan meeting of governors at the White House is back on after President Trump initially only invited Republican governors, but he's still blocking 2 Democratic governors from a separate dinner and attacking the GOP chair of the National Governors Association, a very conservative Republican named Kevin Stitt, as a rhino. Let's bring in Democratic Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky to discuss it all. Governor, there's a lot of confusion over whether Democratic governors are still invited to attend this bipartisan meeting and dinner at the White House. Kevin Stitt, the Oklahoma governor and the chair of the National Governors Association, seemed to say that you and your fellow Democrats are invited, but then the president went on social media and attacked him. What's your understanding?
House sensitive or House/Senate races, the governorship votes? So the gubernatorial race is actually one of the few races that's kind of decoupled from party loyalty, even though it obviously plays a massive role in the party advancing its interests, in the party advancing its agenda. Andy Beshear is actually a perfect example of this. Deep red state, but he's deep blue. He's uncompromising on protecting trans people and stuff like that. So, like, it actually plays a really big role in how the parties operate. But at the level of the voter, when they're going out and voting for a governor, it's a much more personal decision. It's a much more personal decision, and it's entirely around, like, what the governor is going to do, like how the governor pitches why you have to vote for him. Okay? The reason why I say this is because there are plenty of instances where you'll have a red state with a blue governor, and even more instances where you have a blue state with a red governor, right? So the governor has tremendous power over the state and over the state legislature, the power of the veto, the power to basically run it like a president, like a mini president. And yet, regardless of that, there are plenty of instances where, you know, you have more moderate red governors in blue states, and you have blue governors in red states.
Are you invited to these events? Are you planning on going?
It's just a lot of drama, and it's unnecessary. You know, governors wake up every day focused on getting results, on creating better jobs, creating safer communities, expanding access to health care, improving our public schools. And this meeting is an annual bipartisan tradition where we try to push our differences aside and talk about how we move forward in those areas. Yet the president has just turned it into drama, inviting and disinviting others. It no longer looks like it's going to be productive at all. At this point, I'm not going. If you're not going to invite all the Democratic governors, this chair of the DGA isn't going to be there.
So just for the record, it's Jared Polis of Colorado and Wes Moore of Maryland who are the 2 Democrats not invited. Are you worried at all that you not going will ultimately hurt your constituents in any way, denying you an opportunity to bring up your concerns with the president directly?
We've been able to communicate with this administration for our concerns, but there's a time when you have to stand up against the drama of a president that's turned an annual bipartisan tradition and is treating it like he's a 12-year-old and it's his birthday party, inviting and disinviting people, lashing out at others. You know, the American people admittedly don't care about this dinner. They don't care necessarily about the meeting. They care about whether you're improving their lives, decreasing costs, trying to address their everyday challenges. So that's what I'm going to be focused on.
For the record, I've had two 12-year-olds, and neither of them would have ever done that. The administration is increasingly focused on the midterms. Earlier in the show, we played some sound from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem talking about making sure the right people are voting and electing the right leaders. Between that and the DOJ demanding voter information from states and the president saying he plans to implement voter ID requirements even without congressional approval, are you worried as a governor about what is going to happen at the midterms?
Well, it's my job to be worried. Kristi Noem's statements are wild and they are un-American. The president talking about not federalizing elections. He first said Republicans should take over elections in certain states. That is anti-democracy. But Democratic governors and AGs are ready to stand up and make sure we have full and fair elections. But I'll say this. If you try to intimidate the American people, especially when it comes to something so foundational as voting, I think you're underestimating them. I think you'd see huge lines and people singing. You know, people want to be Americans first, and Democrats or Republicans second, third, or fourth. You put our democracy at jeopardy. You try to intimidate them from voting, and they will step up and protect this country.
But what are you specifically talking about doing if there is an issue?
Well, the first thing we do is go to court. That's what the courts are for. I've taken on this Trump administration despite being in a Trump plus 31 state over and over and over, and we've been winning. When they've tried to take the personal information of our citizens so that they can use it as they wish, we stood up to them. When they tried to cancel funding so that we could create a warning system in eastern Kentucky for the next time it would flood, we stood up to them. Time and time again, they've overreached, like trying to send National Guard from Texas to Illinois. We were a part of that lawsuit, standing up and winning for the American people.
You talk about needing FEMA in the case of a natural disaster of any sort. Are you worried at all?
Chatters, yes, we're going to talk about Israel in a little bit. Obviously, please, okay? I know. Like, calm down. A lot of you are spamming, but I want to move through this at the pace that I would like to. I know Trump is live at a Black History Month reception,
but
where
But I said, I'm looking for other people like you. How many are there? Many. Then I was worried because I said, well, maybe she's going to say everybody should be let out. We're not a believer in that. I said, so Alice, are there people that shouldn't be? You met a lot of people.
We'll get to this in a little bit because he's already had a Jesse Jackson soundbite as well from this, expected gaffe machine, right? Obviously, Trump talking about Black History Month is going to be disastrous. Okay. And I know Tucker Carlson's been fucking detained. Stop. I know. Fuck. You think I'm unfamiliar with Tucker Carlson being fucking detained in Israel? You think I don't know about this? I do know about this. What do you want me to do? Fuck.
Senate Democrats blocking DHS funding in this latest government shutdown standoff?
Well, hopefully it won't last too long because FEMA is incredibly important and I will admit is operating pretty well under this president, at least the people on the ground that are helping people after the natural disasters. But ICE is out of control. They have an American body count. They have injured and wrongfully shot others. They have 2 agents that are being investigated for perjury, and their leadership attacks anyone involved in an altercation with ICE as domestic terrorists before they even know the information. This is a group that thinks they can barge into an American's home with an administrative warrant. We have to stand up for them, and Democrats should be using their leverage to try to get reform and retraining.
So you're the new chairman of the DGA, as you alluded to. You had an op-ed in the New York Times talking about how the focus of the Democratic Party must return to creating better jobs, more affordable and accessible health care, safer roads and bridges, education, communities where people feel safer. I have to ask, it's no secret you're weighing a potential presidential run in 2028. Do you think Democrats right now are conveying the message that you laid out in that New York Times op-ed? And how do you respond to a Democratic voter who might say, I like you, I like your track record in a red state or red Commonwealth, but you're too soft-spoken?
Well, first, yes, that message is working. Look at Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, who ran great campaigns in races that should have been structurally difficult. And they both won by double digits. You know, the DGA and our candidates are winning.
Andy Bashar is the pleasant face to the establishment liberalism. Okay? Like he is in the tank for the establishment wing of the party, but because of his background being a blue governor, an uncompromising, seemingly uncompromising blue governor in a red state, he gets to be like the principal defender of the Spambergers of the Democratic Party, and that's what he's doing here, right? He is advocating from a position of real influence too, right? Because of the reasons that I just mentioned. He is advocating for the establishment neoliberal Democratic wing of the party, saying like, we need more CIA agents, basically. You have to treat this with the same response that you treat like a Gavin Newsom, right? Gavin Newsom says this stuff in a deep blue state. And therefore it's easier to fucking disparage. But when Andy Bashar says this, he's saying this from a red state. So obviously people pay attention to it. He probably is one of the, for this reason, he's probably one of the scariest individuals that can make this argument, a convincing argument that you have to do more moderate centrism. You have to just reform ICE, not abolish it, all this stuff. Because see, I'm in a red state. I'm obviously dominant in a red state. And the reason why I'm dominant in a red state is because I compromise on these issues, right? Except the reality of the matter is, the reason why he's dominant in his state is because he's a dynastic name in the state. Like his father was also a recognizable individual. That's part of the reason why he's allowed to be an uncompromising figure of sorts, and has developed he's developed enough like voter loyalty. People like his services, his constituent services. His narrative doesn't actually work in all these other states. Okay.
Everywhere. For me, I believe that the American people want stability, that Donald Trump is exhausting. Many Americans feel like the pendulum swung too far during the Biden administration and has swung way too far during the Trump administration. And what they want is an America
a reasonable, moderate centrist
where they can wake up every morning and not be worried about its future. And I think they want leadership that's focused on them, on whether they make enough money to not only afford their groceries, but take their kids on that vacation that they went on as kids. That young couple wants to be able to afford their first home around the same age as their parents. People want to feel safe in their communities, believe their kids are going to great public schools. Those are the types of things that I think are not only appealing to the American people, but maybe can help us heal, to recognize that most of our...
Okay, it's fucking bullshit. All right. Hakeem Jeffries asked point blank about Bernie Sanders endorsing progressive challengers to House races. He's going to have a bad argument here as well. Now, of course, before we get to that, I do want to talk about a complimentary piece to this conversation that is taking place right now. The New York Times went and asked a bunch of Democratic Party voters, lifelong Democratic Party voters, people who voted for the Democrats in the past, how they feel about the current state of affairs in the Democratic Party. And I think it's very interesting because there are a lot more people in the base.
Do you have one last question?
There are a lot more people in the base of the Democratic Party who have opinions. Breaking Tucker detained in Israel. I'm gonna fly out to Israel right now so they can fucking detain me and then hopefully kill me in prison, in an Israeli prison. Oh my God, chatters. I know. Okay? I fucking know. You want to know why I know? Because I of course, this is a huge story. It's literally in the fucking look. Read the pinned statement. We are aware Tucker Carlson has been detained. We are aware of the situation in Israel and Iran. Please stop. You're not breaking anything. You're just breaking my will to live. The only thing you are breaking is my will to survive. Okay? Did you know? Did you? I did. Anyway, as I was saying, the complimentary piece to this is the New York Times piece that I would like to get to. Does anyone have the link for that? Maybe you can send me a link that I actually want to see for once. Okay? That could be nice. Dude, I know about the ICE thing. We watched it yesterday with Wajahat Ali and Hakeem Jeffries. Yes. You need a list on screen? No, I don't. You want to know why? Because nobody reads anything. Okay? Nobody reads anything. The people the people that come in to spam whatever is happening come in with good intentions, but unfortunately they are illiterate. Okay. So it doesn't matter. Thank you for the link, guys. But the reality is I've tried all of these different methods. I've tried all these different methods to be like, how do we do this? How do we get people to be understanding of like what I've covered thus far, what I will eventually cover? And people just come in and they're like, I don't know how to read, dude. I don't even know how to fucking type shit. I don't even know how I'm illiterate. I don't even know how I actually sent you this breaking news. Tucker Carlson's been detained shit. Anyway, so we're going to get to the New York Times piece. What word would you use to describe the Democratic Party? Okay, this is an interactive piece from the New York Times. And virtually every single person from every age group that they asked this question to said the same shit. Michael, 56, book dealer, paralyzed. Terrell, 68, retired, sold out. Afraid. Denise, 57, account manager. This is an opinion editorial piece called America in Focus. And the main takeaway was, show up for us. 13 Democratic voters on Trump, ICE, and their frustrations with the Democratic Party. Donald Trump's second presidency has remade American life in just a year. Many Democrats and others worry about the erosion of civil rights, cuts to social safety net, and the significant aggressive increase in deportations across the country. Amid major debates among activists, pundits, and elected officials about what direction the party should take, Times Opinion assembled 13 Democratic and Democratic-leaning voters to ask how the party is handling the moment, what changes and reprioritizations they want to see, and what kind of Democrats are standing out. Participants in our group weren't unclear about what the party stands for, the greater good and the protection of civil rights, but many also expressed dissatisfaction with a lack of resolve this past year during shutdown fights as well as more broadly. Again, every single pressure point that I have fucking yelled at the Democrats over, these guys also feel the same way. And these guys aren't HasanAbi heads. This is the New York Times, people. This is the establishment newspaper. It's not like we're not reading Jacobin, okay? We're reading the New York Times. I need you to understand. Yeah, they're too young to be HasanAbi heads. Even recognizing that there isn't much Democrats can do out of power, people wanted more action and more aggression, especially if and when the Democrats take power again. You will hear the same exact sentiment that we express in here every single day being expressed by people who are nowhere near the demographics of being in this community. They're not card-carrying Democratic Socialists of America party members, but they share the same enmity and the same anger that we all do, okay? In particular, they wanted candidates who were young, progressive, and from a more modest or working class background with clear and simple messages. And as far as the Democrats who are standing out to these people, Jasmine Crockett, Pete Buttigieg, Zohran Mamdani, Gavin Newsom, many of them are the ones who've made a point in appearing in combative media environments, invoking a famous Michelle Obama quote, after the past few years, these voters no longer want a party that goes high, okay? So these are the participants. There's like two 36-year-olds in there, okay? One 29-year-old in there, Arizona, Asian, independent, computer science. 33, Mike is from North Carolina, white, Democrat, telecoms, okay? There's a 33-year-old black Democrat voter, career coach from Michigan. But here is the first question that they ask. Fill in the blank for me. I'm feeling bleep about the way things are going in the country these days. Okay? Confused about the direction the country's going. Frustrated, upset and concerned, discouraged, strongly concerned, terrified and angry, disappointed, pessimistic. I was going to say frustrated, horrified, tired and sad and upset. Now, this makes sense. When the Republicans are in charge, of course, Democrats are going to say this kind of stuff. Anybody have a positive word? No, I don't. No, absolutely not. These are tough words, Candy. Let me start with you. You said frustrated. Tell me why. I know people who are immigrants. So just what's going on with immigration and even being myself a U.S. citizen, I'm concerned about getting pulled over and shot and killed, or one of my family members is going to get discriminated against. I'm scared to leave my home. I already work at home. Now I feel like I have to stay here because I'm so scared. People feel paralyzed because of the ICE activities that are taking place all around the country, right? Have any other people have had an experience like Candy's? My family's all immigrants. We're all citizens, but I worry about my parents going out. They learned English later in their lives. I've heard that ICE is near where we live. I'm wondering if I have to have them carry their passports around when they need to go get groceries and things like that. Lauren from Iowa says, I have family members who are immigrants. That concerns me that even though they're citizens, they could be out doing normal day-to-day things, especially with the kids in tow, and just be yanked off the street, and we wouldn't be able to intervene in any way. Yeah, I just feel we're at the point now that we're being treated like animals. I'm Puerto Rican. I speak full Spanish, so sometimes I'm scared to go out and speak my native language. My mother, I'm afraid for her because she's older. They might just judge her by the way she looks, so I'm very, very frustrated. Moderator says, I want to hear from some other folks, like what was on your mind when you said all the words that people said, discouraged, frustrated, terrified, etc. People who are maybe not immigrants, but minorities and things like that are just being targeted. There's a lot in my community about ICE coming and pulling over people. And it's disheartening, actually. Christian, you said discouraged. One, a lot of the economic policies that have been put in place, looking at the job market, looking at the numbers that just came out today, worst number in years, it feels just economically, there's no real light at the end of the tunnel. The immigration policies are also a disaster, and they're inhumane. Socially, some people have just embraced being blatantly racist, whether it's towards immigrants, whether it's towards African Americans. It's been normalized, not to say it ever, not to say it ever fully went away, but we've just regressed. Katie says, I wake up in the morning and I look at my phone and it's another headline. I saw something on Facebook the other day that was from The Onion, and I had to double check to make sure that that was where it came from, because in reality that we're living right now, it's hard to tell the difference between real life and satire, which is not a good place to be in. I would say that I've been discouraged since 2016, Trump's first term. Nothing has changed since then. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. Now people are being shot in the street, and it's like, well, how far is it going to go now? It's just not right. Until about 10 years ago, I used to think that things would be a little better every year or over time. Now it just seems, for the most part, the government is putting into place policies that are meant to take advantage of people who need the most help and to benefit the people who are well off. How do you get ahead when this is the situation? How do you, Kaya? How do you get ahead when this is the situation, huh? How? Oh, you like being noticed. Is that what it is? That's what it is. Look at her tail. Look at her little tail wag. You just like being noticed. This is how we get ahead. Hello. Hello. Do we still fully don't know what's happening in the concentration camps, and they're literally destroying cameras and videos on hard drives? I know. She wants the soundboard. Here, look at this. Kaya, place. I now officially have a place button. Who's your little lady? Okay. Come here. Come here. Little butt scratches. Hello. 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 He can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, finally I do. Now I officially have a button where I electrocute Kaya. Yeah, isn't that wonderful? Would have been a good edgelord. Anyway, I feel the same way. I feel sorry for the people that are going through this in their lives. I know it because I'm fair. It's not just right that we're ruled by the. So everybody agree characterization. The question is, America's best days behind us, ahead of us, or happening now? Everybody said, wait, is it effing again? Oh, I didn't even realize that it was effing. I'm being throttled again. Kaya's revenge. Okay, you got to get out of there, though. Come on. Back up. Back up, lady. ISP hates the soundboard, too. Yeah, your voice gets wobbly and laggy, but we never drop or anything. Okay, good. You can't stand there, lady. You can't stand there, because unfortunately, I don't want to drive over you. You use too much power on the place button? Yeah, to electrocute her with the Tesla coils. It fried my electricity grid. They all say it's behind us. None of them says America's best days are ahead of us. Once he's out of office, what's going to happen on some of the things that people have been bringing up tonight? Immigration, economic policy, women's rights, gay rights. I say it entirely depends on what the party has power, on what party has power and who gets elected. I don't know if we're going to be living in a pendulum situation for years and years and years after this, where one party does these things and the next party tries to undo it, and on and on. My concern is that the things that the Republicans are doing now, they're going to be hard to undo. Yeah, it depends on who comes into power next, I guess. But if they don't wield it as brazenly as he's wielding it to undo some of the things that he's doing without asking the voters what we want to do or asking anybody besides just whatever he wants to do, the Democrats are too afraid to do anything, I feel like. So if they come into power, they've got to do something. Okay? Michael from Pennsylvania is now out. Michael from North Carolina is now in, for the record. It's over. We have a new Michael now. And you will see more and more of Michael from North Carolina cooking in ways that Michael from Pennsylvania never could. Like, if we're being real. RIP to Michael from Pennsylvania. Long live the new Michael Long live the new Michael. Michael 2, Revenge of the Michaels. Yeah. Shots fired? Yeah, shots fired. Okay. How often do you feel like you're thinking about politics and thinking about Donald Trump? I mean, the Donald Trump and talk about politics, I'm skipping. Do you talk to somebody about politics at least once a day? All day for me because of Instagram. Every day, Instagram, TikTok. I used to be pretty apolitical. I wasn't really interested in as much. And then 2024 came around. I just found myself super interested, and I'm following state reps and senators and things that I was never really into much before. I keep up with it every day, but don't necessarily talk about it every day. For the most part, everyone in my life I know is reading the same stuff I am. No point in preaching to the choir. How do you feel Trump's second term compares to his first? Worse. Definitely worse. When you imagine a potential second term, it's worse than I expected. I didn't think it would be this bad because I thought there'd be checks and balances like we were always told. Like, basically, most of the things that you are feeling, these people are also feeling. It's very common. This is a very common feeling. This is why I always say you're not alone. And I have experienced this in the real world where I go to these events, I go to these protests, I go to these marches, I go to like places where liberals congregate, right? And not even just liberals, but like independents, older people in general. And they have the same exact animosity, both towards the way that the Republicans are handling the situation, hatred towards Donald Trump, but then anger and resentment towards the Democrats as well. Okay? This is important to understand. It's important to understand because you're not alone in this anger. And yet there is an entire media ecosystem dedicated to telling you, no, things are great. The Democrats are actually going to win by small margins, and then they're going to do business as usual politics, and you're going to like it. We're going to move and pivot towards moderation again and again and again. If you pivot towards moderation at a time when Republicans are going far right, then all you have is a center right to far right existence. We cannot do that. We must do away with this mentality. Okay? And trust me, the average liberal sentiment is closer to yours than you ever could have imagined. In 2016, resistance liberalism took hold, it took root, and therefore by 2020, Bernie Sanders' movement and momentum was quickly packed up. By the time the primaries were in effect, a lot of the establishment liberals, establishment Democrats were like leaning into the Bernie-crat message, some of those policies, but they didn't actually have any investment in it whatsoever. And Obama came in and he cleared the field for Joe Biden. And we all know the rest is history, right? So there are a lot of these people that if you talk to your liberal, centrist, lifelong Democrat voter parents and people in your life, you will realize that many of them, even if they say like they like Gavin Newsom or whatever, they are demanding more from the Democrats. They want more from the Democrats. They want the Democrats to actually fight. Some of them think, okay, well, Gavin Newsom is putting on a fight. Jasmine Crockett is putting on a fight because they're aesthetically presenting themselves as putting on a fight. Okay? But many of them want more in terms of policy. It is upon us to explain to them that it's not just about the aesthetics of putting on a fight. It's not just about the style, but it's also about the substance. Putting on a substantive fight means having a more radical vision for change, being unafraid to push the Democrats in the appropriate direction to win elections. Okay? And this is, this was a very important takeaway. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Democratic Party. If you had to use one or two words to describe the Democratic Party, what would you pick? Spineless, more complacent than I thought they would be. Okay? Paralyzed, afraid, incompetent, I guess suffocated or given up. Our local government's trying to do a lot, but then in the House and the Senate, they're getting voted against the Republican majority. So, sold out. As a 68-year-old saying sold out. I just feel we were never being governed. We're being looted. The Democratic Party lines their pockets and they created this mess. I do like what Trump's doing in terms of the terrorists. They've been milking us for God knows when. Now, that last part is not so great. Okay? What other words would people use to describe the Democrats? Sellouts and suckers. Immobilized. Can I say no balls? No cojones. I will say that there are a large number of young Democrats that are really starting to climb the ranks in the party that are motivated. I'm hoping that that word starts to take over a little more. Like, this is like, I mean, this, I could have, this is, if I got an article written like this, people would understandably say I paid for it. Like, these are paid actors. So I'm glad that it's coming from the establishment newspaper, the New York fucking Times. Okay? I said, this tracks 100% with what I've seen on the streets, from the No Kings protest to the resistance against ICE. People are very mad at their party. Dems on here are oblivious to the anger. They're speaking into an echo chamber of consultants who tell them what they want to hear. Okay? And it's not just consultants. Matt Iglesias wrote this in October, admitting the groups is something he heard in Washington. Now he writes about the groups for his Washington audience. He doesn't realize he's building the echo chamber. This is a major problem. The Democratic Party's electeds want to hear from people that agree with them. And there are plenty of pliant consultants and analysts that will give them what they want to hear. Matt Iglesias is one of the worst versions of this. Okay? The DNC has bubbled themselves in to this weird echo chamber where they are constantly demanding a steady flow of policy papers and focus groups that tell them the people demand a moderate agenda. The people demand a moderate agenda. And it's fucking crazy because that moderate agenda is seen as dog shit because it failed.
The leader of the Democrats in the House is saying something that is in complete contravention to an overwhelming majority of his own voter base, let alone the growing number of independents that are leaving this party for the very attitude that we're talking about with the Hasan thing. The entitlement, the entitlement to anti-democracy. Like sit with that for a second. You have Hakeem Jeffries there, who is getting pissy that Wajahat Ali is trying to press him on the fact that he's taking blood money from a genocidal right-wing group, when you have a poll from around 6 months ago at this point in Gallup that showed that it's like something like 4%, 5%, single digits of Democratic voters that support Israel's military action in Gaza. The overwhelming majority are opposed to it. The majority believe it's a genocide.
Yeah, exactly. We watched that Wajahat Ali debate between him and Hakeem Jeffries the other day. It's disastrous. It's fucking disastrous. Cinemarxism is right. He says, it's actually so frustrating how often so many conversations, even on the left, assume that the Democrats are even trying to represent voters' wishes. They don't represent voters. They represent the capitalists. The sooner we realize and build power for ourselves, the better. This is why it's important to actually establish outside pressure mechanisms, whether it be labor unions, community organizing, tenants unions. By the way, shouts out to the new initiative in Kansas City for tenants unions. Cinemarxism is reminding me of that. But it's true. It's true. The DSA is another component of this as well. I'm never going to disparage people that are trying to actively reshape the Democratic Party in a direction that is beneficial for the working class's interests. Okay, we got to do away with business as usual politics in the Democratic Party. We got to do away with establishment neoliberal politics in general. It is completely ridiculous. They are the reason. You should remind people that they are the reason why Kamala Harris lost. Okay, like Kamala Harris lost for this reason. They did it. They did everything right. Okay, they followed Matt Iglesias' agenda to a T. They followed David Shorism. They followed Jonathan Chait. All of these guys were writing think pieces on how wonderful the Democrats were operating, how great Kamala Harris was in their pivot to centrism. Now, of course, after the spectacular failure, they're trying to rewrite history to make it seem like they didn't pivot to the fucking middle hard enough. They did. They did. They did everything right, and they still lost every single fucking swing state. So clearly, that's not working. Okay? It's the often misattributed Einstein quote, like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing a million times over and expecting different results. That's literally just the Democratic Party's politics. Doing it over and over again, pivoting to the center over and over again, pivoting to the center endlessly and expecting a victory. I work for Unite here, the labor union. I work in the back office, but we have periodical meetings about political strategy, and my union leadership right now are way, way, way more radicalized than what they were doing in 2024. My union president said moderate Democrats aren't enough, and we need even more power outside the Democratic Party. Good. Because major labor unions, let's be real, have also been sheepdogs for the establishment Democrats for the most part, and I'm glad that that's changing too. Good. It's a necessity. Like, no disrespect. I love the labor unions. I ride for the labor unions, but it's not a secret that the labor unions have also kind of been on the Democratic Party agenda, and they've lost the rank and file whipping power that they have for that reason. Now, not all unions are the same. I'm, of course, talking about like IBEW, the rank and filers that have moved in the rightward direction, voting for fucking the Republican Party and voting for Trump in particular. Same with the Teamsters, where there's a lot of rank and filers that have also done that. Like, part of that reason is because the Democrats are not seen to be defending the rights of the working class, the labor unions in general, their interests. And I've thought a lot about this, okay? I have thought a lot about this. Now you speak of labor union correctly. No more authoritarian, Hasan, please. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. Anyway, I thought a lot about this. There was a MS Now contributor that actually spoke on this, where he was like, Joe Biden was one of the best fucking Democrats for labor unions overall. He like walked the picket line, all true things. But why is it that the rank and filers are still hyper focusing on culture war narratives and operating under the assumption that the Democrats are no longer invested in defending labor unions and union power in general, or defending labor power in general? And that's because regular people obviously, understandably, measure the Democratic Party as one big institution. They measure the Democratic Party on the Democratic Party's weakest members. Because at the end of the day, the rotating villain structure that exists within the party and the lack of interest in whipping those people at the top of the party is what causes there to be a diluted and much weaker agenda for labor unions. If you don't get card check at the end of the day, for example, right, something that unions have demanded for a very long time, it doesn't matter if Joe Biden is walking the picket line. It's symbolically important. But at the end of the day, if you don't get card checked, because there's plenty of spoilers within the Democratic Party's infrastructure, the Democratic Party's ecosystem, then all people see is you not getting these, important pieces of legislation across the finish line. From their perspective, you didn't do that for them, right? You didn't do that for them at all. So why the fuck should they think that you're pro-labor? It makes sense. They don't make the harm reduction argument internally. They never make the harm reduction argument. Most normal people do not think about harm reduction. This is something that I'm trying to get across, right? They want an agenda that you are championing to go across the finish line, okay? It's that simple. We got to do away with the rotating villains. We have to whip them. We have to punish them. We have to punish them if they step out of line. We have to have more organizational discipline within the structure of the Democratic Party, even for the modest social democratic gains. Okay? That's it. And a big component of doing away with that ecosystem is by addressing this false notion that the only way to have this big tent Democratic Party is by running establishment candidates, or by running candidates that actually adorn the moniker of progress and then do away with that progress when they're in power. The greatest example I can give you is Marie Concentration Camp Perez, a person that literally ran on like a Justice Democrat style campaign and then quickly became a part of the Problem Solvers Caucus, a self-declared group of individuals that play the role of spoilers from within the Democratic Party. Okay? John Fetterman is another great example of this. John Fetterman saying, well, I flipped the red area. Yeah, bitch, you flipped it by lying about being progressive. It's crazy. You proved that you don't actually have to look like you're compromised. You won with a progressive campaign, a straightforwardly progressive campaign, even when you had fucking brain damage. Like, people literally were like, I will vote for a stroke victim as long as they are progressive enough. And for some, maybe it was because you look the part of an ogre in Western Pennsylvania. And they were like, oh, he looks like me, talks like me. I don't really care if he's actually, woke or whatever. But the reality of the matter is, you were woke when you ran. You were woke when you won. When you ran and when you won. It's that simple. Consider this analogy. You and your family share a car. A family friend asks to borrow the car. You say no. Your family gives him the keys anyway. He brings it back and the brakes were swapped. You say you should pay to fix the brakes. Some of your family members say, let it go. The friend takes the car again, T-bones the minivan, kills the family. Insurance makes you pay. Hashtag DNC. Dark. My rich liberal wine aunt who campaigned for Hillary in 2016 was wearing an Obama 2028 shirt at Christmas, texted me and asked to borrow my copy of the People's History of the United States and is posting Woody Guthrie Coates songs on her Facebook. The tide is shifting. Yes, it's happening all around us. I swear to God, it's not me on copium. The Democrats in charge are not responding to it, but the pressure is there. The momentum is there. The momentum is on our side because people have seen far too many losses at this point. It's getting there. Where people are like, okay, well, we did centrism over and over again. You sold us this notion, this false notion that centrism is going to actually bring us electoral victories, and it only brought us electoral defeat. I think the second loss to Donald Trump really worked to destroy the second defeat that the establishment Democrats had against Trump as well, when Trump was even more incompetent in the first round, made Democrat voters realize that the pivot to the center narratives are just simply a failure. And they're seeing it on their own, by the way. It's not like they're seeing it because they all magically became HasanAbi heads, right? They're not watching me. They might not even fucking like me if they know who I am. Many of them don't. And yet they agree with what we have seen for years. Okay? Because at the end of the day, if there's one principle that motivates every single person from the blue dog Democrats down to the fucking Maoist third worldists who don't even want to vote, it is that they do not want to see Republican fascists in power. Okay? That is the one uniting principle that brings all of us together from all different walks of life, from different ethnic backgrounds, from different lived experiences. Fuck it, even people who are like small business tyrants, right? There are people who are responsible for the wages of others, who are a part of the ownership class in some meaningful capacity, who still go, I don't want a fucking Republican in charge, man. It is too much instability. It's too much violence. I don't want to see it. That's it. HasanAbi has, we need a better name. Yeah, parasocialists. That is the one uniting principle. We do not want Republicans elected, okay? That's part of the reason why a lot of these fucking centrist neoliberals will consistently say that I want Republicans elected because, it's going to be a tremendous opportunity for me to farm fucking subscriptions or some shit. Like they have to like find a way to be like, Hasan actually doesn't hate Republicans. We, on the other hand, who tell you every 4 years that we have to become more like the Republicans in order to defeat the Republicans, we actually truly hate the Republicans. It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. My resentment for the Democrats come from their closeness to the Republicans, okay? It's bad politics and it's bad policy. I don't want Republicans in charge. I don't want Republicans to ever win another election ever again. Centrists do not care about that. It's ridiculous. But fear not. It seems like a lot of people are also on the same wavelength. Some of them might be misguided and think that, Gavin Newsom represents that change. And, we must do away with that notion. I think like when push comes to shove and when people actually realize that Gavin Newsom is a representative of that establishment wing of the party, they will move away from that. Okay. But but getting back to this article now, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Democratic Party. We already covered this. What other words? Sellouts. We already covered this. During the recruitment for this group, everyone identified in some way as being a Democrat or leaning towards Democrats. Tell me, what does the Democratic Party stand for? So I grew up in Pittsburgh, very blue collar town. My whole family was that way. But then even as I got old enough to make my own choices, I just identified more with the Democratic Party because I didn't feel very Republican. I grew up in a conservative household, not a liberal household. I've always felt like more than not that the Democrats supported policy programs that were for the greater good that would help move people up and forward. Whereas Republicans, more than not, just said, well, you're on your own. The Republicans, sorry, really just want to help the rich get richer. For me, it's always been more about the greater good and being accepting of everyone, no matter who you are. There's a big civil rights component. One analogy I've heard is that Democrats would rather 10 kids get free lunch than, say, even if 9 don't need it, but then that one needs it, versus the Republicans will say, oh, well, there's 9 kids who are getting free lunch. They'd rather the one person starve. It's a pretty interesting way to put it, but yeah. People use words like spineless, weak, scared, afraid. What are they afraid of? It seems like to me they're scared to speak up. I've heard Democrats speak up when they're interviewing these senators on television about the killings in Minnesota. I mean, they are speaking their mind. They can talk the talk, but can they walk the walk? And I'm hoping that they will. The Democrats are really good at speaking when they want to, but they want to act like they care. But at the end of the day, for example, when they gave in to giving ICE money, they're suckers. They get suckered in really easily by the Republicans. The Republicans call them a couple of words, and the Democrats believe it. I feel like the Democratic Party always tries to take the high road and do it the right way. And the other side is going so scorched earth that it takes so much more to try to do it the right way. I'm not saying go low, but I mean, at some point, you got to meet them a little bit in the middle. You have to be a little bit more aggressive with your message. I don't know if that's complacency or some of these people, like, these people are so close to understanding that the Democrats represent controlled opposition party and that we must do away with those who actually actively undermine the interests of democracy. They're so close. Because remember, the starting point for a lot of people is liberalism.
Liberal.
That's just how it is. A lot of people start off as liberals. Many of you started off as liberals. Every single one of you, as a matter of fact, myself included. We had some kind of start point where we were liberals. And we moved away from that, slowly but surely. Through observation, through observing reality, through recognizing that the Democrats actually do not present the change necessary. What have people seen from the Democratic Party over the last year since Trump has been in office? We saw Melissa Hortman and her husband get murdered in their home, and no Republican really batted an eye compared to the response that Charlie Kirk got. And you see, again, our own president is lying and spewing hate every day. If I were a Democrat, I would probably be pretty scared about the things that I said, too. I have a lot of respect for Jasmine Crockett and Pete Buttigieg. I love them. They are really standing firm. Oh, God. Bruh. Democrats have folded a little bit lately to move things along, unfortunately, not in the way that we would like, because they don't want to see all these people not getting paid in a shutdown and our country not moving forward. Not saying it's 100% right, but it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations because they are largely out of power. Bruh. Don't give them that. Don't give them that. Has anybody been following elections that have happened over the past year? Democrats have flipped seats that were Republican. I know Texas one just got flipped, and they have been by large margins. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the Republicans are about to rig the next election because that's what's happening right now. True. How do you square the negative feelings towards Democrats with the fact that they're winning these elections? I square it because I feel like they're always playing catch up. It's true. So yeah, they've won some seats, but people are upset about Trump, and so they're voting for Democrats. I still don't think they're going to take the House next year. They would have never considered redistricting until the Republicans did it. Not saying that they should have, but it's like, what else are Republicans going to do first? Oh, that's so perfect. What would you say are the Democratic Party's strengths? They got really good health policies. They're for the greater good, all this stuff. How would you then respond to what somebody else said? They're out of power. They don't have the White House or the Senate or Congress. So what are they supposed to do? It's definitely a good point. However, you don't just lie down and say, oh, well, sorry, we can't. Yes, we don't have it, but that doesn't mean that they can't fight for it. And it's scary with some of the retaliation and things that are happening, but they need to stand firm. See, when you say you want to see the Democrats stand up and fight, what does that look like? Just getting the message right. You hear the Republican side, they'll spew nonsense about everything. And I'm not saying spew nonsense, but they can't get a clear, cohesive message out there, and they don't all stand together on that message. So no one knows, hey, we're fighting for you for this. They just think, hey, you're just locking the whole government up because you're being stubborn. Then they lose steam, and then they lose their people behind them. They just go belly up on the government shutdown. Oh, my God. There it is. There it fucking is. The whole blaming the Democrats thing was just a big Fox News story of let's blame the Democrats. But they had some real bargaining power there, and they just pushed in the chips and said, no, it's all right. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's like, no, if the Republicans are going to play this game, you got to play the game. We can't just sit around and not play. California's doing it the right way. They're like, okay, well, if you're going to take the seats from us, we're going to give ourselves more seats to counteract what you're doing. That's what we should be doing. This is the last thing I'm going to read from this article before I move on. Has anybody seen anything from the Democrats? Any candidate or public figure or someone locally that's made you say, oh, yeah, we need more of this. This is what we should be going for. Zoran Mamdani. Clear, concise messaging. It's exactly what everybody wants. It helps everybody. It's the perfect messaging because it's clear and concise, unlike Democrats. Just like Bernie. Bernie said the same things since the 80s. You've got to tax the billionaires. You've got to tax the upper class. He's never changed. That's the messaging. You've got to drill it into them. And Zoran did it. Man, it's beautiful. And then Diane comes in from the top row. 72 years old, white, Democrat, retired, says, Mike said it pretty clearly, and I can't really think of anything to add to that. Then they ask who else. Someone says Isaiah Martin. He doesn't hold back. He just went on Jubilee and went against like 20 conservatives. And to me, they got all embarrassed. He's asking them questions, and then they get tongue twisted. They can't answer the question. Pete Buttigieg is a big one for me. Jasmine Crockett, she tells it like it is. I was going to say Mike said it pretty spot on. When people are saying what Mike said, do y'all mean you like Mamdani and Bernie? You like the idea of simple messaging or all of the above? Panth comes in and says, the Democratic Party needs to embrace voices that resonate with people. When you hear Bernie, he has energy because he really believes in what he's saying. It's the same reason Trump resonates with people, because he acknowledges some of the struggles that they're facing. Sure, he blames the wrong groups, but at least he voices it. This is literally, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm walking away. I'm walking away, dude. I'm done. There's nothing else I need to fucking say. We're here.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
This is the New York Times. These are random Democratic Party voters. And it seems like Allah has awakened them, not just to the evil doings of Israel and the United States, but specifically the evil doings of establishment Democrats. Okay? Straight up. The wind is on our fucking sails. I have never felt this hopeful. I have never felt this excited about what we could potentially accomplish within the confines of permissibility, within the confines of at least one of the two major powers in this country, major political planks in this country. The Democrats are weak, and we are closer to seizing power than ever before. This doesn't mean that the Democratic Party is going to become a socialist party. Okay? I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that in order to unlock class consciousness and in order to achieve the modicum of revolutionary potential that exists in the heart of Americans, the American working class in particular, we have an opportunity more than ever before to actually put forth a much bolder vision, an agenda that truly changes the dynamic of business as usual politics. And the way to do that runs through the Democratic Party, at least, is by putting socialists into office, and to show people that when socialists are in office, they actually make the necessary changes. Shut the fuck up. Democrats are not the working class party. What the fuck are you on about? Bruh. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Did I say that? Did you mishear? Did you not hear the part where I said the exact opposite? Why is it that so many of you come in here and refuse to listen to the words that I am telling you? Okay, I was a bit trolling. Sorry. Okay, take an hour off. Take an hour off, chatter.
Holy Toledo.
Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. I had to
blammo
this chatter.
Blammo.
Just joined in chat, already getting lectured. Yeah, well, sometimes you fucking need it, okay? Sometimes you need it.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
I mean, come on. Come on, dude.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Okay, that was crazy. What do you mean? Yeah, crazy good. I want old Hassan back, the one who talked about politics and nothing else and didn't use a soundboard. Yeah, well, we're moving on to this is a new direction, okay? This is a direction where
legalize comedy.
That's right. Comedy is legal now.
Legalize comedy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And pussy too.
All right. I'm loving the sound surprise. It feels like when you would pull a 10-10 top of the hour ad break. Yeah, that's right. We need a PBS one too. Soundboard haters are revisionist. I agree. Billionaires propped up 20+ abundance groups. Liberal media figures embarrassed themselves, saying the party needed to moderate. It didn't work because people are smarter than the elites think, says Joe Road. And it's true. All these guys, basically all they did in the aftermath of this spectacular defeat that everyone experienced, that everyone was frustrated by, they turned around and said, actually, guys, we didn't go to the center hard enough. We didn't go to the right hard enough. Okay? And then they basically, the Democrats basically decided we shouldn't do anything. We should not even like try to protest against the Republicans and their agenda, because we'll cause people to understand that the Republicans are bad, and we can just turn around and say, see, we're a much better option, and we can do business as usual politics all again and eke out a marginal victory. Well, it turns out people are still very fucking frustrated, and they're not just frustrated at the Republicans, which they obviously understandably despise, but they're frustrated at the Democrats also not doing anything to stop the Republicans. Anyway, the Democratic Party doesn't do the same. In 2024, they were saying the economy is fine. For a lot of people it was, but there were a lot of people who were seeing their prices go up and were struggling, and the stock market doing well didn't mean anything. I don't agree with everything Bernie says or everything Mamdani says, but they're similar to Trump in that if they come into office, I know they're going to do something. It might not be what you want, but you see action being taken, and the Democrats are not like that by and large. Oh, this guy's not even a fucking Mamdanistan supporter. He's not even a fucking Bernie-crat guy. And even he recognizes we need change. We need change. We need to move in the appropriate direction. None of this like marginal business as usual politics, this fucking day late, dollar short politics that we've seen from the fucking Democratic Party. Is there anybody else you've seen, Democratic candidate figure, who excites you? I still don't agree with everything she's doing, but AOC is a well-known name and seems to be fighting against Trump. Nikki Sherrill just won governor. Gavin Newsom and JB Pritzker, they're speaking out strongly against Trump. Even people who are not socialists or anything like that are just like, I kind of want this. I kind of want this because it's good. It's good. It's actually helpful. Like I want them to do things. I want them to do something, anything, please, for the love of Christ. Meanwhile, what are people doing on the other side? What are people doing on the establishment liberalism side? I'm going to do a quick, brief shout out.
Do you trust that he would not nuke Israel?
Let's bring back my favorite anti-Semite destroyer, okay? Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who talks very famously about the enmity caused against Jews in Tsarist Russia. His speech is important to remember because it is prescient even now. It's something that I have brought forward many times over. All of this enmity is a simple distraction. It is. Anyway, there's a longer video on Twitter if you want to go and watch it, but it basically shows like my arguments against anti-Semitism over and over again, regardless of the fact that like establishment liberals, at least on the on this platform that we're on, spend a good deal of time talking about how devastating people like myself are, and unfortunately, they're not invested in any sort of serious change. What is this? This one? Yeah, I'm not going to play the whole clip. I've played it too many times. So, more proof that the normal libs are on your side with the stupid election discourse.
We're going to show you, which is why I have a question, which is a question I have directly for California Governor Gavin Newsom, which is if J.D. Vance is the vice president, if J.D. Vance is the presidential nominee in 2028, would Gavin Newsom vote for Hassan Piker? I want to know. I think inquiring minds want to know. Gavin Newsom, who next person, listen, the next time a right-wing pundit.
That's actually a really interesting question.
Then sits
Because
down.
I think Pearl Mania is not like the biggest fan of what I said there. But I like
Gavin
that question.
Newsom on Gavin Newsom's own podcast. They should ask Gavin Newsom, would you vote for Hassan Piker? I think that is the direction we need to take this, because it was just stupid. It's just been a stupid thing all weekend. It was a hypothetical question asked on a podcast that was then clipped and then spread around everywhere to enrage people. Like Hasan didn't clip it. I've Had It podcast didn't clip it. It was a third party of people who don't like either of them who clipped it to then go, fuck you to everybody else, to then make everybody get enraged at each other so then everyone could have content to talk about. And then it gets thrown over into the streamerverse. And then all the streamers then clip it. And then they all have something to talk about. This way, nobody has to talk about what's actually happening in the world, which is that we are being run by a cabal of elite pedophiles.
I agree with this 100%, by the way. Ginger Michael from Pennsylvania is correct. And the people that clipped it would vote for JD Vance over you. Yeah, that's the other side of this that is ironic. The people that clipped it and spread it far and wide aren't even real Democrats. Many of them don't even live here. They're all fucking they're Euroids in general. And they just have a singular focus, Hasan derangement syndrome. Over and over again, they have demonstrated that they don't actually give a fuck about what's going on in American elections. They just want to act out the desires of their fucking sex pest cult leader, Destiny, right? They have literally said they would vote for Jeffrey Epstein over someone like myself. They've said that they would vote for Adolf Hitler or even Donald Trump over someone like myself. When you say stuff like that, you basically revealed that, like, you're not a serious contender. You're not serious about the moment that is ahead of us, right? All you care about is masquerading the personal animosity that your favorite cult leader has towards me and masquerading that as like some kind of serious political disagreement. And that's precisely the reason why you see this kind of insanity over and over again. Remember, these are the people that were running around. These are the people that were fucking running around having conversations about how I am worse than Adolf Hitler for America.
I think Hasan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you, Hutch. That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey Epstein?
Did when you said I would vote for Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need.
That's a fair question, isn't it? Isn't that relevant to the analysis? I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's politics. Would he push for a public option? Is he a Medicare for all kind of person? I don't know anything about his politics.
Yeah, you don't know anything about his politics other than the only thing Jeffrey Epstein is known for, which is being a fucking pedophile, bro. Are you fucking joking? Like, Jeffrey Epstein is known for one thing and one thing only: raping children. And this motherfucker is like, yeah, that's good enough for me. And he also loves Israel. So I guess that those are the two things that you care about as far as who you're going to fucking vote for.
I would not necessarily disqualify Jeffrey Epstein electorally. It's because first we would have to establish if he supports liberal democracy. Because the whole thing with Hasan is that he doesn't. And I had people in my own chat last night that thought I was being ridiculous. Why am I being ridiculous when we're talking about Hasan Piker?
Dude, you are. Snap out of it. Snap the fuck out of it, dumbass. The reason why even people that are in the edge communities that would normally agree with your sentiment are saying, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what we are watching right now unfold with evil Northern Lion and all these other like adjacent orbiters of sex pestiny is this moment where they are expressing how unserious they are about American politics. I have long maintained the position that for these guys, they make it seem as though they're giving you like a political take, but all they're basically doing is using political disagreements as a way to just say Hasan is bad, okay? Hasan derangement syndrome. And I don't think Hutch is ever going to snap out of it. I don't think Destiny is ever going to snap out of it. But like their audiences are finally coming to that recognition that it's like, dude, Donald Trump is fucking kidnapping people and murdering American citizens that are trying to stop this kidnapping operation from taking place. And every single fucking moment of the day for you is spent talking about how Hasan is awful. Hasan is bad. At least he's out in the fucking streets. You ain't doing shit.
Do you trust that he would not nuke Israel? Do you trust that he would not help China invade Taiwan? I'm crazy for being worried about our fucking nation's secrets. If we gave power to Hasan.
Hasan isn't an all-powerful god even as president. Like, they're trying to walk him off this ledge, right? They're trying to walk him off this ledge. There's still plenty in his community going, I don't. He'd give that shit up for a shiny new shock collar.
Piker?
Like, again, it's all drama, 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 drama. Even when he's being a fucking insane person, even when he's being an insane person, okay, there are still plenty of people that want to keep up this, like, no, you're doing the right thing method, where they're trying to fucking literally say, like, no, Hasan would be far more devastating. Okay, well, I have my candidates, you know. You can look at who I'm working with, right? Who I'm working within the Democratic Party and make that assessment for yourself. Are these guys bad or do you like them? Obviously, the one that we can directly point to is Zoran Kwame fucking Mamdani, right? Do you like Zoran? Okay, well, I guess you don't have that big of a disagreement with me after all, right?
I'm the crazy one who's like, I don't know, what's Jeffrey Epstein's policy position when he glorifies the current Chinese Communist Party as like a model of government? I'm the crazy one? Somebody who idolizes Vladimir Lenin, and I'm the fucking crazy one because I don't want to fucking live under an authoritarian leftist regime?
Yes. All of this, like Hasan would give state secrets to China and shit like that, is literally the exact same shit that like Steven Crowder and them would say. These guys don't realize that they've actively radicalized themselves into taking on positions that are identical to the biggest fucking reactionaries out there. They don't realize it though, because this is what happens when you are singularly focused on expressing the enmity that your favorite fucking sex pest has. Like, you're fighting his battles and you don't even fucking realize it. Lenin is such an interesting sticking point for some reason. Yes, because these guys don't realize that they're completely trapped in this Western focus in politics, where it's like Lenin, Karl Marx, these are terrifying people. They've killed quintillions of individuals. They've killed so many people. They're so ruthless. They're such tyrants. They don't understand. It's like they only have a very like America good approach to things. Yeah, Stalkman says he would vote for JD Vance over you.
For me personally, he would send me to the gulag, so I would vote for JD Vance.
Well, that's
over Hasan. For me personally,
hold on,
but I
would
would
be gone
understand
too. Wait, I'm starting to see Hasan's platform now. I'm starting to get it.
So for most people, it might be better to be under Hasan, but for me specifically, I can't. I'm not going to vote for my oppressor.
This is like peeking into the other side, where there's just like an insane approach. Like, they don't realize that I cover politics. Yeah. And these guys just cover me covering politics in a fucking negative framework. Hopefully a lot more people are waking up to that reality, though. Ogreboy says, dumbfuck McGee takes this opportunity to speak on doing politics to talk about any guesses. That's right, Hasan. Amazingly, seeing as how he watches more Hasan than I do, he even fucks that assessment up. Shocking.
Destiny, is it necessarily bad to have political commentators that don't want to be engaged in actual politics? Yes, it is bad. Now, when I say actual politics, I don't mean they're running for office or they're like directly affiliated with a candidate. I mean, they're trying to get political power. Politics is about getting political power in your political system, right? Or influencing political power in your political system. So in a democracy, you want to be able to exert influence over lawmakers, over the president, over cabinet level officials, over executive agencies. Like, this is like politics, it's political power. And so somebody like Fuentes ideally would have a Groyper caucus in the House or the Senate. The House would be amazing for Nick. That would be like his ideal. For somebody like Hasan doesn't care about politics per se. He just like talks about it. And then
I thought it was dangerous for America's future because I do actually directly correspond with candidates and, push for them to be elected. He goes back and forth on this nonstop, it seems. Because, like, I thought the danger that I represented to America was that I command a tremendous amount of fucking... I command a tremendous amount of political influence. I wield it dangerously. Now he's saying I don't fucking care about politics. I guess it's just like... It's just about, like, whatever in that immediate moment, whatever reactionary garbage you can just, like, toss out there. The enemy is both strong and weak at the same time. Now, of course, that's a strange thing to say about someone, especially like myself. I have candidates that are running for Senate, Democrats running for Senate. I have candidates running for, the mayor's office, right? Zoran Mamdani was one of them. I have opinions about how, you know, local governance, state governance should be run, and I'm trying to push for people to do it, both from my community and also people that I use to get elected, use my community to get elected, right? So what has Destiny done, on the other hand? Like, nothing. He just fucking constantly is chirping about how I am a bad person. That's it. Like, he spends basically every fucking waking moment just saying, you know, when he's not procuring CSAM or not in a legal battle with his victims, and undermining his victims and victim blaming in general, all he does is just fucking talk about how much I suck dick.
Makes money off of it, but he doesn't care to actually influence any of it or to try to get anybody elected. He doesn't want to wield any political power. He just kind of wants to talk about stuff all day. Now, in and of itself, that wouldn't be a bad thing, but the issue is that these things, to a lot of people, seem to overlap, or they're hard to distinguish from one another. So then you end up in a world where people on the left look to Hasan as like, well, is this guy speaking for Democrats? And then people on the right can use Hasan as like an attack vector.
The only thing that his community has done as far as projecting political power was to get Richie Torres to send a congressional letter to Amazon to get me deplatformed. The only fucking large leftist, progressive, Democrat content creator, Democrat adjacent content creator to get banned 5 days out from the general election. That was it. They sicked the ADL on my ass. They constantly try to get me deplatformed because they're super pro-Israel for some fucking weird reason. And right before the election, that was their big moment. Him and the other dipshit that I just showed you who said he would vote for J.D. Vance over me because he thinks I would put him in a fucking gulag have worked with senators like Tom Cotton, as a matter of fact, to try to get me deplatformed. The only thing that these guys have done, aside from revitalizing Nick Fuentes' career when he was deplatformed from every fucking outlet possible, okay, and trying to fuck other white nationalists on top of Nick Fuentes, the only thing that they've ever done is that. It's just pure spite. I hope people can fucking wake up to the reality that this isn't real politics, okay? This is just pure spite being expressed as though it's a political disagreement, hyper-focusing on drama. Drama is much easier to pay attention to. Drama among streamers is much easier to pay attention to than the boring stuff, right? I'm in Hudge's community. He's been spiraling the last couple of months and conflating his personal vendettas with being in a political position. Some of us even bring Fred BLS data, and he'll refute it if it aligns with something you said. The vibes are not good over there at the moment. It's crazy. They think, and what's really crazy about it is, if they had the fucking wherewithal to recognize where the political changes are happening within the base of the party, they would just shut the fuck up about constantly attacking me. And they would instead be like, oh no, we were there all along. We want, you know, AOCs to run. We want Zoran Mamdani's to run. Of course, we were there all along. They would just lie to their fucking audiences. But they don't. They don't do it. They don't do that because they're fucking stupid. And they're so personally invested in their own vendettas. Okay? Hud said you getting ratioed on Twitter was a win. Yeah, I know. It's going to be a real fucking shock to all of these motherfuckers when the midterms come around, I think. Like, this is the only politics they have, which is to constantly tell their audience that I have no political motion whatsoever, which who cares? Who cares if I have political motion or not? Like, I'm irrelevant. If I'm irrelevant and I'm powerless, then why the fuck do you talk about me all the time? You know what I mean?
But the annoying thing is that he's not playing the same game that conservatives or even center-left liberals are, because he doesn't care at the end of the day if any of his people get elected or if he's able to influence any policy or not. He just wants to talk about it. That's it. And the confusion of those two things are very detrimental, I think.
I just don't understand it. For someone who's obsessive with hating Hasan, does he actually has no idea what Hasan stands for? Is he pretending? Instead of streaming literally almost every day, he could go spend time with his kid. Should only talk politics if your buddy's in power. It gives you power and money. New vibe detected. It's just strange. If they literally, here is free ball, okay? I know that these guys will never listen to what I have to say, but the free ball here for you, okay? Free advice. is to shut the fuck up about me and start talking about the issues themselves without tying it back to me somehow. Because the reality of the matter is, if you only talked about the issues, you would probably start developing an audience that cares about the issues again. Okay? Didn't this guy care about a municipal candidate getting elected? Said candidate turning his back on him after the allegations came out and ended up doing 2% or something? Yes. The difference between me and Destiny is that when Destiny actually put his hat in the fucking ring in the electoral arena and tried to get a mayor elected in Nebraska, in I believe it was the Omaha mayoral race, right? His candidate had to disavow Destiny, and his candidate got fucking 2% of the election anyway. Okay? And it's so sad that he has like genuinely tried to say like Zoran did the same thing. Zoran did the same thing. It's like, first of all, he disavowed the 9/11 statement. He didn't disavow me, as evidenced by the fact that, you know, I'm still working directly with the DSA to get his slate and his agenda accomplished here. And not only that, but he fucking won. Didn't Midas Touch blow up like the #1 lib podcast? Pretty sure they don't spend hours a day talking about Hassan bad. The problem is this guy's mentally ill. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the reason why Midas Touch, Midas Touch and the politics that they represent are different than mine. Okay. I am much more radical than they are. I am much, much more radical than they are. But it doesn't matter because they also understand that a big tent with candidates like AOC are what will make the Democratic Party viable. They love Zoran. They love AOC. They love Bernie Sanders. Okay? They don't shy away from propping up establishment Democrats as well, but they don't spend every fucking waking moment and make their political expressions simply Hassan bad, Hassan bad, Hassan bad, because they also understand. And I talk to these guys, right? I'm going to talk to someone from Midas Touch, Adam Mockler, tomorrow. The reason why the reason why I think there's a productive conversation to be had there is because regardless of some of our policy disagreements, they ultimately want Republicans to fucking lose. These guys don't operate like they want Republicans to lose. They don't give a shit whether Republicans win or lose. They only care about getting someone like myself deplatformed.
That we should respond to them as appropriate, call out their bad takes as appropriate. But the obsession is something I don't understand. The obsession is something I don't understand. And why, as opposed to someone like Piers Morgan, as opposed to like Joe Rogan.
If you don't understand the obsession at this point,
does Zoran actually really fuck with you still or not? Does it seem negative towards you in that debate? Brother, I talk to Zoran Mamdani privately all the fucking time. Not that it fucking matters at the end of the day.
You're probably just not
like his entire, I think you guys don't understand, like his entire team is people like you. Okay? I work with his slate of candidates. Stop being fucking parasocial. I can't believe that this is like a genuine, I can't believe that this is also like a genuine point of contention. This is what I mean.
And why, as opposed to someone like Piers Morgan, as opposed to like Joe Rogan.
If you don't understand the obsession at this point, you're probably just not qualified to have an opinion on anything going on here. I don't think you should talk.
That we should respond to them as appropriate.
It's crazy that he also like recognizes that it's an obsession. Destiny defending Hassan against Pisco's outrageous suggestion that Piers Morgan and Joe Rogan are much more appropriate objects of goon fixation. Insists that failing to psychosexually obsess over Piker should in fact disqualify a person from having an opinion on anything. To which I responded with, not even hiding the pathological obsession now that the remaining cult members are the most diehard. I think that's what's going on here. What's going on here is that it's like a fucking grudge. It's an obsession. And we're going to move on to Zoran Mamdani right now, by the way, who has the heavens mandate. But basically what I was saying is they think that the only way to cover politics is by just like hyper fixating on someone like myself. If I am irrelevant, then you shouldn't be talking about me that much. If I am relevant because I work within the confines of the Democratic Party, then you shouldn't be attacking me because ultimately we are supposed to be fighting the Republicans together. Problem is, you don't give a fuck about fighting Republicans. You give a fuck about fighting an agenda against me. The agenda that happens to be a pathological obsession that you have. Lucky for us, I think that more and more people in his community, more and more people in his orbit have started to realize that this isn't like real. What you're talking about is just like drama-obsessed, clickbaity nonsense. Okay?
Zoran Mamdani is issuing an ultimatum in an effort to close the city's massive budget gap. He's calling on New York Governor Kathy Hochul to raise taxes on the city's wealthiest people, or he'll have to increase property taxes by nearly 10%. But that's not enough to balance.
Yeah. Zoran Mamdani has officially moved on to playing hardball. While I was initially critical of his move of endorsing Kathy Hochul before the New York Democrats did, and doing it alongside AOC, and coming out of the gate swinging with a Kathy Hochul endorsement rather than wait and have proper leverage against her, right? He got this endorsement. Now, what's really interesting about this endorsement and this calculated posture that he has is that the endorsement actually yielded a concession from Kathy Hochul immediately in the form of $1.5 billion to play, to basically help with the budget shortfall that the previous administration had presented, right? A lot of corruption from the Adams administration, and Zoran is doing full-blown transparency, okay? But it didn't end there. There was a back and forth on whether or not Zoran was the guy that was actually going to continue pushing Kathy Hochul in the right direction, because one of his major agenda items is obviously increasing the taxes on the super wealthy in the city of New York, right? And you can't really do that without Albany, the state of New York, controlled both by the state assembly members, but also by the state legislature and the city assembly members, the state legislature, but more importantly, also by Governor Kathy Hochul, right? The major reasons as to why he's doing this, obviously, is through sewer socialism. Shouts out Michael from Pennsylvania, loves talking about this, obviously, to give him his flowers, to show that if you are a socialist elected, you will accomplish the promises that you made, and that as a movement guy, as a movement leader, no matter how small a role you think you may play, and the mayoral seat is a very powerful one, especially in New York City, that you will show nationally to every Democratic Party voter that is paying attention, both in the city of New York, but also beyond, that a socialist elected means a person who is serious about making the necessary changes that will improve the material conditions of the working class. Now, he obviously has a lot of pressure.
From a 16-year-old girl describing how Trump drugged and raped her. The text below can be found on page 16 next to a magazine cutout of Ivana Trump. The text reads, "Does this lady know that you can't have dignity if you've been with him? I know I have none, only Skittles."
Jesus Christ. Yeah, oh yeah, TTS is back too. That caught me off guard a little bit. I turned TTS on. Yeah, dude, we're doing crazy stuff out here. We got the soundboard and we got TTS. Make that last statement a soundbite. We need to be able to repost that socialists will make their true promises when they get elected. Sure. Okay. Now, the struggle continues, right? He has a lot of pressure. He has pressure from all of the same like corporate entities and corporate interests in New York City. He has pressure from the police. And he also has pressure from Albany with Kathy Hochul, who is obviously not going to comply with everything that he's demanding. But the question was, for many people, whether or not Zoran was actually invested in this fight to tax the wealthy, because he said he wasn't going to go to the protest that's taking place in Albany against Kathy Hochul to put public pressure against the governor to make sure that the governor advances this agenda item.
Chat tipped $6.90. Far.
Yeah, there you go. All right. And there was actually a really interesting take from Peter Stern, who initially addressed, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Does anyone have the link to the original take that Peter Stern had when like Zoran said that he wasn't going to go to Albany and support the protests against Kathy Hochul? This caused people to think maybe Zoran is not invested in this fight at all. Okay? It invoked understandable scrutiny, okay, towards what he was trying to do. But then he very quickly came out, got some promises in terms of $1.5 billion from Kathy Hochul's office. Hello. What is happening? Hello. Sorry. Kaya break. What? No. Not there. Kaya, get out of there. Move out of there, little lady with your big butt. No. Oh my God. What do I do? What do I do here? She's still mad about the spider incident. She does not care about the spider at all. Okay. I don't know why not all of the TTS is working. Okay. Pick her up. She's a lap dog. I can't. Her bed is dirty as fuck. No, that's just the light shining off. As I was saying initially.
Soltatsu tipped $5. What's up, chat? It's the top of the hour, and you know what that means. It's ad break time.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Guys, subscribe instead of donating, okay?
K8 Timon tipped $5. When mom find the poop sock away
Okay, you're gonna make me turn off TTS. You're gonna make me turn off TTS instantly, okay? Nothing will get me to turn off the soundboard, but I will turn off TTS.
Balance the books. In addition, he says he'll also have to pull millions from the city's rainy day fund from retiree benefits. It is a path that Mamdani says he does not want to go down.
And if we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a second, more harmful path.
Yeah. There's obviously a couple options here, right? At play. Either Kathy Hochul raises taxes on the wealthy, or he tries to basically force the hand of Julie Menin, okay, to use the city to increase property taxes, okay, or austerity. Now, austerity is unacceptable. It's not going to happen, right? He is not going to do austerity.
Still waiting on that blue hair BTW.
He said he's not going to do austerity at all. So that's gone from the equation. New statement from the council speaker, Julie Menin, on Mamdani's budget proposal came out as well. We're going to be covering all that, but here, let's do this.
The options of the second path are the options of last resort.
I'm turning off TTS.
Options that we will only employ if there is no other means of arriving at a balanced budget.
So I guess he's asking, what's a 2% tax increase on a multimillionaire?
If you're already the highest tax jurisdiction in America, it's a massive tax. You know, what I love about this guy, and I'm giving him credit, he goes big. He goes big, and he's got a fantastic social media team. This is great. This is bat poo-poo crazy, what he is proposing. And probably sometime next year, within 12 to 18 months, I will meet him in Miami and give him Real Estate Agent of the Year award. Because I'm not happy with what's happening. I can't get across the bridge anymore. I live in Miami Beach. Everybody from New York and New Jersey and Massachusetts is moving into my neighborhood. I'm pissed off. And this guy's just doing more of it. What he's proposing is beyond insane, but I love it.
You are
now,
very
I'm like everybody else. Listen, you guys live here. You're not paying your fair share.
I don't live here.
You've got to pay 110%. That's the right thing to do. Because he's not cutting spending. He's just going to tax you into oblivion.
I found this very interesting chart, some data for you, Kevin.
Thank you.
The last time there was a tax hike on the wealthiest, this was in 2021. Take a look at this chart. You see what's going on there? The number of people making more than $200,000 in the city increased. The number of people making between $200,000 and $1 million increased. Everybody who makes a lot of money, there were more of them in New York City. Okay, so the idea
Abby,
that there was some...
True, why not increase taxes to 110% if it's so good?
Look,
let's go.
So what's interesting about this, of course, is, like I said, he is forcing the hand of the governor's office, right? This is very real pressure because the city does not want to raise property taxes at all, especially because if property taxes are raised, obviously landlords are going to turn around and increase the price of rent. It's going to make housing more unaffordable. It's going to be a burden on working class individuals, which he openly states, by the way, in this long response video that he crafted, his town hall that he did, where he basically said, you know, we're forced to raid the rainy day fund, the retiree health benefits, trust reserve, and to increase property taxes. Okay, what is this? You dumb socialist! I bet you want to tax millionaires at some absurd percentage, like 90%. That would never work and has never been done. But you wouldn't know that because you're a dumb socialist. Exactly. That person is joking. Obviously, the highest tax bracket was 90%. the highest marginal tax rate was 90% back in the day. For those of you who don't know humor and jokes. But basically, he's explaining that what will happen if Kathy Hochul refuses to raise taxes on the rich. She's the one who has the ability to stop this, which is why he's been transparent, so people can ask her to pass the wealth tax, which she refuses to do. He can't fulfill his promises if she's not cooperative. Also, without the mess Adams made, none of this would be even happening. Blame the guy who's been in office for less than 2 months. That's what's going on here. Okay? One of the techniques here that I think is very intelligent is pitting two of these different forces together. In order to develop more public pressure, Zohran Mamdani is being as transparent as possible. He doesn't have the power to do this wealth tax because he's the mayor. But as the mayor, he has the power to put pressure on Kathy Hochul, and he also has the power to pursue different kinds of taxes at the city level. One of the things that he has the power to do, as the power to pursue, is trying to raise the property taxes. He doesn't want to raise the property taxes, so because that's an objectively unpopular position, and it will have negative pressure on working class New Yorkers, something that he's very aware of. He is tactically saying, if you don't actually do this wealth tax, which is very popular, then we will be forced to either A, raise the property taxes, which is very unpopular, and will force the New York Assembly to do something that many people don't want to do, especially because legally, the New York budget has to be balanced. So it's going to happen no matter what. And because austerity is not an option, understandably, austerity is not an option at all, he's basically saying these are the options that we have. Someone's going to get taxed. It's up to you to either tax the middle class and working class individuals by way of raising the property taxes and then having landlords fucking raise the rent and ruin affordability, or you tax the super wealthy. It's very simple. Either you tax 33% New Yorkers, or not 33% New Yorkers, sorry. Either you tax 33,000 New Yorkers, who are some of the wealthiest individuals in the country and the wealthiest individuals in the city of New York, or we increase the cost of living for 5 million New Yorkers. Okay? Either 33,000 people pay a little bit more, a modest increase in taxes, or 5 million New Yorkers get punished in the process. That's it. It's a brilliant way to apply pressure to Kathy Hochul, especially because he has to balance the budget no matter what. I actually think Zohran played ball pretty well here, endorsed Hochul, and then turned around and was like, okay, now you hold up my endorsement. Yeah. Not only did he get, through his early endorsement, a immediate 1.5, Hasan, New York has 19 total million people, downstate is almost 9 million. Yeah, 33,000 is a modest amount. 33,000 of the most wealthy New Yorkers paying a little bit more in taxes. I mean, that's crazy. What does austerity mean? It means belt tightening. It means like cutting social expenditure. Now, of course, you can't really do austerity in New York City regardless, because on the one hand, you have the New York Post and all these other people yelling at Zohran for what the sanitation in New York is doing. Well, someone's got to pay the fucking people to plow the snow, right? So you can't, on the one hand, demand austerity, and on the other hand, say, who's going to plow the fucking snow? You're not plowing the fucking snow. It's that simple. Mamdani says if Governor Kathy Hochul rejects the state legislature's proposed tax increases on the rich, he'll have to balance the budget on the backs of working people using the only tools at the city's disposal. So it's either austerity, which is a non-starter, or hiking property taxes, which will still hurt most New Yorkers. Zohran came out of the gate swinging and said, today I'm releasing the city's preliminary budget. After years of fiscal mismanagement, we're staring at a $5.4 billion budget gap and two paths. One, Albany can raise taxes on the ultra wealthy and the most profitable corporations and address the fiscal imbalance between our city and the state. The other, a last resort, balance the budget on the backs of working people using the only tools at the city's disposal. The first path matches a structural crisis with a sustainable and fair solution. I know where I stand. New Yorkers voted for bold change and competent leadership. We will deliver both, and we look forward to partnering with Albany to protect working New Yorkers. Still taking a conciliatory tone. Can he freeze rent, though, or is he not talking about that to keep leverage? Wait, what? No. Freezing the rent stuff is a totally separate conversation, and that's already moving in a positive direction as well. I'm going to talk about that in a second. He got a massive fucking boost on that agenda as well. This is something entirely different. This is the other agenda item. The other agenda item was specifically around balancing the budget and also raising tax for the wealthy in an effort to balance the budget. Okay? Adam is praying for you. What is this? Praying this is an opportunity for growth? Okay, stop. Yes, he has potentially 5 new slots, 5 new appointees on the rent board. So that's huge as well. Okay. Yeah, but why wouldn't they throw it on the back of working people? Wouldn't they blame Zoran for that? It's not going to happen because here's the other side of it. A new statement from Council Speaker Julie Menin, who was elected to that position, appointed to that position because of her hatred for Zoran, for the record. New statement from Council Speaker Julie Menin on Mamdani's budget. The option of raising property taxes and dipping into reserves is a non-starter, but doesn't look like she's endorsing Mamdani's alternative pitch to raise taxes on the wealthy. Because again, he's basically pinning two establishment Democratic planks against one another. Do you understand? He legally has to balance the budget, and he has laid it out. He said, we got to balance the budget. It's literally something I legally have to do. And the budget has a massive $5 billion shortfall. No, Kaya, no, you can't stand right underneath me. That's crazy. That's crazy, lady. Stand right. Okay, down. No, not so close. Right there. You stay right there. Let her. No, I can't. I don't want to step on her, chat. Okay. Yeah, she came over here. Give her the soundboard. Yeah, I just gave her the shock. She wants to be close to you, Lamont. I know. I love my daughter. Okay. But what you have to understand is, no matter how much I love my daughter, I don't want to accidentally roll over her tail or one of her fat rolls with my wheels, okay? No, don't even. Chad doesn't understand. It's a lot of our dreams for you to step on us. That's crazy. Someone said there's a fourth option. He could invade New Jersey and raid their coffers. He could invade and arrest the mayor of Jersey City and take all their tax money. Yeah. Raid the coffers of Jersey City. It is time. Okay. So, Council Speaker Julie Menin, who is an op at the city level, okay, comes out with a retort against Mamdani's budget proposal and says, the mayor's preliminary budget marks the beginning of a critical conversation about how we safeguard New York City's fiscal future while protecting New Yorkers at a time when New Yorkers are already grappling with an affordability crisis. Dipping into the rainy day reserves and proposing significant property tax increases should not be on the table whatsoever. There's only been 2 other times when they've raided the city's rainy day reserves, which are, at times during COVID and Michael Bloomberg, I believe, during the financial crisis that took place in 2007, 2008. And then the other time was Bill de Blasio during COVID, right? So obviously it's like, it's a last resort. So it doesn't have to become a last resort, right? At a time when New Yorkers are already grappling with an affordability crisis, depending on the rainy day reserves and proposing significant property tax increases should not be on the table whatsoever. The council believes there are additional areas of savings and revenue that deserve careful scrutiny before increasing the burden on small property owners and neighborhood small businesses, which could worsen the affordability crisis. The council will release its own projections ahead of preliminary budget hearings and will conduct a thorough review of the administration's financial projections. Our goal is to deliver a balanced budget that protects essential services, addresses the affordability crisis, and reflects shared fiscal responsibility. What you have to remember here, by the way, is that they want to do austerity. That's not going to fucking happen. They want to cut expenditures. And they certainly don't want to cut the $6.4 billion police budget, by the way. They want to cut the budget for sanitation. They want to cut the budget for libraries. They want to cut the budget for the things that the city offers to all of its citizens unconditionally, all of its constituents unconditionally. Zoran is not going to let that happen. Inshallah, he's not going to let that happen. That's the reason why he's playing hardball here. And I fully fucking support it. Okay? It's brilliant. It's tactical. It makes me reconsider my initial scrutiny and skepticism. Okay, I'm glad that he's actually taking the lead here and he's actually applying the public pressure in the ways that he's doing. I fully support this move.
Don't get mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm excited about it.
I'm just asking you
because I want you to pay, not me.
I'm asking you: is there really proof of the brain drain that you say,
it's
the money
called
drain.
England in the late 60s.
Okay.
It's called
So then
France.
You had to let the man cook. Sorry, guys. I'm going to be a fucking doubter when it's necessary, okay? I'm not going to sit there and be a regime loyalist and praise dear leader. If he does something that I am skeptical of, I have to tell you the truth, even if I personally like the guy, okay? I personally like this guy. You know this. It's not a fucking secret, okay? And I am fairly considerate and very open about my thought process with politicians that are closest to me ideologically, politicians that I talk to in person. I'm still going to tell you what my criticisms are when they arise. I have to call balls and strikes, okay? I promise you that I'm never going to be a person that is a regime loyalist unless that regime is doing things that require this loyalty, okay? That's it. That's the difference between someone like myself and someone like MSNBC or someone like Fox News. Everyone has a role to play here. But even when it comes to someone who is objectively the closest politician that I have ever seen, at least with his representation of his own personal ideology, with what he's done, both in the past and what he says he was going to do, I am still going to be critical. That I promise to you. No matter what happens, I am accountable to no one but you guys, okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Does this put his prior moves into a new perspective or as well, or strictly his endorsement with Kathy? A little bit, yes. This was a really good move, okay? I think this was a really smart move. I really liked it. I think this applies pressure, as obvious pressure as you possibly could apply to Kathy Hochul. Of course, City Council Speaker Julie Menin won't consider Mamdani's proposal to raise property taxes if Hochul refuses to tax the rich. Instead, she went on a conservative radio show to say the city needs to spend less on retirees' health care benefits. That is a fucking non-starter, okay? That is obviously a fucking non-starter, and she is going to get fucking destroyed because especially at the city level, a city council speaker has a level of accountability to their constituents that the governor doesn't, right? Like, it's much harder to apply pressure to the governor's office than it is to the city council speaker, okay? That's a easier hurdle to clear for Zoran Mamdani. That's it. So when she stands at odds with the needs of some of the most important constituents from especially an election perspective, it's going to be much easier to turn the fucking pressure on someone like her. Because remember, this is the New York Democrats rat fucking Zoran by appointing Julie Menin to the speaker's position. This is where politics gets ruthless. It's where politics gets conniving. This is where politics gets annoying and boring for most people. Obviously, we pay close attention to it because of the ideological nature of Zoran Mamdani, what he represents as a movement. So it's good to keep a close eye on this stuff, especially when the local papers are actively misrepresenting what Zoran Mamdani is advocating for. He's going to need allies on his side in the media side of things. Okay? New York Post straight up came out and was like, Zoran wants to do property taxes. He fucking sucks. He fucking sucks. They did not actually cover transparently what he was doing. So someone's got to do it. So it's up to people like ourselves to correct the record.
Why are there more multimillionaires in New York now than the last time they raised taxes?
But listen, I don't think they're paying their fair share.
I have lived
They're
in
not
South
paying their fair
Florida for 46 years. And there is no doubt that we are seeing an exodus of very, very wealthy people, billionaires, from California and from New York into South Florida. In Florida, there are no state taxes. Every day I open up the news and there's a new real estate record that has been broken in home sales because Larry Page is moving down and he just bought a place for $100 and some million. Zuckerberg's moving down. So the bottom line is this. When you put a hike...
The real people, the only people that matter, people who purchase hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate. Yeah, the whole point of class warfare and what Zoran Mamdani and many others in the Democratic Party are representing now is to stop the fucking bleeding for the working class. Who gives a fuck about Larry Page? Larry Page can suck my dick. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, she's saying the quiet part out loud. Anna Navarro is literally like, oh, isn't it wonderful that Florida is now a fucking safe haven for Jeffrey Epstein affiliates? As though it wasn't in the past. I mean, obviously, that's why his base of operation was there to begin with. Fuck those people. What the fuck do you mean?
On taxes on just the very wealthy. You run the risk of those very wealthy not paying it because they will find a way to have a loophole and to skirt.
Oh, okay. So they're always going to fucking skirt the system. So we mustn't even try to tax them. Again, this kind of defeatist mentality in the past could have been packaged as someone who is leading through fear, right? Someone who is actually fearful. I think we all know now, especially with the opportunity that people like Zoran present, that this isn't leading through fear. Okay, this isn't like a reactionary perspective that revolves around being fearful that like the super wealthy are keeping the economy hostage. This is by design. You're not being pragmatic at all. You're actually dick riding billionaires into fucking oblivion. You only serve their interests. That is the position that you play on this panel. Look at Abby's face. That's it. It's very obvious. I mean, and of course, Kevin O'Leary is already a super wealthy person regardless. But Anna Navarro is playing this role of like, no, you don't understand. You have to listen to me. I'm a former Republican.
Those taxes, even if it means moving to Indian Creek and, living in billionaires' bunker. They can afford to do so. The people, the people who have to live in New York to work may not be able to afford to do that. But if you've got your private plane and you've got the ability to move,
Anna, we're talking about people who make more than $1 million a year. It's not exactly, I mean, maybe in New York it's
Is that
middle
what he's
class.
going to tax people?
In California,
it's billionaires.
That's what the
So
proposal.
here
The proposal is people who make more than $1 million a year. It's a very specific group of people. And I'm just asking, realistically, are we really going to see what you're claiming we're going to see? And yeah, there are
we're seeing it.
Tons of wealthy people moving from California, from all over.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Wealthy people are not going to escape New York. You want to know why? Because they're in New York to begin with. Okay? New York already has a higher tax burden on wealthy people. It's that simple. So why are they in fucking New York? Why are they not in Florida already? It's bullshit. Wealth flight is a lie that the wealthy people constantly present. It is bullshit. Here's a Forbes writer on the capital flight myth. Billionaire flight is rare, exaggerated, and often confused with paper avoidance or account maneuvering, not physical relocation. California's proposed billionaire wealth tax act could raise $100 billion, even after accounting for avoidance. Good tax design beats fear-based forecasting every time. The wealth flight narrative survives because it sounds intuitive, not because it's true. The research actually shows, 1, wealth tax moves paper. The dominant response is accounting maneuvering. 2, the wealthy are less mobile than publicly suggested. And 3, revenue gained exceeds revenue lost from those who leave. The real risk to wealth tax revenue isn't migration, it's design. California has no estate or inheritance tax, allowing vast fortunes to escape taxation, state taxation for decades. When policymakers mistake avoidance for exit, they misdesign taxes and leave billions on the table. Wealth flight is just a threat. It's a threat that is unrealized. It is completely fucking made up. And there are also additional safeguards against this kind of maneuvering anyway. Slap a fucking fat exit tax and watch the billionaires stay in the state. Okay? We have to start calling these guys bluffs out, because the reality of the matter is you can extend this argument all the time to taxing the wealthy, which is one of the most popular fucking positions in the United States of America. It transcends political boundaries. It transcends politics. It transcends the political duopoly. There is a consensus amongst the base. They want the super wealthy to pay their fair share in taxes. Okay? It's bullshit. We should tax you too? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you should tax me. Bitch, I pay the fucking highest percentage in taxes in the goddamn country. My income is pure income coming from you, the viewers, in the form of a fucking 1099. You understand that? So I'm already getting pure income and I'm paying all of it back. I pay a higher share. I pay the highest share in taxes in the United States of America, far higher of a real effective tax rate than the average billionaire or the average millionaire pays because of the way that my income works. Okay? If the average billionaire or the average millionaire, the average small business owner, average big business owner actually paid my percentage of taxes, the American tax coffers would be fucking filled to the goddamn brim. Okay? I pay the same real percentage taxes at the end of the fucking year that the average worker does. Okay? It's unheard of for someone in my position. It's unheard of for someone at my fucking tax bracket. Most people look at me like I'm a psycho for that reason. Not only do I live in the state of California, I live in Los Angeles, and on top of that, I don't actually fucking shelter my assets or fucking dump it into the stock market or anything like that. It's just pure income. And it's ironic because you're saying this to defend fucking billionaires. It's so stupid. And I still say, yeah, there's more room to grow in terms of taxing someone like myself. What percentage? I don't know what the real percentage is, but it's something over. It's literally fucking. It comes down to almost like 50%. Kaya, watch out, baby. You got closer. It's over 50%. Dog, the way this should be framed is this: Trump has the balls not only to tax the entire country with tariffs, but brag about it daily. With that as the baseline, we should be able to sell taxing the rich. Am I going crazy? Yeah. Anyway, the worst problem is, at least from where I'm standing, I don't mind paying these taxes. Because at least some of that still goes back to the teachers, some of that goes back to the roads, some of that goes back to the infrastructure. I want all of it to go back to the state of California, to helping these groups. I want all of it to go to initiatives that help the working class and not to like Israel or the military industrial complex or to major businesses that get these tax breaks that basically are subsidies at the end of the day. There's no reason for fucking Palantir to avoid taxes every goddamn year, okay? It's ridiculous. It's bullshit. Yeah, I pay you know what's shocking? When I talk about this stuff with my French friends, for example, they're shocked. There is this false notion, there's this false understanding that in the United States of America, the effective tax rate at the end of the year is actually super low. That's not real. That's not the case at all. For someone like myself living in California, I pay a higher effective tax rate than the average wealthy French person does. They're shocked by it. And the reason why they're shocked by it is because of, one, the false notion that, America is a tax shelter. Obviously, it could be a tax shelter if I don't know, incorporated in fucking Delaware or some shit, right? But the other reason why they're shocked by it, because there are plenty of tax loopholes that I could take advantage of, especially at my current level of wealth. I simply do not do that. But the other reason why they're shocked by it is because there's nothing that we get in return for those taxes. There is a tremendous amount of homeless people in the streets. The infrastructure is dog shit. There's no adequate public transit. There's no health care. Education is underwater. There's nothing to show for. That's the reason why they're shocked by it. They can't comprehend it. They're like, what the fuck are you paying taxes for? And that's a very real question that a lot of people have, because the American tax policy creates instability. It goes against social cohesion. We don't have the mentality of the super wealthy giving back in exchange for the wealth that they've accrued off the backs of the American working class, partially because everyone has the understanding that, oh, yeah, you're paying these taxes, and then where's it going? To build a fucking stadium. You're just basically subsidizing the super, super wealthy. Why the fuck should I pay taxes? Of course I'm going to cheat. Of course I'm going to do everything in my power to fucking engage in tax avoidance. Ask the average European, middle wealth guy, right? The average European millionaire, why they pay the taxes that they do, and there is infinitely more social cohesion. Not to say that these are good guys in general. They're still fucking capital owners. But the reality of the matter is they have this understanding that the taxes are going to use, like to good use. There are plenty of people who are higher earners on average, part of the professional managerial class, part of the, small business contingency that somewhat recognize, at least even after 2 decades of austerity in European capitals, that like the money is still going back to good programs, to things that help boost the prosperity of the people. That's where that real cohesion comes from. Republicans are too stupid and too racist to recognize it. They think, oh, it's because these guys are homogenous societies. No, it's because there is a mutual understanding, at least for the time being, that the government is supposed to work for the interests of the common good. Okay? That's changing, especially with decades and decades of austerity and more opportunities for the private enterprise to come in and take advantage of this, take advantage of the shittier government services to say, oh, we can provide a better service and then, make money that way. But that real cohesion comes from an established understanding that at least at a base level, okay, there is a mutual understanding that the government is supposed to work at the behest of the common good, for prosperity for all. Okay, what is this? Ronaldo got you wiped down? What does that mean? What is he wiping down? I don't even know what that means. Yes, rich people benefit from roads and education. Educated workers they use that have to live and drive to their workplaces to make them profits. Exactly. Rich people and small businesses benefit from having social safety nets so they don't have to fucking pay for it themselves. Okay? That's how this stuff works. Anyway, but yeah, we're now at a position where Zoran is forcing the hand of Kathy Hochul or possibly Menin to do the right thing.
For the country to Florida.
But it's not the person making, the person making $1 million a year, which in New York is not as much as it sounds in other places.
So
it's the person making $50 million a year.
Exactly.
That's moving.
Exactly. So people making $50 million a year are moving, but many other people who are making much less than that, but still much more than middle class people, are probably not moving.
I feel like husbands and wives, school teacher, nurse, they're moving to South Carolina and North Carolina. They're trying to get away from the overburdensome tax code in New York. And when you see Mamdani,
they're not getting away from the overburdensome tax code, dumbass. They're getting away because New York is fucking unaffordable, which is precisely why Zoran won, because he literally openly called it out. It's crazy to look at the symptom of a problem and demand more of that same. It's crazy to look at the symptom of a problem and then demand more of the problem that caused it, okay? This is how reactionaries always fucking operate. Also, this guy's name is John Tobacco. This is a ridiculous person. I mean, I'm sorry. He looks ridiculous. He sounds fucking ridiculous. This is like if I were to present a guy named John Tobacco wearing like a Joker villain style outfit over here, who's the city comptroller, who's going to save the interests of the wealthy, you'd be like, come on, dude. Like, really? We're doing fucking afraidophobia this hard, this early? Like, can you be serious for a moment? You'd be telling me I'm out of my mind. Meanwhile, this cartoon character is a real person, apparently. Hey, I'm Big Tobacco. I'm John Tobacco. Hey, how you doing? Fuck you, all right? I'm going to work my ass off to make sure with my spray painted on hair that I'm going to be saving the interests of the wealthy over here. Fuck you. The wealthy, they're being taxed far too much. We got to put an end to that over here. Get the fuck out of here. How you doing? Fuck you. I'm John Tobacco.
News break to everyone here. Mamdani cannot raise taxes, okay? And Kathy Hochul is up for re-election this year. So there's no possible way that she will allow him to raise taxes this year because
What are you fucking doing? Busting my fucking balls over here. How you doing? Fuck you. Mamdani can't fucking raise the fucking taxes.
He won't get re-elected, so.
Yeah, founder of a crypto business too. Fucking awesome.
A lot of this is kind of smoke and mirrors, and it shouldn't come as no surprise to anyone that he wants to take from the rich and give to the poor. He said in his campaign, white people have been controlling the levers of capitalism for too long, and we need to transfer that to brown people. He said those words.
He can't raise.
Can't do anything.
He can't raise income tax, but he can raise property tax in the municipality of New York.
Yeah, he does. He does have that fucking power. He's not gonna do it though. How dare you? How dare you fucking suggest raising the property fucking taxes? What kind of gabagool bullshit is this? Hey, I'm talking here. Get the fuck out of here, Anna Navarro. Oh my God. If he fucking does that, I'm gonna huff and I'm gonna puff. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Albany.
Do that by executive order.
But hold on, to be clear, he explicitly said he's asking Albany to raise taxes on people making over $1 million.
I think that's what he's doing. But to his point earlier, he's swinging for the fences. I don't think anybody is. Well, yes, it is surprising to actually hear him say it, but this is what he ran on. He talked about what he was going to do. I feel like, why not? Why not? Because he's doing exactly what this president is doing. He's leading, and he's doing it by any means necessary. Whatever he says, he's leading with this boldness. Like, I'll try this. Let's see what happens. I mean, like, why the hell not? Let me just throw it right here and see what happens.
This is interesting.
I think it's really clear that he doesn't want to raise property taxes. He wants to do everything he can to make sure he doesn't want to. He wants to increase taxes on the richest people and the biggest corporations, but he needs Albany to do that. He needs the governor to do that. And like you said, she's not going to do that in election year. So I think that's pretty valid.
Right.
But I think this idea that people are all going to flee New York.
They are.
Well, here's the thing. My guess is the people buying houses in Millionaire Row in Florida are not also giving up their apartments in New York. They're just changing where they live.
They're keeping track of their days.
What Anna does.
They're keeping track of their days, and they are making sure that they are not here more than 180 days.
We're making a little loophole for the very, very richest to say I live in a different state, but then they're going to come back to New York because New York is still New York.
And it's not a crisis.
Ban the rich from New York. I love it.
But hold on.
Not 183 days, no days in New York, no wealthy people in New York. I love this.
But what John made a very important point. Zohran Mamdani ran on this, okay?
I love it.
He ran on it. The people voted him in. He beat out all the other Democratic candidates. He threw Kathy Hochul, who you're claiming won't back this, a lifeline by supporting her in her primary. I think it feels like you guys have the politics of this backwards.
Oh, really?
Okay? She is the one who
They're working
needs
together
him.
too, I think.
So the unknown assemblyman threw the lifeline to the incumbent governor, is what you're saying. He threw her the lifeline.
I don't know if you know this, John Tobacco, but Zohran Mamdani, as it stands, is the most popular politician in the United States of America, and is not even a nationally renowned politician now, but an internationally known one. So, sucks to suck, but cat's out of the fucking bag over here. Yeah! Kathy Hochul needs Zohran Mamdani for her political career more than vice versa, more than the reversal of that position now. Okay?
He is
She backed him,
all
and he
the
didn't
New
even
York
get
of all the New York politicians.
He didn't even get more than half
of all the New York
Yorkers.
politicians, he's the most popular.
Correct.
That's right.
He is the most popular.
So
I know that it's not an easy thing to understand, but I think Mamdani has shifted the politics in the city, and I think it's a real question that if the voters who voted him in to raise taxes on rich people don't want him to actually do that.
But what happens if he doesn't deliver? By chance, maybe he doesn't deliver. I still can't get on a free bus yet, and I'm pissed. My hotel still costs me money in New York.
Are you getting on the bus? Are you getting on the bus? Are you legitimately getting on a bus?
$5 for coffee. I'll get on a bus if it's free.
So the bus is free. You yourself will get on the bus.
My hotel,
is that what you're saying?
I want a free hotel. I want a free bus.
It'll be
2% more.
I want stuff from him.
Guys,
I want it.
All right.
That's not true.
I want my
All right. You gotta go.
This is not all about you. The catch-20.
Why does Zohran Mamdani not make the buses fast and free in the first day in office?
Here in New York is that there's a balanced budget law, right? Yeah. And so they can't be like the federal government and spend more than what they have.
All right, don't respond, Kevin. We have to go.
Did he promise
we gotta go, my friends.
nothing, chicks for free? Yes or no?
Chicks for free?
Money for nothing, chicks for free, and we didn't get either of them.
Kevin, listen.
I'm upset.
That free bus is going to cost you 2% more on your upper tax bracket.
Where's my money?
Next for us.
You're a Canadian who lives in Florida. What the hell are you upset about?
Next for us.
That was incredibly shocking, at least on Abby Phillips's performance. Wokey's low-key back. Like, Abby Phillips was cooking on that. I was not expecting the CNN host to be cooking so goddamn hard on that. Respect.
Sanders, can you comment on that primary which is coming up?
I strongly support the Congresswoman, as is the case with the Congressional Black Caucus and many of her colleagues that have served with Val for the last several years. She's a tremendous member of Congress, very thoughtful, very studious, very serious, and very forceful in advocating on behalf of her constituents and pushing back against Donald Trump's extremism. For us in the House, primaries are a way of life. That's just the reality. You know, the framers decided that the House would be the institution that is closest to the American people, to reflect the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, the fears, the concerns, the anxieties, the life experiences, and in the words of the framers, the passions of the people. And one of the ways in which they effectuated that dynamic is to give the House a 2-year term. And so every 2 years, we have to go back to the people to make an argument to persuade them to renew our 2-year employment contract. That's just a way of life. It must be nice to have a 6-year term, but we don't have that luxury. And so that's going to mean in many districts across the country that there will be active primaries. And we embrace that as a reality of what the House is supposed to represent. But at the same period of time, I stand behind every single one of my Democratic colleagues, from the most progressive, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, to the more centrist ones like Tom Suozzi, and everybody in between. I stand behind all of them. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that they're all reelected.
New York City is trying to fix a massive budget shortage.
Who would you be your ideal replacement for Jeffries as Speaker? I mean, I don't know. I think Ro Khanna could be interesting. John Fetterman. It was Chi. Guys, I don't think you understand. When you take out, like if Chi Ose was still running against Hakeem Jeffries, and let's say in the long shot that he wins, he doesn't automatically become the speaker. Like that's not how that, that's not how that works, right?
Shortfall.
And Mayor Mamdani says if the state doesn't tax the rich more, property taxes will have to go up to fill the gap. Aziza Schuler joins us live from the studio with more on the potential impact to people. Aziza.
Good morning. So with the city staring down a $7 billion budget gap, someone will have to shoulder the cost. Mayor Mamdani says it should be the wealthy. Governor Hochul opposes raising taxes. And many New Yorkers say they don't want to carry the burden at all. Mayor Mamdani's first and preferred strategy to close the $7 billion budget deficit is a 2% income tax hike on roughly 33,000 New Yorkers earning more than $1 million a year, along with higher corporate taxes. It's a plan Governor Hochul has firmly rejected as she heads into a re-election campaign. So that leaves option 2, raising property taxes on everyone, homeowners, building owners, and corporations that own property here. And Governor Hochul is also against that.
This is not a conversation on the basis of ideology. This is a conversation about a fiscal crisis. And when faced with this crisis, the question is who should pay these taxes? I believe that it should be the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations.
New Yorkers are stuck in the middle of this battle of the taxes.
Everything has increased. Groceries, gas, just the day-to-day expenses. We don't want to take that burden. Give it to somebody else. Give it to the billionaires that you promised.
It sounds like there might be a lot of steps before it gets to that.
Jared Walzak, a senior fellow at the Tax Foundation, a nonprofit, says bumping up property taxes would lead to rent increases, make New York City less desirable, and go against the national trend.
What I will say beyond this is that across the country, most cities, most states are reducing property tax rates, not raising them.
Mamdani says closing the city's budget gap will take discipline, and he's now placing chief savings officers in every agency to cut waste and boost efficiency. Now, it's important to remember that this is just the mayor's proposed spending plan. The actual budget won't be done until after the state budget is finalized this spring. Mary.
Mayor Mamdani's proposed budget has scared a lot of people. Homeowners, co-op and condo owners, building owners, anyone who could see their property tax bills go up if Albany doesn't find extra money to bail the city out of its fiscal crisis. Political reporter Marcia Kramer has the story.
Flushing, Queens is a neighborhood of homeowners who are proud of their leafy streets, tiny plots of land, and the ability to have a touch of suburbia. Many, like Paul Graziano, have lived in the neighborhood for decades, but now they're worried they could be forced out by Mayor Mamdani's threat of a huge property tax hike. He says of his neighbors,
I think they would freak out.
Paul is worried too.
Absolutely impinge everything. I mean,
it is, dude, local news is so fucking reactionary. Sometimes when I'm listening to local news, I'm like, is this the New York Post? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, explain why. Explain that he doesn't want to do that. this is another component of class warfare. The media is pliant, and its role is to preserve the interests of the wealthy. So, of course, they're doing this fucking insane propaganda to be like, Zoran wants to raise your property taxes. Is that what Zoran wants? Did he say that? Because I feel like he said the exact opposite. He said he doesn't want to raise the property taxes. Interesting.
I'm raising a 9-year-old kid, and everybody knows when you're raising kids, it's every dollar counts.
His taxes have already skyrocketed. When he bought this home in the neighborhood he grew up in, the taxes were $2,800. Now they're $11,000. Mamdani tax hike would mean another hike of over $1,000, and he's furious.
This is coming from someone who has never had to fight for anything in his life, who grew up in privilege and wealth. So, of course, raising property taxes on rich people, such as himself, isn't much of a burden.
But it's not just homeowners. Ann Korshak owns 2 small West Side buildings, which each have 10 apartments.
Bro, I swear to God. I swear, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Oh, obviously, you're rich, and I famously associate rich people with wanting to pay higher percentages of their income in taxes. First of all, he's not rich. And secondly, what rich person's like, I love paying higher percentages in tax? I'm like the only rich person I know, at least, that doesn't fucking mind it. This argument is awesome. Well, you don't have a 9-year-old kid? True. It's just funny. You're not rich enough. That's why you don't mind it? No, I'm probably wealthier than that guy. Let's be real. But it doesn't matter. Well, I do have a daughter. She's not 9 yet. She's a handful. Anyway, my point is, that's the worst person to fucking ask their take on. And it's also totally one-sided, a totally ridiculous approach to the issue. Because there's not one option here. Zoran didn't come out and was like, I love raising property taxes. I'm going to raise the property taxes. He said, I don't want to raise the property taxes, but that's the last option. Unless we raise the taxes for the super wealthy.
There's no restraint. They just come to us as if we're an ATM machine.
She says the Mamdani tax hike, if it comes to fruition, will affect her tenants too.
It's going to make it much harder for me to replace a boiler. Instead, I'm going to repair it. Patch a roof instead of replacing a roof. Those are the kinds of decisions you have to make when,
Oh, the poor landlords, man. Landlords, famous for wanting to repair things in a timely manner, are now going to be even worse than they were before, it seems. Very interesting stuff.
40% of your rent roll is going to the city in property taxes.
The mayor says raising property taxes is not his first choice. He wants more money from Albany, but
this is a budget that reflects the only tools that the city has at its disposal. When we are speaking about property taxes, that is a tool of very last resort.
So a tool of very last resort, he just said there, Marcia. Then why is he doing it?
If you ask me, he's trying to raise an army. Remember that army of volunteers that help him get elected? Well, he wants an army of people that are going to call their elected officials and scream bloody murder, don't raise my taxes.
Well, at this news conference that you attended, you did ask the mayor if he would really do this, if he would really raise property taxes. Tell everyone what he said, but
well,
also,
he actually dodged that question. But the truth of the matter is that a lot can happen. This is a preliminary spending plan. The budget happens around May, depending on what happens in Albany. And a lot can happen. Revenues could go up. The state could decide to give more money. He could find waste in government agencies. The real question is this. It's an election year. Is the governor going to raise taxes? Is the legislature going to raise taxes when they have to face the voters in November?
All right.
Good question.
Marcia Kramer, keep us posted. Thank you.
On the 13th of January, President Trump said to the opposition in Iran,
It's an election year. So, of course, Kathy Hochul can't be seen doing the bidding of the overwhelming majority of American voters in the state of New York. I'm sure someone has the numbers. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but judging by national trends, I suspect that taxing the billionaires and the millionaires is an unfathomably popular position. I feel like if we had, a democratic process, a governor that's up for re-election would be excited at the prospect of doing that. It almost feels like we don't have a democratic process. I don't know. Anyway, let's get to The United States striking Iran at the behest of Israel now.
Hold on, help is coming. We all wondered what he meant. Then on the 22nd of January, he said there's a massive armada off the coast of Iran. Well, it wasn't so much an armada, but it was the carrier strike group based on the Abraham Lincoln. And that's a pretty powerful carrier strike group, and that's been there since more or less the end of January. But now there really is something to talk about, which is that the Gerald Ford, another carrier strike group, is just sitting off Gibraltar. It's there at the moment. It will probably go through the Strait of Gibraltar tonight. And if it chooses, it could be off the coast in the Eastern Mediterranean within about 4 days. So by the weekend, it's possible that the United States will have 3 really important elements in place for some sort of military action. The first element, of course, is the naval buildup. So there might be 2 carrier battle groups, one in the Arabian Sea, one in the Eastern Mediterranean. There will be at least 11 air defense destroyers. There are 3 littoral combat ships. There are at least 2, maybe even 3 attack submarines loaded with Tomahawk missiles. So that's one element. A second element is that we've seen lots of C-17s and C-5s, the big heavy lifters, the Globemasters and the Galaxies, all over the region in the last 10 days, bringing air defense assets to American bases all over the region. So quite likely what the Americans have been doing is strengthening.
I like that we just talked about taxation for like the last hour or so, just so you can see where the tax dollars are going, by the way. Like, I'm glad that I spent the last hour talking about, like, you know, percentages of taxes paid, only for us to now show you exactly where it's fucking going. Because if you thought that it was going to the teachers, you're wrong. If you thought that it was going to fixing the infrastructure, you're wrong. It's going to corporate subsidies, and it's going to this. Military machines moving in the direction of Iran at the behest of a foreign nation state, Israel. Isn't that wonderful?
The air defense at all of their facilities in case of Iranian retaliation once an attack begins. And the third element is that data and forensics have been looking at the movement of American aircraft in recent days. And the thing that's most interesting about this, they've got lots of fighters in place. But if we look at some of the maps that we have been able to create, then we can see that
Yeah, you're obsessed with Israel. It's always so funny that, like, that's the number one thing that people try to say. Hasan, you're so Israel obsessed. Motherfucker, you know who's Israel obsessed? The American politicians, the American political class. They love Israel. They care about Israel more than they care about you. Some are even more honest than others, like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham goes to Israel twice a month now. Okay? Leftists are Fs. What does that mean? Fanatics? According to Jennifer Jacobs from CBS News, Scoop from CBS News, top national security officials have told Trump the military is ready for leftists are what? Is that what you mean? Top national security officials have told Trump the military is ready for potential strikes on Iran as soon as this weekend, but the timeline for any action is likely to extend beyond Saturday or Sunday, sources say. Trump has not yet made a final decision. Over the next 3 days, Pentagon is moving some personnel out of the Middle East region, primarily to Europe or back to U.S., ahead of potential action or counterattacks by Iran. It's standard practice for the Pentagon to shift assets and troops ahead of potential military activity and doesn't necessarily signal an attack on Iran is imminent, one of the sources said. Contacted by CBS News on Wednesday afternoon, a Pentagon spokesperson said they had no information to provide. This is by Jennifer Jacobs and Jim Laporta. Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to visit Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in about 2 weeks for further discussions, according to one of the sources. A source told Dropsite Trump was intent on striking Iran in January, but was not satisfied with the options. The new diplomatic talks gave Pentagon the time to dispatch more firepower to the region. Sources says there's 80 to 90% likelihood U.S. strikes within weeks. Yeah. By Trump was not satisfied with the options, he means Trump was scared that little o Israel could get punished in the process a little too much. And because he cares about Israel more than he cares about the Americans, he shied away from it.
They've got lots of air-to-air tankers. And so here, on the 16th of February, we tracked 6 KC-135 air-to-air tankers from Mildenhall in the United Kingdom to a base in Greece.
It's so funny when people say, oh, dude, you're Israel obsessed. It's so fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm Israel obsessed. How about moving billions of dollars worth of assets, naval assets, into the fucking region to defend Israel so that we can strike a foreign adversary that we have declared a foreign adversary at the behest of Israel to attack them for Israel. I would love to live in a world where I don't think about Israel at all. Like where Israel to me is no different than, I don't know, Estonia or something, right? I would love to live in that world. I wish to live in that world. I wish to live in a world where I forgot the name of Israel. Do you understand what I'm saying? But unfortunately, I don't live in that world. I live in this one. And in this one, American politicians will literally sell their firstborn children if it means Israel gets to have an additional $1 billion in munitions. Okay? They don't give a fuck. They don't care about you. They don't care about your interest. They don't care about fixing the fucking potholes. They care about making sure that Israel gets more and more military funding, that Israel gets to have all of its wishes, all of its desires fulfilled. You really should cover Estonian politics, man? No, I'm not going to do that. Okay? I want to live in a world where I think about Israel as much as I think about Rhodesia. That would be a beautiful world to live in. But for the time being, as an American political commentator, I have to think about Israel all the time because seemingly that's the number one priority of our politicians.
They've got those in place. And then today, overnight, on the 18th, another 10 tankers came from the continental United States, stopped in the UK, presumably to refuel, and they've gone all the way to Greece and to Bulgaria at American bases there. So those tankers are really important because the tankers create this sense that the Americans have got plenty of bases in the Middle East, but if for political reasons they can't use them, they don't need them. Because they've got bases in Greece and Bulgaria, they could use Cyprus, Aquitanian Cyprus, and the tankers will give them the range that those fighters and bombers might need to attack Iran, if necessary. The final part of the jigsaw are the Sentry E-3 aircraft. Very easy to recognize. These are the AWACS, the Airborne Warning and Control Aircraft. 6 of them are now in the region. You can start a war with one of these because they actually see the whole battlefield. And so with E-3 Sentry aircraft, we know that the Americans by the weekend could operate a very, very large campaign if they choose to from the weekend. We'll find out next week.
Thank you, Michael. Garrett.
On Iran, I'm not asking you for like military secrets here, but can you share?
Know I would be.
Why is Israel so important? I'm genuinely asking. It's not Israel that's necessarily important. It's that Israel is our base of operations in the region. Israel is the destabilizing factor in this incredibly resource-rich region. Israel is love. Israel is life. Israel is my favorite nation on the planet. Israel is the only nation that matters. There's no other nation that matters when you think about Israel. When I think about Israel, my heart is filled with joy. I cannot comprehend a country that I would care about more than Israel. Am Israel Chai. It was promised to the people that lived there 3,000 years ago. You guys are all anti-Semitic for not even thinking this every morning. Every morning I wake up and I think, I do my 10 Am Israel Chais, and I think to myself, Denny Avdija is the best basketball player that's ever existed on God's green earth. Benjamin Netanyahu is handsome. And also, I care about Israel more than I care about my family members. And yeah, that's it. LeBron James is also, not as good as Denny Avdija, but good enough, especially as of late. Denny Avdija is definitely not a foul merchant. Nope, he does not draw out unnecessary fouls. The referees are not in the pocket of Mossad. Gal Gadot needs not an Oscar, all the Oscars. Israel, small nation. Israel punching above its weight class. Israel, only nation. I want to live in a world where there's no other countries, okay? One nation under God, more like one nation under the state of Israel. All nations under the state of Israel. It's Israel's world. We're just living in it. Is that good? Denny Avdija has had 5 MVPs stolen from him. Quentin Tarantino is the greatest director of all time. Well, I used to believe, not the greatest, but I used to really like Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, United Nations, more like United Nations of Israel. I condemn October 7 more than I've ever condemned anything. Someone could kill my immediate family members, and I would condemn Hamas harder than I condemn those people. Israel is love. Israel is life. Israel is the only light in my life. Dude, you're being so anti-Semitic by not giving Israel enough props right now. Kalel, no. Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian asset. Well, Russia's too Israel aligned as well. Jeffrey Epstein was a Chinese asset. Jeffrey Epstein was a Hamas asset and Iranian. Certainly not an Israeli asset at all. Certainly not. Actually, Ehud Barak was a white hat pedophile hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein to uncover the deep entanglements that Jeffrey Epstein, the asset of Iran, was doing. Is that good? Maybe Ethan Klein will be off my ass now that I've said the truth. The only truth that should have ever been spoken. Is that good? Sex Pestiny, all of the numerous pedophilic lolicon enjoying Israeli content creators such as Nuxtaku. Perhaps now they can stop coming after me and focus on what they care about, which is, I don't know, reviewing drawn child pornography. I think you nailed the social interaction. Thank you. Last year, Trump said Iran's nuclear program was totally obliterated, and now his advisor tells Axios, I think there's a 90% chance we see kinetic action in the next few weeks. Do we need Israel as much now that we have Venezuelan oil? Neekskit, how dare you? I will fucking... Neekskit, I will literally laser you off of out of existence. Do you understand? Neekskit, place. How dare you? How dare you ask, do we even need Israel as much now that we have Venezuelan oil? How fucking dare you? Your time is coming, okay? For saying such anti-Semitic things, for thinking such anti-Semitic thoughts. Are you telling me that Israel is not tiny nation? Best nation on the planet? Is that what you're telling me right now? Bruh. You better take that back right now. Say Israel is better than America right now. Say it right now. I'm gay and Lebanese. Do we actually convert this motherfucker? No, it's because he's a bot and he's a contrarian. Now that I said what I said about Israel, he had to fucking hit me with a contrarian position. That's it. Lucky for us,
legalize comedy
is here. That's right. We're legalizing comedy. So, yeah, we need a no politic here. We need a no politic here take.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
Hasan every 5 seconds is taking me out. I'm glad it makes him happy, at least Lamau. Thank you. This Charisma Soak and Jasmine Crockett are currently in races at the bottom in their races. Oh, yeah, this one's awesome. Tel Aviv 24 throwing out Hasbara already. We've received information from sources in Iran that the Islamic Republic regime stored military ammunition inside Imam Khomeini Hospital in Urmia yesterday. The regime plans to use the ammunition against anti-regime protests in case new protests erupt in the city. It's pretty fucking crazy and pretty disgusting that looking at like how America has operated thus far, you could just get this as like a target. Like we know that they're looking at Twitter. They could just as easily bomb that hospital now. You forget the Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, update your list of priorities. I don't think about him at all because I think personally he doesn't actually dick ride Israel as hard as he should be. Like I know you'll say, oh, he brings up Israel all the time. It's not nearly enough. Actually, he should, if he was a real one, he would say, as the monarch, I will make Iran a province of the greater Israeli project. Like that's what he should be saying, and it's really fucked up that the Shah of Bethesda is not, is capable of speaking and worse, thinking such unspeakable anti-Semitic thoughts. Yeah, it's not sufficient. Islamic Republic of Iran, more like Israeli Republic of Iran. Reza Pahlavi. Did I miss it, Bernie? No. We can start posting that there are mass destruction weapons on the White House to distract the AI and Palantir. I don't want to do any more nation building, Hasan. That's insanely anti-Semitic. Dude, there are so many fucking anti-Semites in this chat today. What is happening, dude? What the fuck is going on? I say place to all of you, okay? Seriously. We have to do more nation building. We need to do more nation building. The more we build the nations, the better. Moin Rabbani takes a piece from this notice article from John B. Judas, the coming conservative turn against Israel much deeper than you realize. Israel has reason to be concerned. It has already lost a generation of young Democrats, and now the same thing is happening among young Republicans. Without popular support, Israel and those Americans who favor its policies will have to rely on the clout of groups like AIPAC and the Anti-Defamation League, as well as super wealthy pro-Israel Jews such as Bill Ackman also known as Bill A. Packman, Miriam Adelson, and Larry Ellison. Trump's own support for Israeli aims seems to have been heavily influenced by pro-Israel donors and by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, whose family foundation has donated to West Bank settlements. That situation is probably not sustainable, and it could have a very bad side effects. Yeah, it won't, because democracy is a fucking lie. And if 99.9% of the population was against Israel, the American government would still behave in the exact same ways that it does. Okay? It's that fucking simple. I'm not even exaggerating, dude. It's upon us to make it as hard to contend with as possible. We have to keep protesting. We have to keep paying attention to what this government is doing. We have to tie it back to domestic policies if necessary. But these guys, if there wasn't, I mean, even with protest, they don't give a shit. Okay? Even with protest, they clearly do not give a shit. Kaya, you are bad. No, that food is not for you. That's human food. Get out of there. Bernie is about to have PTSD on stream.
Unless you want to give them. Can you share a little bit about the president's thinking on whether or not to strike Iran, who he's talking to, what information he's consuming, and why a strike might be necessary on a nuclear program he says was obliterated by the last U.S. strike?
Well, there's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The president had a very successful operation as commander-in-chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, as you know, as you just said, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people. Of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people. And that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
Rubbish on the streets, bikes to get around, power only by torchlight. This, the state of Cuba, desperately running out of oil supplies because it's reliant on Venezuela for fuel, and the US blocking imports of oil from there threatens to grind this island to a halt. The problem is everywhere to be seen in Havana, and this now a threat to public health. No fuel to power the rubbish trucks. Now,
more American evil again. For years and years, Republicans used to say, Hasan, all you say is America bad, America evil. Why don't you get the fuck out of here if you hate it so much? And I tried to explain to them that the reason why I criticize America is because I love the promise of America, and I believe that America could do much better for both its citizens and for citizens everywhere around the world. Nowadays, liberals also fucking say the same shit. Liberals also say, Hasan, all you say is America bad, America evil, America bad, America evil. Except nowadays, that reality is impossible to avoid. How can you call a nation state that has all of the power, the hegemonic superpower of the planet, doing this to a nation much smaller, much tinier in its that unfortunately has the proximity of a couple hundred miles? How can you call a country that does this to a much smaller nation, starving its population, killing its population deliberately, anything but evil? This is siege warfare, okay? That's what it is. They say you support China because you didn't criticize the Uyghur suppression. That's really interesting that they say that, because that video is literally a video where I am doing just that, for the record. You need to actually watch the video. I've seen the video circulating. You just read the description. You didn't watch the fucking video. It's incredibly stupid. Exactly. I know that, but the Twitter posts have so many likes. What are you supposed to do? What can you do if people are fucking too stupid and too lazy to even listen to the words that are coming out of the video that they're using? What is this?
I find it quite silly to me that you're with the #1 looks maxer, and instead of asking how you could ascend so that, you know, your wife wouldn't tweet out captions like, when my husband's away, Mr. Sud comes out to play, maybe if you asked me how to ascend, then that would stop happening to you. You know what I mean?
No.
Bruh.
That motherfucker is watching, bro.
Oh, it's serious, critical, very critical. It's prone to causing diseases, which are caused by garbage. Please do something about this.
And no fuel for homes, schools, hospitals, causing blackouts for much of the day. Cuba's iconic 1950s cars replaced.
I was thinking about this. Clavicular is me if I actually hyperfixated on, you know, bone mashing and looks maxing instead of like building socialism. So not like me at all, but the hyperfixation is there. The constant streaming is there. I just choose to use my autism for good. He uses his autism for evil and vain and shallow reasons. New thought just dropped. Yeah. One key difference, his father hates him, that too. But his father might love him if he also worked to build socialism instead of this. Your take on Gavin Newsom got
But
debunked?
why wouldn't you want to vote for Gavin Newsom? Why wouldn't I vote for Gavin Newsom? But why wouldn't you want to vote for Gavin
That's
Newsom?
so good. That's so good. Holy shit. Dude, Clavicular got him. Oh yeah, I saw this. Clavicular's PR team mogged the shit out of Will Gottsegen, staff writer for The Atlantic. Absolute mogging. I know this is a leftist meme because I had to read an uncomfortable amount. Oh man, are you uncomfortable reading 3 letters, dude? Come on.
By these electric bikes, the only way to get around in a country being choked off from its supplies. Life in Cuba has become almost unrecognizable for the Caribbean island, which usually attracts millions of tourists a year.
I used to be a driver. I used to drive in El Medron, and I worked every day, but because of the gasoline and oil situation, we've had to take this alternative, find a tricycle to keep moving the population. There's no other way.
Cuba's communist ideology has put it at odds with the world's biggest superpower for years. It's now stuck between accepting...
That's one way to approach it. Put it at odds. More like Cuba's communist revolution is the reason why the largest superpower on the planet has actively punished it, choosing to starve its population, trying to kill its leaders since the beginning of the successful revolution.
White House demands, or facing a crisis that could snowball into catastrophe for citizens. Trump says it needs to make a deal or face the consequences, seeing a potential chance for a Cuban government to fall.
Cuba is right now a failed nation, and they don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. I have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now. And they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat.
Yeah, caused by you, motherfucker.
America is a region split at the moment, traditional alliances bending under the pressure of US involvement. These were much needed supplies from Mexico being shipped in last week. But its government now halting shipments after the US threatened tariffs against countries that send supplies to Cuba. But not everyone there agrees with the Sheinbaum administration, with demos against what some Mexicans say is economic suffocation for Cubans, and Chile's far-right president-elect saying it won't be lending Cuba a hand either.
I do not agree with giving direct economic aid to a government that has imposed a dictatorship for more than 60 years and has left the Cuban people in a very deprived, inhumane situation.
Russian tourists at the airport in Havana being repatriated, but while an inconvenience for its holidaymakers, this is potentially an opportunity for Russia itself, because Cuba now needs oil, and badly. Russia could be the one to provide it. With the US-Cuba relationship strained for decades, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the son of Cuban immigrants, is seen to be ramping that up further, accused of a personal agenda or even a lifelong dream to exact regime change. Rubio, for his part, defending the aggressive stance to Bloomberg.
God, we deserve so much worse than we get. It is crazy. There is truly no God. There is truly no karmic justice. It is unfucking bearable. Unfucking bearable. Do you think this is the cost to be paid for Fidel Maga in America for so long? Yeah, we should actually talk about how much Fidel and Che mogged and the ramifications of said mogging. Because, like, look at this ugly ass son of a bitch, okay, with his big old ears, Dumbo looking ass motherfucker, okay? Obviously, he still feels some type of way because of the amount of mogging that him and his fucking parents had to withstand, you know? That's the real reason. Stop, he can hear you. That's why I'm saying it. I want him to hear me with his big old Dumbo ears. Who is Cuban, by the way? Yeah. Narco Rubio literally comes from a family of fucking drug traffickers, okay? That's what's so crazy about it. Like, this motherfucker, his stepbrother was straight up a cocaine dealer, okay? And he's out here being like, oh, we got to take out Venezuela because of the drugs that they're dealing. Like, bitch, take yourself out. God damn. I hate this person so much. I hate him so much. I mean, I obviously hate Donald Trump too. I hate all of them. Yeah, his uncle went to prison for like 30 years. Like, it's not even, not his stepbrother. Sorry, his brother-in-law. His whole family, his whole entire lineage are fucking drug dealers, dude. He is in some ways, unironically, exactly what conservatives claim is happening in the country. And yet they love him, right? Latino immigrant, coming from a Latino immigrant family that literally is like directly related to drug dealers, who then uses his position of power to advance like whatever kind of ethnic sectarianism he is committed to. Isn't that straight up the thing that these guys talk about when they're like, oh, we are being infiltrated by Latinos who are going to use the government for their own personal pet project and their own personal ethnic resentments? Okay, the fuck?
Fundamental problem Cuba has is it has no economy, and the people who are in charge of that country, in control of that country, they don't know how to improve the everyday life of their people without giving up power over sectors that they control. They want to control everything. They don't want the people of Cuba to control anything.
Why can't you just let him breathe, man? Why can't you just fucking let him breathe? It makes no dang sense. Oh, dude, you don't understand. Socialism is just not working. Communism is not working. That's why we have to starve them, to make sure you understand.
The result for Cubans is a dark uncertainty with no surety of what's next or confirmation as to where help will come from, if at all.
David Adler works for the left-wing activist group Progressive International. He's one of the organisers of the Nuestra America flotilla that's taking aid to Cuba and was previously involved in similar missions to Gaza. Thank you for joining us. Can you tell us, first of all...
It's my goat. That's our boy right there, chat. Working with David on this flotilla and the aid delivery. And there will be hopefully more information for all of you to consume soon.
What you've been doing, and can you tell us about the mission of your organisation in Cuba and the aid flotilla that you're sending there?
With this escalating assault on the island and its people, we've taken ourselves a large coalition of popular movements, unions, parties around the world to hear that call of humanity and respond by launching a large mission by sea, by air, a flotilla to reach the shores of Cuba and to provide that critical humanitarian aid, those essential supplies, medicine and food, solar panels, for example, that its critical infrastructure needs right now to prevent a true humanitarian catastrophe that has been forewarned by high-ranking UN experts and officials.
I know you were in Cuba just a few weeks ago. How much has the situation there changed since then, and what were the limitations on aid specifically as well?
I think it's possible to overstate the consequences of a siege of this nature. This is not just any geopolitical instrument. This is not just any normal foreign policy. What we're looking at is the failure of really critical infrastructure that sustains daily life on the island. Stuff as simple as trash collection, but something as important as neonatal care.
If you look at action within Cuba over the last few months and years, though, there have been protests against blackouts, shortages before. This isn't just necessarily a US issue. The Cuban government continues to repress dissent.
If China wants to win big points, they should send a huge ass ship filled with solar panels. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. I think China needs to do a lot more than just send fucking solar panels. I think it is a disaster that the only thing that they've done so far is to send solar panels rather than invoke an international crisis by sending naval fleets alongside oil tankers, like taking oil tankers from Iran potentially or from somewhere else with actual Chinese naval assets and just shipping them over to fucking Cuba. Because A lot of people don't understand how the American embargo works. For example, here, I'll tell you one way that this works. When America applies a full spectrum embargo like the one on Cuba, okay, if you are a ship that has ever actually touched a Cuban port at any point in time, you no longer can work with any of the American ports. You can't go to another port that works with American ports for like 1,000, I think it's like for 1,000 days. So they block you from it. That's part of the reason why a lot of people, people in the shipping side of things don't do that. They don't work with Russia. They don't work with Iran. They don't work with Cuba for that reason. Like when America says, oh, dude, like Cuba's not entitled to our trade, they're fucking lying, okay? That's not how an American full spectrum embargo works. These people are oblivious to how psychotic the Treasury Department is, to how psychotic the American government is. Is 180 days? I thought it was 1,000 days. I might be wrong on exactly how many days, but like they literally render you, they basically make it so that you can't even fucking engage in like international shipping. Khrushchev knew what to do. Yeah. Revisionist or not, Khrushchev was a fucking lion when it came down to intervention. Okay? Putting nukes in Cuba gave Cuba the opportunity to develop, the opportunity to grow. Straight up. I will stand on that decision 1,000,000%. Okay? I've said it before and I will say it again. China has an opportunity to do more. China has an opportunity to offer protection to Mexico. China has an opportunity to offer protection to all of these other trade partners in the region that could be shipping oil, but they don't do it because they don't want to disrupt the flow. They don't want to stop trade maxing. It's disastrous. So when we have a conversation, look, I know I'm American and you know, I'm trying to do my part. I'm trying to bring awareness to the conditions in Cuba and what the American government has done. And we're directly trying to deliver aid to Cuba as well. But at the end of the day, you know, other global superpowers do have a lot more power at their disposal to game out the system a little bit, to offer a lifeline to the fucking Cuban population. And it's disgusting that they're choosing not to do that. Disgusting that they're choosing to turn a blind eye to these atrocities. Right now, there's a very limited amount of aid that is entering the island. And aid from America is not illegal either, for the record, until they turn around and make it illegal. But yeah, like right now, oh, it's 180 days. Sorry. Okay. OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control, in the Treasury Department will openly tell you, like, you can actually, well, there's a new executive order that just came out from the Trump administration that says, like, American ports can no longer send ships to Cuba because we're fucking disgusting. But the reality is, you can get an OFAC clearance to bring aid to Cuba. We're gonna get an OFAC clearance to bring aid to Cuba, for example. But the thing that they're not allowing to send into Cuba, it's identical to like what Israel does with Gaza, right? It's identical to what Israel does with Gaza. Every single piece of humanitarian aid that goes into Gaza goes through Israeli control. Okay, that's precisely what America is doing right now to Cuba. China has become the same imperial form Lenin excoriated. It's a sad state of affairs, and I don't know if it's just like China simply waiting out their developmentary process, or if it's coming out of a place of pure selfishness. It's very difficult for me to look at the situation and not assume that it's coming out of a place of pure selfishness. Oh, fuck off. China is not imperial at all. Yeah, it's not. It's not imperialism that China is doing. They just straight up deny any responsibility that they might have as a global superpower. And while a lot of dingus on the timeline will fucking sit there and be like, oh, you just want China to be the world police. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't demand China to be the world police. I'm just saying that, like, there can be some room for selfless behavior, especially if that selfless behavior could yield opportunity down the line for a self-invested, self-interested China. Like, China would never do what Russia did to Ukraine, right? They just wouldn't. Let's be real. They would not do that. But they're taking great advantage of the situation, the collapse of the international order. It's all great. It's all wonderful for them. Sometimes it's okay for you to push in the right direction. And Russia's actions, obviously, in Ukraine are not correct, are not moral, but I'm just saying, like, for Chinese interests or for shattering American hegemony, it has been very successful. Okay? It has been very successful. China just waits it out every single time. Someone else has to fucking do it, and then they'll like sit there and reap the rewards. Well, this is an opportunity for China to show the rest of the world that they are actually a superpower that is invested in stability, is invested in, like, you know, humanitarian aid. Show the world by tilting the scales a little bit that the United States of America is not a force for good. I think that kind of initiative does play a big role in getting people on board. It would absolutely shatter the xenophobic sentiment that many of these European counterparts have, or at least chip away at it. Okay? But wouldn't that open the permission structure with America and Taiwan? Open the permission structure? What are we talking about? That permission structure is wide open. What more could America do in terms of interference in Taiwan? They already have given Taiwan every single fucking piece of weapon that they possibly could have. I don't agree Europeans don't care about Cuba. I don't agree with you. The United Nations has consistently demanded that America release the embargo around Cuba year over year, with two exceptions, Israel and the United States of America. And that's precisely the reason why the embargo remains. I think the amount of goodwill that they would secure is incredible. China won't outright give military aid and never does it publicly. Both China and Vietnam has had party leadership visit Cuba consistently. Yeah, I know. That doesn't fucking mean anything. They literally, America did a kidnapping. America kidnapped the leader of Venezuela while the fucking Chinese ambassador was in Caracas, dude. What are you talking about? China should be a lot more responsible near its own region, but expecting them to try and counterbalance the USA and the Americas is so crazy. I think it's just a different approach to foreign policy that would yield tremendous benefits for China down the line in ways that China cannot currently foresee. They just have a different approach. They want trade maxing. They want business as usual. They want America to continue collapsing on its own weight. That's it. That's their goal. That's what they're going to keep doing. There's not really anything we can do. And also, who am I to fucking complain? I mean, as long as China remains a superpower without overt imperialist ambitions, and that is the fucking case, by the way, right? You'll say Tibet, you'll say Xinjiang, you'll say Taiwan. All of these places have, in the eyes of the Chinese government, always been historically a part of China for a lot longer than the continental United States of America has ever fucking existed. I'm not saying right or wrong, by the way. I'm just simply telling you what their motivations are. And they haven't fucking moved beyond that an inch. Like, people talk about the South China Sea. They're building islands in the South China Sea. Once again, like, establishing a security perimeter in their own fucking backyard is the opposite of what we're talking about. If you're talking about imperialism, like, and also on top of that, they already have Asian cooperation with every single country with the exception of the Philippines. Like, what their goals are is the opposite of what America has done. We're talking about, you know, we're talking about a fucking country with 800 military bases that we know of, or 1,000 military bases that we know of. Anyway, it's not even close. They are not ambitious about advancing the interests of empire, no matter how hard Americans and the Western world says they are. Are they dominant and oftentimes heavy-handed in their approach to striking down any sort of like separationist movement? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? But having said that, like, even their approach to Taiwan, like, a lot of people misunderstand it, where they think like, oh, they're going to bomb Taiwan. They're going to invade Taiwan militarily. It's like, brother, you just don't understand what the Chinese approach to Taiwan is if you feel that way. Partially, I mean, I'm not even saying that it won't happen ever, but it is absolutely the fucking last possible option. And the reason for why I say that is because their approach to Taiwan is entirely different. They see people in Taiwan as their brothers, as their own people. They don't see it as like it's not even like Russia versus Ukraine. They don't see Taiwan as a colony to dominate. They see Taiwan as a stain on their national reputation, like the last remaining aspect of the century of humiliation that America's held on to. They don't want to fucking kill people in Taiwan. They want Taiwan to become a part of the People's Republic of China. It's also a constant. It's also a constant security fear. Obviously, Mao would have helped Cuba. Maybe. Why won't they accept their independence then? It's so funny because if you ask the people of Taiwan, the highest priority is not immediate independence. The highest ranking opinion in Taiwan is stay the course. Because right now they have a foothold in both the Western world and also in China. A lot of you don't recognize that because you've been fucking duped by, I don't know, whatever newspaper you read or whatever article you read. There has never been a moment, as far as I know, especially in the last like couple of decades, where the number one position in Taiwan by the Taiwanese population is anything but stay the course. The second most popular position, of course, is independence in the future, potentially, but stay the course now. A lot of you don't understand, like, that there is a tremendous amount of financial benefits. What is this? For Taiwan to maintain the same structure that they have, the same political structure that they have with the People's Republic. Sounds like you want China to fall into the similar traps of the USSR. Oh, sure. Anyway, what is this? What is the Chinese approach to Burma? Why give advanced fighter jets to child killer generals? Yeah, what do you mean? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes they work with the military junta, and other times they work with the fucking paramilitary groups that are resisting against it. They just play ball with everybody. All they care about is stability. It doesn't matter if it's a fascist government that's doing a genocide, for example. As long as it yields stability, they'll work with them. That's it. It's an entirely, like, not to say that the American government is selfless in their fucking interventions. They're doing it at the behest of capital. That's why they engage in imperialism, maximum extraction of natural resources from the periphery nations, from the global south, at the behest of international capital. China doesn't operate that way. They don't give a fuck what other countries are doing as long as they're not fucking up the bag for China. That's it. Anyway, it's rather hypocritical of me, of course, to sit here and demand China do something. I just, when you're out of options, you look to whoever is a powerful force on the planet.
And public criticism. So there is a history of this as well. You can't necessarily place it all on the US.
The Cuban government has long assumed responsibility for critical policies that would provide for the well-being of their people. There's no shortage of criticism, open discussion, and dialogue on the island about that. But let's be abundantly clear. This is in plain black and white, written into State Department memos and cables reaching back for 60 years of the U.S. blockade, where the explicit goal of U.S. policy is to strangle the island, inflame hunger and desperation that would lead to the type of social unrest that could cause the collapse of the regime. I would call on people to really question, before we normalize these tactics of siege in utter and explicit violation of international law, why are we doing this? What threat does Cuba represent to the U.S. American people? What threat does Cuba represent to the international community, a country that has led medical brigades and provided for the poor all across the world throughout the history of its revolution since 1959?
What do you make of the international response to this crisis then? Has Cuba been abandoned by its traditional allies, particularly in South America as well?
One of the things we've seen in recent days is governments increasingly wake up. Those allies of Cuba, historical allies of Cuba, wake up to this humanitarian crisis. Morena and the government of Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, for example, sending humanitarian aid, the government of Gabriel Boric promising to do so, as well as the government of Pedro Sanchez. But what Cuba also needs right now is petroleum. It's really going to be up to states to respond to their own obligations under international law and ensure that the Cuban people have access to the critical energy that sustains the infrastructure that will keep people alive in the coming hours, days, weeks, and months.
And where do you think Russia could come into that, I suppose? Russia or China in the mix for that?
Certainly, China's played a hugely constructive role in supporting the construction of solar and renewable energy on which Cuba will now be forced to rely. And this is a rapidly deteriorating situation. So even if we take a radiography of the international community of where they are now, we should hope that by tomorrow, by the end of this week, there are 10, 20, 50 more governments that understand the gravity of this crisis.
What do you make of President Trump calling this a humanitarian crisis?
What's amazing is seeing the backtracking or the defense of this U.S. policy by people who pretend to say, oh, there's no blockade, there's no embargo. Trump on Air Force One just yesterday, Tuesday, 11th of February, or Tuesday, the 16th, said himself, there's an embargo, there's no money, there's no oil. He bragged of this to his own audience of reporters on Air Force One. So the United States is very explicitly using the humanitarian crisis as an instrument of leverage in its own long-standing effort to overthrow the government of Cuba and to oversee essentially its annexation with the United States, led by the long-standing anti-communist crusader Marco Rubio there at the State Department.
Cuba's not Venezuela. It doesn't have the oil reserves. It doesn't have the natural resources that Venezuela has. So this seems to be about ideology as much as anything else. So are there different challenges to this so-called Don Roe doctrine that Trump has alluded to in Cuba? And what do you see of those?
Once again, the asphyxiation of Cuba begs the question, why is the United States doing this? And why is the international community so silent in the face of the Cuban people's suffering? We should be really all concerned, no matter our own ideological stripe, about what it means for a government to basically create an enemy out of an ideology, a difference of opinion, a difference of a proposal for how people want to govern their own country under the banner of their self-determination, and use that as the basis for, like I said, a siege of the island. So I think that this sets a very, very dangerous precedent. Do we allow people to determine their own future and to express freely their solidarities with others across the world, or do we allow Donald Trump to dictate the terms of that solidarity and to strangle off anything that they see as a threat to their ideological vision?
I saw a bit ago, you said you wish the Soviet Union still existed. Why do you feel that way? I mean, look at what we're doing to fucking Cuba, brother. We could not do to Cuba what we are doing to Cuba right now when the Soviet Union existed. Why? Because they put their fucking nukes in Cuba. Okay? There you go. I care about people's survival. I care about moving society in a more egalitarian direction. And the USSR, for all of its faults and failures, was the one goddamn fucking polar opposite power in the planet that would do what was necessary. And even then, it was done because America had put nukes and missile bases in Turkey. They did it after, okay? They did it after, but it still helped. It's that fucking simple. If you hate your deteriorating material conditions now, remember that acceleration of demise happened after the dissolution of the USSR. Our capital owners got endlessly hungry and greedy when they realized that there was no more threat of an alternative out there.
Of global supremacy.
David Adler from Progressive International. Thank you very much.
What's this guy's stance on Gaza? David Adler's? I mean, he was on the broadcast before when I interviewed him when he was after he was arrested and was tortured in an Israeli prison for participating and putting together the Samud flotilla. So hopefully that helps you understand where his assessment is here. Yeah.
Late night host Stephen Colbert.
Okay. There's more that I want to talk about with Israel and Iran, by the way. But also, will we come on and talk about the Cuban flotilla too? Brother, we're going to be on the flotilla. Oh, I wanted to see Plattner's answer to Cuba.
Yes, I would very much like to see a normalization of relations with Cuba. I think we also need to remove the blockade. I mean, it's honestly childish. I mean, we have tried to destroy that country because we were mad about the fact it went to a different model of government and a different model of like economic understanding than ours. And much like the whole like we try to break something and then we get to point at it and say that it doesn't work. I think that's exactly what we've done to Cuba. And it is, I think it...
Dude, come on. Someone is saying, oh, he said childish, more like evil. It's like, you're right, but what fucking American congressperson running for office is saying anything close to this truth? Like, this is literally the best possible, most clear answer that I've heard from any American congressperson. You might not want to trust him because of his background or whatever, but like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude.
It's unconscionable, and it's frankly childish.
Yeah.
It's also utterly absurd that it went on for as long as it did. I mean, I have a lot of criticisms of the Obama administration, but something I think was just fundamentally
I'm so mad at your supposed leftist audience for giving this guy no charitability. That's not true. No. Most of the people in this community, like Grant Plattner, they're just too afraid of fucking people coming out and yelling about it. They don't want to say it out loud for a couple of reasons. One, because they don't want to come across like they've been fooled if it turns out that he's like an op. Some are skeptical for understandable reasons, given his, given his track record in service, joining fucking Blackwater, all this stuff. But I've made my position very clear. Part of the reason why a lot of people yelled at me at the time, that he says all of the right things all of the time. Twitch Left was never more online and chronically inside than when Grahamgate was happening. I mean, it wasn't that significant. Being a Nazi and lying about it, same group as Federwap backing him, by the way. Oh, really? It's really interesting that you say that, considering that the same group that's backing him is also backing Zoran Mamdani and numerous other fucking left flank candidates. So you're wrong about that. A lot of these guys who work in as consultants, they work for numerous fucking campaigns. In any case, DSA ain't backing him. That's not true. DSA started off by backing him, unless they unendorsed him because of the tattoo gate. Literally 0 of you are bringing oil to Cuba. Is he bringing oil to Cuba? No. Literally 0 of you are bringing oil to Cuba. Are you bringing oil to Cuba? Have you brought oil to Cuba? How much oil have you brought to Cuba? It's so fucking crazy that this guy is saying a bunch of fucking humanitarian activists and like unions are not doing the thing that entire nations are too afraid to do. You're not wrong, but it's crazy. Like, I don't know what what all of the things that the flotilla would be bringing in terms of 8 excuses. Don't worry, I'll shove a barrel of oil in my ass and smuggle it. What are you bringing to Cuba? Yeah, you got a way to do it, right? Do you have an approach to this that other people are not thinking about? Can you explain? I haven't banned you yet because I want to hear. Clock is ticking. You gotta, do you have a tanker, an oil tank at your disposal? You must be planning it right now, right? Or is the extent of your quote unquote praxis chirping at people who are trying to do their very best to bring awareness? Maybe you do. I don't. But you're talking like you have one. So now that you know that I don't have like $20 million, you seem to have a lot of influence. Maybe you have a tanker. That's what you think? You think I have a lot of influence and therefore a tanker that has like $20 million worth of oil for an entire fucking nation. That's what you think. You're not doing anything. Big talk from someone also not doing anything. Also, no. That's the worst part about this conversation is not even that I'm not doing anything. He's not doing anything while simultaneously claiming that we're not trying to do anything at all when we are trying to do something. He's not doing anything. And the only thing he's doing is yelling at people who are trying to do something. Cuba needs oil, not publicity stunts. It's really interesting that you say this. Have you been talking to the Cuban government? Because it kind of feels like they have a different approach to this situation than you do. But, I mean, I'm sure your favorite online content creator, the sweatiest fucking loser of all time, has probably told you something different. Have you been talking to the American government? No, I haven't been talking to the American government. I'm a Twitch streamer. I don't know if you know this. Do you think it's more important to talk to the American government in this situation or be talking to the Cuban government to see what their needs are? And actually, that's not even true. Yes, I am talking to American politicians about this exact issue at the moment. Yeah, I am. What have you done, though? Actually, what have you done? What has your favorite content creator done? I don't know why I even said I'm not talking to American government officials. I am. But what have you done? If you knew even the logistics of how this stuff works, you would know that there's also people that are literally working with, they have to work with the Treasury to get an OFAC clearance to even send any humanitarian aid whatsoever to Cuba. But what have you done? What have you done? I want to know what you've done, because we all play a role here, right? We all have a finite amount of time on God's green earth, right? And what do I always say? You got to make the most of it. You got to do whatever you can, right? Nothing is too little, especially when the situation calls for it. So my question is, outside of fucking chirping in here about people trying to do their best, what have you done? What have I done? Well, most of which I can't reveal to you at this moment, but we're putting together a aid mission right now with the express purpose of showcasing the conditions in Cuba and what the American government is doing to Cuba. That's what I'm working on. I'm working on it every day, as a matter of fact. I'm asking you, what have you done other than say that that's just a publicity stunt? Which, by the way, ironically enough, yes, publicity is a part of it. It goes both ways. Probably can't reveal mine at the moment, too. Well, I have revealed some of it, though. I just can't give you all of the details. Now you can tell me directionally what you're doing beyond chirping in my chat, 49-month subscriber. Come on, because it doesn't go both ways. You haven't told me anything. I've actually revealed a big part. After all, you're currently criticizing the things that we're trying to do. So what have you done other than annoy a Twitch streamer and derail the stream? No answer? Okay, I yield. You and this community is the savior of Cuba happy? Aw. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? That's not what I said at all. I was honestly trying to figure out what spectacular, impressive feat you've put out there. I didn't say this community is the savior of Cuba. That is what you're implying. No, that's not what I'm implying. That's never what I implied at all, as a matter of fact. I said, no matter how little, I urge everyone to try to do their very best to help out Cuba. Okay? Implying that what we are doing, what we are trying to do, will be helpful, but it won't actually solve the problem. What have you done other than fucking complaining here? It's a simple question. I don't have a platform. You have the platform, therefore you have more power than me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, you're just a small bean. Oh, okay. There's 33,584 other people just like you, devoid of a platform right now. Why do you think they're not doing what you're doing? Do you think this is activism? Do you think this is moving the needle in the appropriate direction? Clearly, you must think that way. So is your only contribution truly this? This is a question you have to ask yourself, because there's plenty of people in the chat saying, how do we join? How can we contribute? All this stuff. You haven't done that. You just came out of the gate swinging at people who are trying to do their best. The Cuban government is aware of the unfortunate restrictions that even other powers have, right? You are debate lording now. This isn't remotely productive for the Cuban population. Forget this. I'm debate lording. If I recall, I was actually talking about the conditions in Cuba and what the people could do. You're the one who was disparaging that by starting this conversation. If you apologize, we can move on. If you don't apologize, I'll just ban you, which I'm sure you will use as a mark of honor going forward in whichever other community you have now decided to reside in. Sane is Mike from PA fan? No, Mike from PA is also super pro this. Socialism means no fun, you fools. Wait for communism for fun. Hassan from Hong Kong. How can this person be a normal member in both of our communities, but in this very moment, he just like loses his fucking mind? Oh, they got banned from Hoscord for being fucking annoying. So now this is their political advocacy. No, just ban my ass. I don't care. He's mad about the soundboard? Okay, well, that's worthy of a fucking ban. That's good enough for me. It's Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada said this is a publicity stunt and challenged Michael from Pennsylvania into a fist fight. Yeah, because he's a fucking mentally ill moron with the brain of a fucking insect who doesn't comprehend that, like, perhaps these kinds of initiatives are being conducted in line with, like, the Cuban government's interests in direct correspondence to the best of, you know, people's ability without, you know, transcending any boundaries. Perhaps you should stop listening to people who have no close association with any of the subject matter that they're discussing and are simply just doing the most unproductive thing possible, which is chirp from the sidelines. I think I know where this chatter is coming from. Bad Empanada was critical of the flotilla, so he said he will do something better. Simply fly there and raise awareness. 3 days later, he made a video and said, I thought about doing something, and then I decided against it because what's the point? He will chirp about you instead. This chatter exemplifies this attitude. Yes, at that point, and I don't even disagree with Bad Empanada fucking complaining about China not doing anything, Mexico not doing anything, and being angry and resentful. But the reality of the matter is, at a certain point, when your Maoist LARPing gets to a degree where you're literally just attacking and undermining any sort of humanitarian initiative, saying it's simply for clout or it's simply a popularity contest or whatever, how are you any different than the sex pestiny? You're saying the exact same things. At least he's more honest that he doesn't give a fuck what happens to Cuba. You, on the other hand, claim ownership over caring about what happens to Cuba, and the only thing you're doing is chirping at people who are trying their very best. That's it. It's really funny whenever people also say, oh, this is a publicity stunt. It's like, yeah, no shit, you fucking idiot. That's like half the battle. Hello? You think people don't know that, like, even the Samud flotilla and numerous other initiatives such as that weren't publicity stunts? Of course they were publicity stunts. The whole goal is to break through the blockade. It's not like fucking Greta Thunberg and a bunch of other people were going to be able to bring in enough humanitarian supplies. The entire point of it is to showcase the living standards in Cuba and what the American government is doing to Cuba. And it's not without any sort of consequence anyway, you know? Getting increasingly more difficult. It's getting increasingly more difficult to basically assume that you have the best interest of others in mind and aren't just simply fucking chirping. All you're doing is lining your fucking pockets by complaining about this to a bunch of delusional ultras who, as I understand it, are not doing anything at all other than fucking chirp at the people who are trying to do something, anything. Speaking of the conditions on the ground, I will be talking to someone from Havana this Friday at 2 p.m. Pacific. She writes for The Belly of the Beast. These are Cuban journalists that oftentimes have English reporting directly out of Cuba. There seems to be a point of diminishing returns for being an ultra long-term subscriber. Too many turn into insufferable cynics who behave like wreckers. I can't imagine doing any in-person organizing with them. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about them. They don't do any organizing at all. Because anyone that actually spends even a little bit of time organizing would never speak like this. They don't even go outside. The least they could do is donate their dollars off of Hassan Badslop to charity. Yes. It's the same issue. It's the same issue with speaking over the Palestinian population. The Palestinians loved the fact that people were putting their lives on the line to go and break through the Israeli blockade. Okay, that Westerners were paying close attention to what was going on and symbolically trying to break the blockade to the best of their ability. They loved it. And the same goes for the Cuban population as well and the Cuban government as well. This is like the last-ditch effort when you're going up against the American government. I don't have 20, 30, 40 million dollars and an oil tanker at my disposal and a naval fleet that I can use to ensure that my oil tanker makes it through the American blockade, right? I don't. On the one hand, Chatter asked me if I'm speaking to the American government. I am. I'm speaking to American politicians who are making this demand, right? On the other hand, we're trying to do our very best to help out. Stop listening to people that are chirping from afar. And you can say, I'm doing the same thing as well. But at the very least, my chirps are in line with the people that I seek to help. I'm trying to channel their frustrations. Ever since Bad Empanada said he's not a communist, he's just an American hater, a lot of stuff started making sense over his criticism of American activists. You need to dip into your personal oil reserves and get an oil freighter. We all know you can. Yeah. That part bothers me. Why do people fight against your advocacy? Because they're content creators. And so am I. But I live with that shame every single fucking day of the week. So I try to do the most with my influence, and I try to do the most to work within the confines of permissibility. I try to do the most with fundraisers and activism. Okay? They don't have that shame. They masquerade as the purists, the moral purists who are infallible. That's it. They don't have to feel that shame every single day. I guess they don't feel that shame at all, as a matter of fact. The shame of being a fucking yapper and just making money by doing this all day, every day. And I guess there's a comfort in that. I know you think you don't have, but you have oil. Check your kitchen, bro.
Trump is worried about...
Anyway. Oh, Representative Jasmine Crockett went on MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC. You got to see it. Bad Empanada might be legitimately insane. Bad Empanada did call out for Zoran's assassination. Somebody needs to do it. It would be so funny. Bad Empanada really trying to attract a certain crowd with this. Goddamn. Who cares, man? I mean, he's based, dude. He's so based. Like, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, you're dealing with a person who has significant mental illness. Like, that's it. Sometimes it's easier to fucking understand what's going on. Jasmine Crockett.
We did.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett essentially calling Tellerico and Colbert liars and saying Trump and the CBS are the ones that are telling the truth. For a while, it was eating up the Bad Empanada content. Tuned into your stream. Perfect moment. You were talking about it. And your advice was to go touch grass, and it worked. Yeah. I think there are people to the left of me that might have a disagreement with my methods. Obviously, my methods, I think, are the best possible way forward. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be doing this. And that's fine. Like reasonable disagreements on how to achieve communism now versus, you know, a sequence of reforms, and at least until we develop class consciousness for the American proletariat, is one thing. What he's doing is entirely different. What he's doing is being a fucking wrecker. He should spend every waking moment putting actual Zionists in his fucking crosshairs, or, you know, people who are fascists in his crosshairs. At this point, I don't think it's even accurate to call them to the left of you. I don't know. It's just disastrous. What? LGBTQ nation. Democrats will probably get more votes if they abandon trans people, but they haven't. What? Why is this calling me out? Trans people would not be safer under a Kamala Harris administration, Parker said late last year. What? Ugh, whatever. Who cares? Yes, you're right. I'm transphobic. I'm secretly in the tank for Donald Trump. You got me. If only I was all of those things. He said on a post a year ago that he doesn't even want to convince people to watch his videos, that it's useless to get people to stop watching you to watch him. I think his brain broke and he's a nihilist at this point. He was always a nihilist, but he wasn't a malignant force. The problem is, as I've talked about over and over again, there are a lot of cranks in this community as well. Something I've known for a very long time, right? And unfortunately, cranks don't think about the most appropriate measure to take. They just want to be outside of they want to be outside of what they declare is like establishment politics. They just want to have heterodox thoughts. That's why they find themselves fooled by the likes of Jimmy Dore, the ACP, Tulsi Gabbard, and now Bad Empanada sometimes. It's ultimately not that relevant or not that important. This is the maximum amount of clout I've given him at this point. Like, Representative Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie will force a House vote next week on a bipartisan war powers resolution targeting U.S. involvement in Iran. I don't watch you often. I'm a union organizer for the International of a major U.S. union, also part of one of the big socialist orgs. I disagree with you on stuff, but I appreciate the work you do bringing people in. I've had young men come up to me trying to be a part of the union, and they say it was because of you specifically. They say they wanted to get involved, and I'll always appreciate that. You make my job easier. I try to do my best. Is there actually 33,000 viewers? Feels like way less considering chat speed. Well, you done did it now. Now people are going to start spamming because you said chat speed. There are currently 28,503 chatters. Is this speed a little bit better for you? I activated the bots. Now that you caught it. You were called out in the beginning of this. FYI, watching it now. I actually really like his videos. What the fuck is this? Sarcasmatron? What is this? I wish it were about oil. Oh, is he going to say it's not about oil and I'm wrong to say it's about oil? Is that what it is? Let me lurk in peace, asshat. People don't seem to get on screen, speak, and change if you're scrolling. Yeah. Anyway, did you see this Crockett Defender? No. I did, but I didn't watch it. Anyway, let's get to... we're going to be moving in half an hour to go link up with Bernard, by the way. So we'll have... I love you, dude, but... most of your stream is you talking about what other streamers think about you. Yeah, that's what I did for the past 5 hours and 14 minutes. Isn't that crazy? You know, you can use the rewind function if you actually subscribe. You've been subscribed previously for 26 months. I don't know if you know that, but you can subscribe to the Parker Broadcasting Service and use the rewind function on Twitch, where you can find out whether or not that's the case. Sorry, I was triggered. Oh, don't have to be. I'm just saying you can be kind and rewind. All right. Trey Yingst says, remember, in addition to Iran's nuclear program, 3 core issues of concern on American and Israeli officials: Iran's expanding ballistic missile program, support of regional proxies like Hezbollah and the Houthis, the crackdown on protests earlier this year. The crackdown on protests has nothing to do with Trump's calculation, has nothing to do with Israel's calculation. Okay? Imagine thinking either Trump or Netanyahu care about Iran's crackdown on protesters. What about anything they've ever said or done would give any thinking adult that impression? Just half-ass liberal ornamentation tacked on at the end. Yeah. Another 5-minute interview with Bernie like last time? Yes. Hopefully we're going to get a longer one soon. It's going to be another short one. Please finish the Graham video. No, there was another thing he said about China. Let's hear what he had to say about China.
China should be one of cooperation instead of one of opposition. I mean, in many ways, because that's what it is already. We just pretend that it isn't. I mean, one, I think we pretend that because it's good for the military-industrial complex. Politically, for some people, I think they want to see a continued multipolar world in which we have to always be in some form of aggressive, almost war posture, much like we had against the Soviet Union, which I just see as absurd because China, we rely on many of the cheap goods China builds. China relies on us to buy them. We have a very integrated economy, which we pretend isn't happening.
Yeah.
I will just say that for shipbuilding, we are a nation with 2 C's on both sides of us. The Navy has always been very important. We have, in living memory, created a Navy that is powerful, but frankly doesn't effectively conduct its day-to-day operations in the most efficient manner. We need smaller ships. We need more frigates and we need more destroyers. And we have ceased doing. I mean, recently, everybody saw the Trump administration wants to build battleships again, which is just, literally absurd.
The Battle of Jutland Straits is going to happen.
That's right. Again. We're going back to Jutland. Ships the line, man.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a matter of, we do need a substantial Navy, I think, but less about the one we have now is built to project an immense amount of force globally. I think realistically a Navy that would be suiting our needs would be one that would essentially be able to conduct itself almost as like a Coast Guard in more methods, and without losing the capability. I would love for us to be in a world where I don't think that we require like our carrier fleets, but I don't think we're in that world quite yet. I don't think we're in that world at all, actually.
Yeah.
But I do think that when I talk about expanding the Navy, what I mean is building a lot of smaller ships that are more effective in day-to-day operations and just more efficient. Right now we have Arleigh Burke-class destroyers acting as frigates. They're good. They function well. It's a great ship. It's a great hull, but they have big.
This is the worst China talk I've ever fucking heard in my life. I thought he was going to talk about like why it's stupid to try to fucking go to war with China without bringing up like frigates or whatever. You know what I mean? He's just fucking a Navy nerd. Like, that is the type of shit that make people go, oh, here we go. This guy's a fucking op, for the record. Maine is still a ton of ship building in the States specifically for the Navy. That's why he's talking about it. We make ships here. No, I understand. But, if you're gonna be a fucking senator, you should also talk about, I don't know, other uses for steel, like building out high-speed rail or something, BIW builds ships and is one of the biggest unionized employers in the States. A huge issue. Yeah. They're calling this the HasanAbi edit. Wait, Bernie's coming on live like IRL? Yes.
Democrats flipping Texas. Recent polling from the University of Houston shows both James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett within the margin of error against the two most likely Republican opponents in that race. And Trump is so freaked out by the situation in Texas that he is uncharacteristically pretty silent-ish about it, refusing to endorse a Republican candidate in the primary campaign, choosing instead to keep his powder dry and leave his options open.
I just haven't made a decision on that race yet. It's got a ways to go, and I haven't. He's a good man. John is I like all 3 of them, actually.
He likes them all. How hard to choose. Why would he endorse a candidate now when early voting in Texas has already begun? Trump is kind of scared, it seems. He is scared of the Democratic candidates in Texas. Scared enough that he doesn't want to insert himself in the race and back a single candidate who might go on to lose the general election. And Trump has every reason to be scared of either Democrat in that race. James Tallarico has exhibited an ease in weaving faith and morality into his message that's really broken through, attempting to appeal to a coalition much broader than Democrats in a state where you typically need Republicans and independents to win. And as I mentioned before and at the top of the show, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has been holding this administration's feet to the fire at every single chance she gets. She's held them accountable on their treatment of children who are imprisoned inside a Texas detention center. She's held them accountable on their botched release of the Epstein files, including in a hearing with Pam Bondi just last week.
You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job.
There we go. Certainly not holding back. Jasmine Crockett has even introduced a bill to rein in Trump's FCC and stop it from censoring critics to push a political agenda. All of which makes it incredibly ironic that CBS is citing Congresswoman Crockett as part of their decision to bend to Trump's agenda and censor her opponent. And I'm very eager to hear what she has to say about all of it. Joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. She's, of course, a candidate for U.S. Senate. There's so many things to talk to you about.
Damn, they're aggressively pushing it, huh?
I'm so grateful you're here. Let me just start with some of the news from today, which I just outlined. I mean, in CBS's statement on what happened with Colbert's show last night, they name-checked you. I mean, they said this: the show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time.
We're trusting CBS now? God damn, dude. Like, Israel's favorite broadcaster, CBS News? Fucking hell. We're trusting the Trump regime at MS Now? KEGW making it clear that Crockett is a controlled op. Ingram, you're actually fighting for the right of Jasmine Crockett to be heard on CBS? Carr, yes.
From a two-tier system of justice during the Biden years, it may feel like weaponization, but that doesn't make it so.
You're actually fighting for the right of Jasmine Crockett to be heard on CBS.
Why are the Republicans so aggressively in the tank for Jasmine Crockett, bro? They're laying it on too fucking thick. Bro, look at this. They've all been chirping. Look. Can't believe that two rich white men would conspire to deny equal airtime 2 weeks out from an election to a black woman like this. The unmitigated racism against Jasmine for U.S. is disgusting. It's I don't even know what to say. It's crazy. This is not inviting any suspicion for any of the Jasmine Crockett stands. No suspicion at all, guys. Urgent. CNN citing sources. The U.S. military has informed the White House of its readiness to strike Iran starting from the end of this week.
And that's really what the rule would require.
Ironically, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, you don't look like an authoritarian to me, but, you know, they don't really know what that means. But don't you love it how they're calling Trump authoritarian as they're on television? Like, in a true authoritarian regime, you don't get to go on TV criticizing the dictator. That's not how it works.
It's just crazy. It's crazy. So many right-wing accounts have been chirping about how everyone's being racist to Jasmine Crockett. What's even worse is the fact that the Dempsey Republicans actively in the tank for Crockett and are like, hell yeah, she's our girl. Fuck James Tallarico. It's just very weird. It's very odd.
Morning, everybody. It's cold out here.
I don't know. Why, Hassan? Because they see her as an objectively weak candidate. That's the reason why they did robocalls urging Jasmine Crockett fans to call Jasmine Crockett's office to literally run for the Senate seat. That's it. And it's not like James Tallarico is a shoo-in, right? I'm not saying that at all. But they calculate that James Tallarico will be more difficult to defeat. Don't look at my previous messages. I goon for you. Okay. Yes. They realize that Jasmine Crockett and what she represents is establishment Democrat style campaigning, and it will be infinitely easier to defeat. This is not about her being a black woman, by the way. Before people try to make it about identity, it's not about that at all. Okay? The Republicans are looking at this as an easier candidate to defeat. That's all this is. This doesn't mean that Tallarico is going to win and they're terrified of Tallarico actually running up against their candidate. It's more so about who is going to cost less money to defeat. Okay? Stephen Colbert's interview with Texas State Representative James Tallarico has earned 5.3 million YouTube views and counting since the late night host was blocked from airing it on TV, fearing retribution from the FCC. Tallarico's campaign raised $2.5 million in 24 hours as a result.
For years, Jasmine Crockett was everything that the far left claimed that they wanted in a leader.
That's not okay.
A brilliant civil rights attorney, a fierce advocate for voting rights, a woman who stood in committee hearings and dismantled Republican talking points with surgical precision. When she called out Trump and the Republican Party, progressive far leftists erupted in applause. When she became a national voice of the Democratic Party representing the future of a multiracial democracy fighting for the working class, she was hailed as our Democratic superstar. Was when she was
Chorus. This is a Chorus content creator, for the record.
convenient. That was when she was their megaphone. their frontline soldier, not when she became their candidate. Representative Jasmine Crockett announced she was running for the United States Senate. Praise from the far left is oddly not there. Instead, they gave their support to her opponent, James Tallarico, a 2-year middle school teacher, youth pastor, and state representative. A man whose legislative accomplishments, while respectable, pale in comparisons to Crockett's record as a practicing civil rights attorney, elected official in both the Texas House and the United States House of Representatives, and National Party leader, who served as co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign. America's far left is backing this man who has centered his campaign.
I'm going to be honest with you. If Jasmine Crockett used all of the fucking smoke that she has to put a class first narrative out there, to also simultaneously offer smoke to Israel doing a genocide, I would have no issues. I would have no fucking issues whatsoever backing her. I would be celebrating backing her. It'd be fucking awesome. I don't care about both of these candidates all that much. Like, I'm more sympathetic towards James Tallarico because I think his messaging is better. It's more in line with what I believe. It's more in line with what I want Democrats to say and do. They're both lackluster on the issue of Israel. James Tallarico has spoken more convincingly on Israel's sheer cruelty. Jasmine Crockett, as far as I've seen, has had more of a pro-Israel posture. But at the end of the day, when you ask them what their policy prescriptions are, both of them say, we won't give them offensive weapons, right? We won't give them offensive weapons. That's fucking bullshit. Only Tallarico has acknowledged the genocide and vowed to withhold the U.S. support and funds for such harm to civilians. Meanwhile, here's Crockett defending Israel's pager terrorist attack in Lebanon that killed and maimed many, including children.
Started out tonight by repeating this refrain that Israel has a right to defend itself. Yeah. Israel has just invaded Lebanon.
Michael Treacy.
Israel is now intimating that it could attack Iran. So shouldn't we be looking for a little more than just these platitudes about Israel having a right to defend itself? What is the limiting principle, especially when the U.S. is the one providing the armaments for Israel to wage these military campaigns, as you know, having voted for the National Security Supplemental back in April, which underwrote Israel's war effort?
Absolutely did vote for it. I voted for that along with every other supplemental that was available. And I will tell you this. It is important that people understand what diplomacy looks like. And it looks like the fact that this relationship between Israel and the United States has existed since before I was born. And guess what? This relationship will continue on in perpetuity even after I'm gone. And so when you look at Israel, I think it is important that people start to talk about the fact that the state of Israel versus their leadership. Because right now, or when I went to Israel, I know that the people were protesting Netanyahu because Netanyahu was reforming the courts. In addition to the fact that Netanyahu was under investigation along with people in his administration. Sound familiar? Does it sound like somebody else that you know? It sounds like Donald Trump to me, somebody that has reformed our courts that have decided that he now has a level of immunity that he should not be entitled to based on our laws, as well as somebody who is under criminal indictment, as well as somebody who has criminal convictions. And so different people do their votes for different reasons. But for me, when I'm looking forward and I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen, if for some reason, let's say we say, well, you know what? You had your Democratic election and we just don't like your leader, so we will leave you. Will that give permission to our allies to leave us?
Sorry, Hassan, she's cooking. She sees history and ignores it, only living in the present.
If, God forbid, Donald Trump come back into power and then they leave us.
Excuse me, what? You think you think I'm like, what, a representative in the House of Representatives or something? What power do I have to fucking speak out against such atrocities that are unfolding? Hello? What a good attitude to have. Very healthy one that I would like from my elected representatives.
And then that leaves us more insecure. So, I mean, everybody has their reasons for why they do stuff, but I will also tell you this, because the issue today has to do with the fact that Iran ended up firing missiles over into Israel.
After Israel invaded Lebanon.
Okay, but is Iran Lebanon? Or is Iran...
No.
Okay, so
but this thing, it's a spiraling catastrophe that the Biden administration has done nothing to rein in.
Let's be clear. When the attacks, which I will say, everything that happened in Lebanon, or the initial attacks, at least that was more calculated. and it was more. It was specifically intended for who? For terrorists, correct? I mean, these are
You got to clarify what you're saying. I don't follow.
Hezbollah.
Right.
So Israel was attacking Hezbollah, correct?
Well, they've done a ground invasion into Lebanon now.
They have now done one, but to be clear, they were attacking Hezbollah, who is a terrorist organization, correct?
Right, but they've invaded the entire country. They've bombed Beirut. They've bombed the country.
Okay,
So you think everybody who's been killed in the Israeli bombardments has been Hezbollah?
I'm telling you that what I am saying is that at least when Lebanon, we talked about what? They had the pagers, correct?
Right.
And so they were literally more calculated in trying not to do.
Those pages blew up in grocery stores, and a little girl was killed.
I understand, and I'm not disagreeing with that. And I want to be clear. No one should ever be okay with war.
You voted to fund it.
No, I did not vote to fund war. What I voted for.
Yes, you did. You voted to supply Israel with armaments that they're using in their prosecution of the war.
You understand?
She's so far left. Why aren't we supporting her? No, we are. According to this guy who also posted this today, we are far left.
Leader.
Anyway, where were we listening
to?
to?
Billionaire influence, blasting wealthy donors and proposing a $10,000 contribution cap, but he still accepted a $59,000 check. One from Republican mega donor Marion Adelson. Yes, the same Adelson who poured $100 million into pro-Trump efforts in 2020. Black women are celebrated as symbols, but not trusted as leaders. They can.
I think guys like this, like where. I want to know what his take was about Cori Bush. Like how many things has he said about Summer Lee, for example? Like if that's the only thing he cares about, which, you know, in this circumstance, like it's just I don't like this counter anyway. I think it's like a fucking stupid counter. It makes me look bad in general. But like dudes like this never speak. They never speak on Ilhan Omar. Wait. Oh. He has spoken. I didn't support either one. And for the record, I support Bell for Mo and Wesley Bell. Now go cry about it. Oh, God. Oh, such a fucking... Okay, fuck this guy. This guy can suck my dick, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God, dude. Yeah, this isn't about fucking identity politics at all, even though that would be stupid. Yeah. Oh, this guy is a servant of Israel. Like, let's be real. Oh, my God. Oh, my bad. My mistake. I didn't realize a servant of Israel was talking. Shit. My bad. You know, I apologize. Am Israel Chai. So sorry for speaking out of turn here. Didn't realize a dude that is getting the AIPAC bag was over here talking about this shit. Where's the AIPAC criticism on Bell from him? Oh my God, this guy fucking sucks. Oh, fuck this guy. Oh my God, this guy is literally just a straight up op. Brother, what are you even smoking? Have you yet to meet a leftist with a remotely positive opinion on Crockett? That's the point. Libs try not to do identity reductionism challenge. Impossible. F you. Oh my Lord, this guy fucking sucks. These people should be called wreckers 100 times more. They're not wreckers. If you want to be a wrecker, you have to be a part of the movement. They're not a part of the movement. The only movement they're a part of is the movement of Israeli funds going into their fucking wallet, okay? Oh, what a gross piece of shit this guy is. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Oh, what a monster. Correspondent creator tries his hand. Need to stop doing shit. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. You should hit him with a 2-second clip of you looking dead in the camera and run the file. Okay, calm down. Yeah, oh my God. We cannot negate the fact that Hamas is refusing a ceasefire option. Really encourage y'all to expand your sources beyond U.S. Zionist imperialist propaganda. It might shock or surprise you. Don't insult my intelligence or make unfair assumptions. The bulk of my coverage comes from Al Jazeera News and Democracy Now! Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't fucking think so. Hey, as long as you get the bag, am I right? It don't matter. It don't fucking matter if Trump is in charge, if, you know, you put a weaker candidate against the Republican, as long as you're getting that fucking bag, right? Ugh, gross. Fucking gross. Is a full circle jerk of chorus creators. Yeah, I know. They're all nutting. Lucky for us, These guys have no motion. I mean, they are getting the bag, you know, $8K per post or whatever the fuck Chorus pays them. But perhaps they should fucking focus on more productive things, you know, if they really want to defang the Republican Party.
Can be brought back here to Texas to help fund our Texas public schools.
All right. Ms. Crockett, campaign finance records show you have accepted donations from PACs and companies like Lockheed Martin, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and JP Morgan. In 60 seconds, how do you keep corporate donations from influencing your vote?
5312, he said.
You want a yes or no answer? It depends on what's in the bill, but I'm very open to court expansion proposals.
All right, let's talk about campaign finance. Mr. Tallarico, you have criticized the political influence of billionaire mega donors. Records show you accepted money from Texas Sands PAC, which lobbies for expanded casino gambling and is backed by billionaire Miriam Adelson. Can you explain the exception that was made there? You have.
Yeah, this is his weakest element. This is the reason why I was skeptical of him, for the record. This is why I was sus on Tallarico initially. But he's answered this before. Chorus is your enemy, Hasan. That's reality, until AOC gets elected. Yeah, lucky for us, they have no motion, so I don't even have to worry about them too much, you know?
60 seconds.
Yeah, I've never taken a contribution from Mary Adelson, never met her, don't know her, don't plan to meet her. But I do support legalized gambling in Texas. I think it's good public policy. I think it'll bring good jobs. I think it'll bring desperately needed tax revenue into our Texas public schools.
Also, I disagree with him on this too, obviously. I think it's fucking really bad, but yeah, to that, I say, no, I'm good. I'm good on that. Where's the brother? What's that, brother? Where? Oh, fuck. I don't have it anymore.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Boomer take, limit reached.
We rank 43rd in the nation in per student education funding. And I think we're losing business to Louisiana and Oklahoma. That business can be brought back here to Texas to help fund our Texas public schools.
All right. Ms. Crockett, campaign finance records show you have accepted donations from PACs and companies like Lockheed Martin, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and JP Morgan. In 60 seconds, how do you keep corporate donations?
Objectively incoherent to call a pro-gambler a leftist, at least under capital's economy of scarcity. What? I am not pro-gambling. One of the Indian tribes in Texas wants to open a casino that has a casino in LA. Relevant context? Yeah, I know. And the Texans want that shit too. Responding to a question about PAC money by saying I'm doing it for the schools is pretty bad, to be honest. It's not even any kind of PAC. It's a PAC that Miriam Adelson is associated with. And his response to that was, I didn't take Miriam Adelson's money for Israel. I took it for gambling. But I guess like Texans want it. I don't fucking know. Anyone against gambling and prediction markets is just scared of us poor people getting rich. Oh, shit, dude. True. I didn't think about it like that. Did you see this yet, Lamau?
You're under arrest.
Arrest?
I hate
don't
these
feel like I'm
videos.
under arrest. How about you, Yahoo? Nah, not a bit. Not even a little bit. You turn around and put your hands behind your back.
I don't think so.
I hate these videos. Like, I don't even find the entertainment value in them for like, haha, AI slop is so crazy. Like, there's plenty of better AI slop. I don't know why. I just like, it irks me. The Jeffrey Epstein AI slop fucks me up. Like, the Agartha AI slop is infinitely better than this shit, in my opinion.
Your mistake is thinking you got a goddamn choice, boy.
And your mistake, thinking that you're in America. You're a long way from home.
This is Tel Aviv.
Hey, Charlie.
Okay. Okay, he got me. He got me at the end. I was wondering what he was going to say. Because chat was like, you gotta watch till the end though. The payoff was fine. God, I'm so simple-minded. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. Is this a historical documentary? Yeah, this really happened. It's just, you just endorsed AI live on the internet. I mean, I've watched AI slop before. Like, I just don't like the AI slop with like Jeffrey Epstein in it. I don't like that. That's not my favorite type of AI, I'll be honest. Hey, what's good? Marchie Poo is here. Marchie Poo is here, everybody. Every time you fucking laugh at AI slop, I don't renew my sub. Don't do it, Harmageddon. I need it. Miss Hogwash needs some bullshit to happen on TikTok soon. We're gonna be moving over to the event location where we link up with Bernard. I thought you were greeting Bernie like that. Tell Marsh there's a fear and edit of him by Karis. Oh, nice. All right, let's see this. John Fetterman erupts on Hassan Piker and AOC in viral meltdown. Oh, God, I hate this fucking... I cannot believe this guy. If I didn't know, like, if I did not know this dude was... If I did not know about this, okay, about his, like, Wesley Bell support, I would not be as angry. I don't give a fuck about him being like, oh my God, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, you're being racist to Jasmine Crockett, whatever. Who cares? I heard that a million times. But I think it is unbelievable. I think it is completely unacceptable to do shit like that. My lord, talk about the Steam Deck shortages in the US, so maybe we may be blessed with new inventory, my lord. Yeah, you're fucked. March bought the last one, dude. Hassan Piker, fa. What is this? Bro is never getting invited to other universities. Hassan, I'm trying to convince my wife you're a worthwhile source for analysis and you're out here smacking the soundboard every 0.7 seconds. Okay, I'll be honest, guys. I got the university bug. I'm gonna be doing Stanford. I'm gonna be doing University of San Francisco. I'm gonna be doing fucking Northwestern. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of fucking universities, okay? Yale. That's right. There's a lot. And they fucking love the soundboard, I think. Yeah. Stanford, UC Berkeley, please. I mean, I don't know. If you're a part of like some student organization that wants me to go out there, you know, let me fucking know. Come to Europe, pretty please. Bro, I invited you to Yale several times and your bitch ass ignored me. Okay, well, I'm going now. Bruh. So calm down. Bruh. Careful, don't get frame mogged. As soon as... Notice how when you guys fucking mention that I do the soundboard excessively, I start hitting excessive soundboards. Be sure to install a soundboard on your phone so you can still use it during your speeches. You're stimming with your soundboard? That's right, I am. I am. Wait. Oh, there was this part. To be fair, as far as the fairness doctrine, it's still alive and well here. Here's Jasmine Crockett on denying AIPAC funds. On friend of the show, Joy Reid's show. Joy Reid is now a radical, by the way. That's not even a joke.
Progressives, really, it's important to them that the candidate they support not take AIPAC money. Are you declining AIPAC money in this?
Yes, this is, I don't even know why we are having a conversation. You know, there used to be that they were like trolling online and they were like, oh, look at this, look at that. And then they were like, okay, well, never mind. And then they were like, oh, well, wait a minute. So she doing it for free. And it's like, actually, you know, I just want people to do this. I want people to be calm. When they feel like they're being gaslit, they probably are.
Progressives, really, it's important to them that the candidate they support not take AIPAC money. Are you declining AIPAC money in this?
Yes, this is, I don't.
AIPAC money is bare minimum, by the way. How do we invite you to our university to go to the Duke University? We can use you bad here. Would you have to abide by the FEC rules on Twitch? No. Also, I'm joking anyway. I don't have any fucking FEC restrictions, or FCC restrictions rather. Half of my joy of the soundboard is how much you enjoy it. The other half is when chatters get annoyed. It's the same feeling as telling a bad pun. Thank you. By the way, ever since I said I'm going to be going on a bunch of college campuses to speak, chat has not stopped spamming their own university that I must go to. Keep spamming, guys. I think that'll do it. No, you have to fucking invite me. Okay, you have to, part of the student organization that you're a part of or an alumni of has to like invite me so I can fucking go and speak. I can't just like I'm not randomly showing up to college campuses, chat. I'm speaking at events. Okay, hello. Like, what do you want me to just like fucking roll up to your college campus and be like, what's up, guys? What's up? And do this the entire time? Hey, let's take photos. Okay, let's do it. Let's take photos. Oh, yeah. All right, real quick. Flip your camera over. Let's flick up. Let's flick up. Let's flick up. Let's flick up. Is that what you want me to do? I have nothing. Yeah, I know. Where is it? Where's the tripod? It's probably, look back there. Look at the cabinets. They probably put it somewhere. My mom loves moving stuff around. I go to a very small school, one student, me, and I'd like to invite you to my school, my house. You can stay, hang out, we can talk. It would be really fun for me. Give me a shot. I'm good, loud bathroom noises, but here, I got this for you. Chatter's name was Loud Bathroom Noises. Okay. Did you congratulate baby brother Todd on hitting 30? I'm going to congratulate him later. The soundboard sends me back to the Dono Sound days. I miss the Fantasy Star online song you used to play. I don't remember that. What the fuck? Soundboard's been matching up perfectly with my rivals' matches. My team got cooked and you were spamming the Fa sound. RIP to your team, chatter. All right, let's watch Kyle defend my honor.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the world today because of Trump. I mean, you have the Epstein files coming out. We now know for sure that we're ruled by a shadow government of moneyed interests who are pedophile, billionaire sadists. And I don't know, kind of a big deal that, you know, the worst people in the world are actually ruling over us, and they're rapists and they're pedophiles and they're billionaires and they view us as subhuman. So that's going on. That's one huge thing. The other thing is Trump starts a new war seemingly every other week. That's kind of a big deal. The other thing is, I don't know, fascism now coming to America, where you have just the worst stories ever when you look at what the ICE Gestapo thugs are doing and how they're ruining innocent people's lives and breaking up families and arresting people and giving them no due process, destroying the Constitution. All this stuff is kind of important. All of it is important. Never mind the economy now falling apart because unemployment's going up and inflation's going up. And so you got all these things going on. And what is the so-called Democrat, John Fetterman, doing? He's going on Fox News and Fox Business, and he's playing patty cakes with him. Patty cake, baker's man. I love Donald Trump all day long. This is what he's doing, okay? So he goes and talks to Maria Bartiromo, and he says something here. Pay close attention, because the thing he says here may be one of the single most depraved things I've ever heard a Democrat say. Listen to this.
You've said to me in the past that there's rot within the Democrat Party when it comes to anti-Israel rhetoric among some members. I mean, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently suggested that the U.S. should consider reevaluating military aid to Israel.
All they did was kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people and wipe 90% of Gaza off the map. Could you imagine cutting off the money and the weapons? What the genocide in Gaza has taught me is there will be some percentage of people that will debate literally anything and everything. I used to naively think we're in enough of a shared reality where if certain things happen, we'd all go, yes, that is bad, and it'd be universal, right? Nuking some country with all innocent people in it, yeah, that's bad. I now don't think that's true, because we basically saw the functional equivalent of nuking a country with innocent people, and fucking 30% of people are going, haha, based, I love that, we should do more of that. If you're against that, you're actually a freak.
I mean, it was stunning. Tell us more.
No, I agree. You know, I've consistently, that's part of the rot in the Democratic Party.
So understand, they invited John Fetterman on to bash other Democrats and to bash Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez because she said, hey, there should be some conditions on the weapons that we give to Israel. Now, by the way, she has maintained a position that other left-wingers, myself included, have criticized her for, where she goes, I'm okay with giving them defensive weapons, but I'm not okay with giving them offensive weapons. I think that's a bullshit distinction. I think at this point, if you're giving them defensive weapons, you're granting them impunity to get away with whatever they want to do offensively, right? If there's no consequences for what they do, then you're effectively shielding the people who are committing a genocide. So, but that's her position. She actually has a so-called moderate position, and they look at that and go, huh, you're crazy. Obviously, they should be able to loot the U.S. Treasury whenever they want and get any sort of weapons they want at a moment's notice.
Part of the rot in the Democratic Party. You know, why? If you have to pick a side, why would you pick the side or defend Hamas or defend Iran in a way?
I'm going to jump off a bridge. She didn't defend Iran, and she didn't defend Hamas. She didn't do either one of those things. He's just making that up. That is just utterly made up. He has, this guy's, at this point, he's a robot for the Israel lobby. And they, pre-program him with dumbass talking points, and he just regurgitates them without any thought whatsoever. She didn't mention Hamas. She didn't mention Iran. You did. You mentioned it. And I think her concern is, I don't know, maybe the 90-something% innocent people who were killed in Gaza. By the way, even Israel is admitting that their own numbers is we killed 83% innocent civilians. That's their own numbers. That's bullshit. It's actually over 90%, probably over 95%. But they're even admitting that. And you can't look at that and go, hey, that's bad. He can't do it. He can't do it. He's basically, he had a stroke, he has brain damage, and now he's this robot pre-programmed with Israel lobby talking points.
Stand with Israel. I'll never vote for any kinds of restrictions on aid, whether it's military, financial, or intelligence. There are ever going to be any restrictions on that.
He said, I'll never vote for any restrictions on aid. So look, take his word for it. You want to bomb a hospital? Totally fine. They bombed every hospital in Gaza. You want to bomb a school? Totally fine. They bombed every school in Gaza. You want to bomb UN buildings? You want to shoot people in the face if they're waving a white flag? You want to starve
Fanboy Mal, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Innocent children? All this stuff they did. All of this stuff they did.
Uber.
He goes, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. No big deal. So understand something. If they were to nuke Gaza, he would be like, yeah, I never want to do any restrictions on them. And he has the nerve to pretend like he's the moderate in this conversation. Jesus Christ.
And now for here we are, we can have peace. Again, that's become part of the serious problem in our party.
What? We can have peace? That becomes part of the series? Is he saying it's bad to have peace? Because that's what that sounded like to me. That's
restrictions on that. And now for here we are, we can have peace. Again, that's become part of the serious problem in our party.
Yeah. My interpretation of that is peace is bad. We don't want that. But he's not done yet. Now he's going to go directly at not only AOC, but also Hassan Piker.
And I think that, personally, that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it...
At least we know there's one angle of attack John Fetterman can't fucking get AOC on, and that's to say, oh, AOC doesn't speak too good. Oh, AOC, not good speaker. No speak good, AOC.
Able to genocide in Gaza.
She talks about a genocide, but I have a Jerusalem Post headline this week that Iran is shooting protesters in their hospital beds.
Oh my God. So when it comes to what Israel did to Gaza, you can have pictures, you can have videos, you could have firsthand testimony, you could have 78 articles in reputable publications, and they go, nope, there's nothing to see here, la, 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 there is no genocide, I don't know what you're talking about, 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 blah, 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 everybody shut up, I can't hear you, I can't see you, I can't hear you, I can't see you. That's what their reaction is when we have all the evidence. But you got people making up stories about protesters in Iran, zero evidence, and they go, oh, obviously Iran. I'm not kidding, they're now claiming more protesters died in Iran than Palestinians died in Gaza over the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. They are saying that. It's so crazy. Like, think about how much bombing took place in Gaza over the last 2.5 years. And they're fucking saying that the Iranian government did that in 2 days. Okay? Like, there were a lot of killings. Okay? That is 100% true. Anyone that denies that is being fucking ridiculous, okay? They killed thousands of people. It is utterly inhumane. It's totally unacceptable. America will, of course, show up. And if they actually get their ambitions across, Israel's ambitions across, they will kill infinitely more in Iran. But the idea that they killed like 80,000 or 90,000 or whatever the fuck people are now saying is so insane. Oh my God, Hassan, get your ass out of your ass. Both things would be true. You think they killed 80,000? You think the IRGC killed 80,000 Iranians? I'm not even talking about them going to the hospitals. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about people saying that they killed 80,000 Iranians. 80,000 Iranians were killed in 2 days by the IRGC. No, it's not confirmed, but as an Iranian, I believe it. As an Iranian, you believe that the IRGC killed 80,000 Iranians in 2 days. 80,000. What Israel killed in the most conservative estimates in 2.5 years by reducing Gaza into fucking rubble, you're saying the Iranian government killed that many people. Do you know how many are slated to be executed? That's an entirely different conversation that we're having. Okay? I'm sorry. You and I cannot have a normal conversation if you genuinely are saying that the Iranian government killed 80,000, not like slated. Those don't count. Yes, they haven't. What do you mean? I'm not defending the Iranian government, chatter. What the fuck's wrong with you? Don't move the fucking goalpost. Jesus Christ. What I'm defending is hopefully some understanding of consensus reality. Okay? The last time the United States of America killed 50,000 people in 1 day was when they dropped 2 nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki on 2 separate occasions. Do you understand? There is no weapon powerful enough to kill 80,000 people in a matter of 2 days. That's it. That's the only way that you can do it. So unless you think Iran was able to develop fucking nukes and then deploy it in the middle of like Tehran or Isfahan or wherever, okay, You're out of your fucking mind. It's ridiculous. Anyway, my car is here.
I actually don't know how we work around this, having zero shared reality anymore. I actually don't know. You could make the most insane hyperbolic claim ever. As long as it's directed at an enemy country, you don't need evidence. People will regurgitate it. They'll believe it. The U.S. media will repeat it. That's what happens, right? In fact, Adam Johnson wrote a great article on this a few years back. And that's the point. Like, so if you talk about like North Korea, for example, you can make up anything and people will run with it. You can make up anything and they'll run with it because you don't need evidence because they're the enemy. They're the other. So, you know, the burden works the other way. Like you say something and they have to disprove. No, we didn't do that. But yet they have to disprove it, right? When it comes to allies, you can have pictures and video and all the evidence in the world and they go, nope, doesn't count. Or there's a good reason. Didn't happen, but if it did happen, there's a good reason for it. So shut the fuck up. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why is she so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything as Iran was executing thousands and thousands of their protesters for that.
By the way, let's assume for argument's sake that what they're saying is true, which it's not. The reason to criticize Israel and not criticize Iran is because we arm Israel, we fund Israel. They're supposed to be our satellite state, right? Well, in that scenario, we have control over what they do, so we should try to pull the leash a little bit. When it comes to Iran, we don't arm them, we don't fund them. They're not our vassal state. So, that, you know, us critiquing that is no different than us critiquing, I don't know, something that happened in the year 1874. Like, there's no relevance to it. They don't listen to us. We don't listen to them. Like, there's no relationship there. So, even if what they're saying is true, which it's not, it still would make no sense.
Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza, absolutely. And there should never be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in...
He keeps repeating it. There should never be any conditions for aid for Israel. That is so depraved. What happened there was so atrocious. If you try to make up a sadistic scenario in your mind, just make one up and say it out loud, they probably did that. You know, the one that we discussed the other day is they use these bombs called thermobaric bombs or vacuum bombs. They make it go up to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They instantly boil your blood and they incinerate you. They evaporate you. You just don't exist when they drop one of these things. 3,000 Palestinians totally disappeared because they use these thermobaric vacuum bombs. Okay? They did that. Nobody even fucking talks about it. We talked about it on this show. Nobody even fucking talks about it because the horrors and the atrocities, they've become so fucking commonplace that nobody bats an eyelash. You know, and they do this all the time, like during big events. It might have been during the Super Bowl or during some big event. They were like, yeah, go bomb one of the refugee tent cities. Just go bomb because nobody's going to even talk about it because if we kill 100 or fewer people a day, nobody will bat an eyelash. I remember early on in the genocide, they went to one of the refugee camps and bombed a building with 100 people in it, murdering 100 people. And they literally said, the IDF said, yeah, there was one Hamas guy in there, so we did that. And I remember Wolf Blitzer going, what? Even Wolf Blitzer, who's pro-Israel, was going, You did what? You killed 100 people to get one? Maybe? What? So, I mean, it's just crazy to me that he can sweep all that under the rug, not pay attention to it. But then again, he literally has brain damage. He's not like Lindsey Graham, where they have probably pictures and videos of him doing Lord knows what with, people he doesn't want released. But this guy, he's got brain damage, and it's not a coincidence. He got brain damage and became pro-MAGA. He got brain damage and became more conservative. He got brain damage and became pro-Israel. That is not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. Anytime your brain gets damaged, you go in one direction and one direction only.
And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker?
The extent to which they just make shit up is truly astonishing to me. And you're allowed to get away with it. He's allowed to get away with it, to just say, Hassan loves Hamas. Hassan cares deeply about the innocent civilians in Gaza who've been murdered. That's who he cares about. And by the way, while we're talking about Hamas, let's remember that there's 30 to 40,000 of them in Gaza, maybe. Okay? There were 30 to 40,000, maybe. There were 2.3 million people in Gaza. Okay? And they killed hundreds of thousands is the actual number. Even Israel knows. Yeah, we bulk killed civilians. We mass killed civilians. Stop trying to make this about Hamas. That is a fucking red herring. Everybody knows it's a red herring. Everybody knows it's not the core. When Israel came out and announced, all right, no food, no fuel, no water, no electricity, no nothing for the entire Gaza Strip. That was them saying, collective punishment. Yes, I love collective punishment. Kill them all, starve them all. And here's this idiot going, why are they defending Hamas on the other side? Nobody's even fucking talking about Hamas except you guys. Oh my God, holy shit.
Hamas people like Hassan Piker. And now, why can't you just call it what it is? You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're affiliated with him. So, I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel. That's our...
Is he even speaking English? Did he stop speaking English at some point there?
I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel.
Where we are and call this is and stand with Israel. Bro, he did not heal from that stroke. He did not heal from that motherfucking stroke. I'm telling you right now.
What it is. You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're affiliated with him.
Fascinated.
I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with Israel. That's our special ally. And there was never a genocide. And when there is a genocide where you're executing tens of thousands of people in Iran, why not and call that out too?
Oh my God. He's actually making the argument that Iran is doing a genocide. As Trump is preparing the bombers, preparing the warships, about to bomb Iran to smithereens, do regime change, break another country in the region, he's over here running cover for the fascist, imperialist, warmonger MAGA regime going, yeah, Iran's doing a genocide, go after them, yeah. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Look at his face, too. His face right here, it looks like he knows he's just a sad, pathetic little propagandist. That's what it looks like John Fetterman knows. By the way, there is a rot in the Democratic Party. The rot in the Democratic Party is all the elite scumbags like John Fetterman who are still ultra-Zionists, despite the fact that Zionism is apartheid. That's what it is. Zionism is supremacy. Zionism is this idea that we're going to have a multi-tiered system in Israel where if you're Arab, you're lesser than. If you're Muslim, you're lesser than. You don't count the same. You don't have all the same rights. That's the whole idea. And for some reason, everybody seems to easily get right away that apartheid states are bad when you talk about apartheid South Africa, for example. But we're supposed to grant one special case of an apartheid system, of a supremacist system, of a two-tiered system. No, I don't fucking do that because I believe in secularism and I believe in democracy and I believe in equality and human rights. And you can't have an apartheid system and have equality and have human rights and have democracy. You can support secular democracy or you can support fucking ethno-states. You can't have it both ways, okay? But here's this guy supporting a fucking ethno-state right in front of our eyes and pretending Iran's doing the genocide and Israel's not doing the genocide and barely fucking speaking.
All right, we're here.
Well, we're not.
No, we are.
I know why we're not.
I wanted to let Kyle cook real quick, chat. You can show the camera, it's fine. I wanted to let Kyle cook. I was watching, and it was really good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to see Bernard Sanders. You guys might know him. He's a little-known guy, independent senator from Vermont. Caucus with the Democrats, ran for president in 2016 and 2020. And we are going to be conducting a very short and sweet interview with Vermont Senator Bernard Sanders. He's in the state of California this week. He is going to be appearing in Stanford alongside Ro Khanna to speak about AI. But today's events are of a different note. Today's events are going to be around Senator Bernard Sanders speaking out against billionaires, which is one of our favorite. Is it? You son of a bitch.
Sorry,
That's crazy. You wanted to keep it going. You wanted to keep it going. That's crazy.
Damn, I should have hit that one louder. Fuck.
Yeah, that's crazy that you did that.
The way his face lit up.
I got so excited. I thought it was, I don't even know what was going on.
Did Chad even hear it?
I don't know. Chad, did you guys hear that fa? Oh, they did. I can't. Fa, I can't.
I've gotten several DMs, by the way.
About what? The sound?
The soundboard.
The soundboard, they hate it?
They think that I set it up.
No, yeah.
I did not set it up, Chad. Please
he would
stop
never
them.
do such a thing.
Boy Kissers Central.
What are they trying to sabotage it? Is that what it
boys.
is?
Yes.
They want it not to exist.
I know you might find that hard to believe.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, I was wrong on the kneecap interview. That's not going to happen today, obviously. It's going to happen like next month.
Yeah.
I just thought it was supposed to happen today. I don't know why. I freaked it up.
I know the date. Do you want me to tell them the date?
18th, right?
Yeah. Of March.
Yeah, we're Bernie Sanders is going to be talking in Los Angeles, California today at a kickoff event for the California Billionaire Tax Act. Billionaire tax now, vote yes on 11/3/2026. Gavin Newsom is obviously against the billionaire tax in the state of California. He's actually actively undermining the argument to the best of his ability. Bernard Sanders is going to be joined by a bunch of SEIU people, the good folks over at the SEIU and Unite Here as well. And he is going to be delivering a speech on why we must be taxing the billionaires. Of course, this is a fascination of mine as well, only because I'm jealous. As a profoundly wealthy individual myself, I want to take their money away so that they're no longer so much wealthier than I am. That's it. It's just a purely selfish reason for why I want to do it. You know, don't touch the Twitch streamers' salaries, but please take all the money from the billionaires.
That was actually a misclick.
Misinput. Yeah, even it out a little bit, you know what I mean? Also, why are we the only people that have to engage in Sigma Grindset on a daily basis? Why can't the billionaires engage in Sigma Grindset a little bit? You know what I mean? So that's where we're at, and we're on our way to this location.
Oh my God,
and,
dude.
It's going to be a wonderful experience overall, and I'm sure a lot of people on Twitter are going to yell at me by saying you're not yelling at Bernie Sanders nearly enough in the 5-minute interview that is allotted, because I'm washed, I'm chopped huzz.
This is insane,
and the Bernard
dude.
Sanders team can only give me 5 to 7 minutes of a conversation. Even though I did directly tell his team, come on, man. He did 2 Theo Vaughns at this point. Like 1 Theo Vaughn, and I'm like, all right, like Theo Vaughn, very big audience, great to, you know, expand your reach to like an apolitical audience, but like every now and then you gotta have a convo with your people too, you know what I'm saying? But regardless, I once again forgot to bring the Japanese Communist Party pin that I was gonna give him.
It's okay, that would have taken 7 minutes.
What?
That would have taken 7 minutes of you explaining.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's for the best.
Go back? No, we're late. We're already late. We're not late, but like we will be late if I go back. Sag, next time? There's always next time.
And there will be a next
But yeah, the conversation that I'll be having with Bernie Sanders will revolve around the direction of the party, where we go from here, what is to be done, things of that nature, and how he feels about Gavin Newsom actively speaking out against the billionaire tax, and why he wants to tax the billionaires. Does he want him to grind harder or not? He would give you the same reaction that he gave you if you... That's true, he probably would. Ramadan Mubarak, Hassan, may Allah bless you and accept your prayers. Poof, leaking questions. Yeah, now Bernie's team is probably watching. We'll hear the questions ahead of time, and they'll prep them ahead of time. You know? You can see his phone reflection in the window. He's on Bernie's wiki taking notes. The Bernie Sanders wiki. Jeff Bezos might have to start making 4th decision before lunch, maybe even work for 15 minutes after lunch. Pooters caught, farted. Oh, is fucking Haas playing sounds? Is Haas doing sound bites? Haas, please don't do that. If you're, I mean, don't do that while I'm interviewing Bernie Sanders, please. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Scatter. Please tell Bernie I named my pet bird after him. Please. I got 7 minutes, man. You think I'm gonna fucking use that 7-minute window? Of course I'm gonna tell him that. I'm gonna say, yeah. If we get enough subscriptions to the Parker Broadcasting Service, Whoever gives the most subs gets to ask a question to Bernie Sanders. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Please don't take that seriously. That's not happening. Please, bro. Please. First you said 5, now you say 7. Sus. Yeah, I'm gonna try to extend it to the best of my ability. Okay. You finally gonna play ball with Bernie? Yes. He is 855 years old, and I'm gonna play basketball with him. Haas came through. Let's hear this fucking clip.
I've gotten several DMs, by the way.
About what? The sound? The soundboard, they hate it?
I set it up.
No, yeah.
I did not set it up, Chad.
He would never do such a thing.
Boy Kisser Central.
What, are they trying to sabotage it? Is that what it is?
I've gotten several.
That's worse than my soundboard. It's even louder and more disruptive. That's crazy. Playing that during the car. Hasan dunking on Bernie. Bernie's a hooper. He dunking on me. The soundboard's even better. Keep going, Haas. We're gonna have to explain to a 200-year-old man what "fa" means. Yeah, no, I'm gonna play the boy kisser clip and be like, what do you think about this? We're gonna one-shot Bernie Sanders with the clips. We're gonna clip farm. I'm 32. I don't know what "fa" means. Don't worry about it, Unc. You're chopped. History will remember "fa" as the liberator. Play the liberal soundbite. The boy kisser central sound was what fried Fetterman actually. Yeah. Are you gonna tell Bernie about clavicular? No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't know why I acted like I was even thinking about answering that question. I don't know what was wrong with me. You should come to UC Davis. Hasan just frame mogging Bernie the entire time. Bernie frame mogs me. Trying to be a friend here, but the front left part of your hair is frizzy, my guy. I don't know if you want to fix it before you get here. No. This is what's going on. Pooters again? Is he playing fucking fart sounds again? Jesus Christ. Fart is top tier comedy. I don't like it when I don't control the soundboard. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it. Unc got the Gen Z front frizz.
Broccoli? Gen Z
Yeah.
broccoli?
I'm gonna ask Bernie. Bernie, what do you think about my broccoli cut? Do you think I have Riz? Unc, do you think I could frame mock JD Vance? That sort of thing. Like that's the line of questioning that we're gonna have here. We're also almost there. We're 5 minutes out. We'll take a fart noise over 100 FAs any day of my life.
We're 5 minutes out.
Front of your hair looks like my pubes. Keg W. Fuck you.
You don't have to read them all, man.
I can't help myself. I have to read them all. What is this? What is this Twitter link this guy sent me?
Read them all.
Oh, actual picture of Hasan's soundboard. I can't believe how many likes that shit got, bro. People fucking hate the soundboard. It made me start questioning whether or not people were even enjoying the soundboard. I thought people were enjoying the soundboard.
I think there's a level of social awareness that's needed to control soundboard masterfully. And
Wait.
It's like we saw from having the hug last time. Oh.
Did you see this? Jasmine Crockett blasts AOC and Bernie Sanders for self-serving fighting oligarchy tour. Oh, it's about them? What the hell, Leonte? Jasmine Crockett has never been a favorite of the left. She doesn't even like the left. Her whole campaign has been about herself and being black. What about her policy, says Terrell the leftist, who is a black leftist, for the record, before you fry me. I'm reading his statement here, okay? There are 5 active congressional Democrats with an A grade from USCPR Action, U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights Action, writing Palestine into the Progressive Agenda. And they are AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Summer Lee, Ramirez, and Ilhan Omar. The highest Senate member is Bernie Sanders with a B grade, for the record. It shouldn't be that way, but those numbers should be up. There should be far more. I forgot to watch the fraternity hazing video that I thought was really funny, where the fraternity hazing, like police show up to the fraternity after like a fire alarm is pulled or something, and there's just like a bunch of kids doing Hell Week, and it's so funny. It straight up looks like the Weapons scene. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen Weapons.
Who are they beating up?
They're beating up themselves. Like they're, oh no, a Weapons scene when they're like in the basement. The kids are in the basement. They're just like standing, and they can't talk to the cops. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, weren't you in a frat? I don't know. I don't know, he's just angry. A little conservative Tennessee town pushed back against an ICE detention facility being built. Small step, but bigger will come.
Love that.
Yeah, I was, long ago, I was the Rutgers frat leader. Frame mogging fools. Except, what can you even trust? Because it turns out the ASU frat leader, by the way, chat, the ASU frat leader, not even in a frat. He's a goddamn independent. He's GID. Did you know that? Yeah, bitch, you can't trust any damn thing. New Texas State 2026 Senate primary election poll. What? Oh, this is not real. Jesus Christ. That was a crazy poll. What is this? Meta World Peace came out with a statement about Israel-Palestine. What the fuck? That makes no dang sense. Barack Obama went on Mark Maron to talk about James Tallarico. Bro, this man is on everybody's podcast but mine. Hey, Barack, fuck's going on here? Okay? You do Brian Taylor Cohen. You do Mark Maron. Where's my fucking podcast, man? What the hell? What the heliante?
Let me get a
He's ducking me, dude. It's because he knows my basketball skills. I would cook him. Like Bernie would cook me in basketball, but I'd cook Barack Obama. Barack don't like socialism. Oh my God. Yeah, I think everybody knows that he does not fuck with socialism. Obama on fear and? He don't know you, big dog? No, he know me. In the words of Brandon Johnson, thank you, Obama. Obama, thank you. Obama's on your stream every day. Yeah, he's in the back. Tell Barack fear and is apolitical. Ya gözlerim doldu. Tam anneanne nazar boncuğu o hem de pantolonda ağlayacağım çocukluğum. This is the signature of this brand that I'm wearing called L'Equipe. Yeah, maybe I'll give this to Bernie Sanders this time. Nazar. He did Mark Maron's pod back when he was president? No, I know. I know. Oh, buddy, I know. Trust me.
It's gonna be around the corner. Yeah.
Do you think Obama hates the soundboard? Obama probably hates the soundboard.
Right there, through there.
We can get out here.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
That was fucking nuts, bro. That kid almost trucked me.
That would have been a fun moment for sure.
What?
That would have been a fun moment for sure.
Yeah.
Hi. It's the media entrance? Or that's the
media?
Yeah.
You're gonna go talk to them because you got a chicken on the opposite side. No, they told us to come through here. But thank you. All right. I think someone's gonna come out and get us.
Oh, I hope so.
No, not yet. But they told us to come through here.
Just come take your people and
Yeah.
come out here.
I'll take a photo of the back entrance. Here.
Oh, they're on the other side.
Western side?
Yeah, can we walk through? Is that possible? So we have to walk all the way around.
Oh, fuck. Okay, wait, hold
Can
on.
they? Maybe they can come out on this side.
I do think most people are checking in on Western. I did see your name on the list. What's your name?
I'm his producer,
What's your name, though?
Mauricio. Yeah, Sri Mauricio Miranda. Government name, Monka.
He's Asian.
Yeah, it's not what it sounds like.
I swear.
No, cool. Yeah, can you just send them to Western?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They'll take you to Western.
Thank you, man. Wait, did he just recognize what it was? Is that what
I think
happened?
that's what happened. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Almost certainly.
Oh my God, it's cold. Oh my God.
Ooh.
I didn't realize how brick it is out here.
Why is it so
brick? Bro, this is worse. This is like New York.
It's worse than Minnesota.
This is Minnesota weather. What the hell? Oh my God. Wait, I should tell him that we're moving to the other side now.
I think I see a person there.
Oh.
Minnesota.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we might have gone to the wrong side.
What do we do here? Do we just jump over this?
Well, how do we get out?
Hi.
Woo! Okay. Chat, you are gonna be frisked now. Sorry, chat. Let me just grab my entire life back.
Good night.
Here you go.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, chat. Sorry for the floor cam chat. We're obviously trying to be extra considerate.
Yeah.
It will not be decided in the courts. It will not be decided by our opponents. The future of working people in this country will be decided by the solidarity we show one another and our willingness to fight together for justice. This is called unionism. We'll fight our workers who twisted, tripped, and robbed the peasant in Guatemala in a sweatshop got your job. And she can't feed her family on the pennies that she makes. Meanwhile, the crime rates rising up and down the Great Lakes state. Not vegetables left in the field, signatures smell rotten on the contracts and the deeds. Push the race down the bottom. They load the rollboards, they fire another round. I'm headed to the tear gas. Dig in, man, hold your ground. Hold your head, seize the Chavez, who brought their own time. For our mothers, our sisters are now in their mind. For the unnamed and unknown, who struggle away the law. For the union men and women standing up and standing strong. It's a perfect and cheer loudly now. Media.
Okay. Yes, we did.
Right here.
Can you check there was still since we're underground in a bunker?
I'm not doing it.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on, watch out. Oh, that was There's still is it effing chat? Are we good? Hey Alex, what's good?
Alright.
I'm good. We're live streaming right now.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi there. How you doing?
Wait, you're at CNN now.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm getting frame mogged by Alex right now. Look at that. He's taller than me. Yeah. You know what that is? You know what frame mogging is?
I do.
Dude,
Yeah.
Wait, it's working.
You actually do.
It's working. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think you still got the wider shoulders.
Yeah, I'm frame mogging you, but you're height
I'm
mogging.
height mogging.
You're height mogging.
Yeah.
That's cool.
How are you?
I'm all right. Tired,
Yeah.
but hopeful. So there's that. We've, since the days of me interviewing you, I feel like the movement that I try to represent to the best of my ability has grown quite a bit.
Yeah, look at it outside right now.
Yeah.
These
So
are all your people.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
How's CNN?
It's good.
You're live for
Busy.
the record, so
I
don't
know.
say anything crazy.
I know, it's fine. We got to get you on. You got to come on
I'm
sometime.
down.
Yeah.
I'll do CNN.
Yeah.
Clinton News Network.
You got Bernie today.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not the Clinton News Network anymore.
No.
Yeah. We got everybody. Yeah, I know. That was a different era. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it's fun. I was listening to Abby Phillips defend Zoran earlier on a panel. I was like, damn. They still have like some interesting guests, but I guess it's like they pepper in some left voices as well. Some of my friends go on there, like Emma Vigeland and whatnot. So it yields productive conversation.
Yeah, and a lot of clips.
Yeah.
For people.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
And I got my boy Donnie over there, Donnie. Stuff.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah. Where are you guys gonna do it? Are we gonna take advantage of their space after they're done with the interview? How many minutes do you have with them?
It seems I've gotten different answers from different people.
I've gotten different answers as well. If they gave you longer than me, I'm gonna be so pissed. It's just like, what the hell?
Both are valuable.
No, that's not. I wasn't even disrespecting CNN. I was just like, come on, man. These
are your people.
How
do you feel about this wealth tax? You think it's gonna?
I mean, it's gonna be tough, and it's very clear to me that Gavin Newsom is not invested in pushing it through.
Well, the opposite.
Yeah,
like
he's actively undermining it.
Yeah.
So
he's going to use every lever that he's got to try to get it out. Yeah.
You know what I think is crazy? You got a similar conversation taking place in New York right now, because like that was one of the key polls of Zoran's agenda, which was implementing a tax on the 33,000 wealthiest New Yorkers, right? It's a modest increase, and obviously you can't get that across without Kathy Hochul. And what I find very interesting about that conversation is everyone's like, well, it's an election year, so she can't say that. And I'm like, but that's a really popular, like, you should be running on that.
The poll numbers for this are pretty good.
Yeah, like people,
even like Republican
absolutely,
groups are like, it's like a 60%.
That's what I'm saying. This is like one of those things that's like universal. it's one of those things that you can get virtually
Not your donors, though, if you're Newsom.
That's what I mean. And not even just Newsom, but like, even with Kathy Hochul, it's like, what are you worried about? That you're like, oh, it's an election year. So that's why I like when I hear Kevin O'Leary say stuff like that, when they talk about like Capitol flight, which is so exaggerated. Like, people will move their headquarters around, but they still end up retaining an office in California. Even if they move their headquarters around, they still end up retaining an office in California. They still keep hiring in California. Even Elon Musk has done so as well. Like, and not only that, but also there's a separate solution. It's an even scarier one. It's called an exit tax. You know, we got plenty of policies that you could implement if that was a real fear. But I think by and large, people already pay a higher tax burden here, and they're here.
Well, that's the argument against it.
But I'm saying, but like,
there's a
but that's
limit.
also the argument for it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, you pay a higher tax burden because you're here.
Right.
You pay a higher tax burden knowing full well that you're paying higher taxes here, but you still stay here because it's fucking California.
Right.
And I saw like a version of that. This is like anecdotal, but I saw a version of that with like all these like podcasters and stuff. Joe Rogan moves to Austin, right? And then all these other people are like, we're all going to Austin. Like all these small business owners and small podcasters and comedians, and fucking hate it. they're like this is, it's been a couple years now. And for the record, Austin is beautiful. I love Austin.
I do too.
However, it's still not California. And also, if you're used to California, if you're used to Los Angeles, if you're used to San Francisco, San Diego, whatever, and then you move to Austin, like I feel like a lot of the mentality of the people that moved there is dramatically changing the culture of the city itself and making it not as great as it once was. Because if you've ever met people from Austin,
to keep Austin weird.
Yeah, those people are some of the wokest people I've ever encountered in my life.
Oh yeah,
like it's getting to a point where like the actual legacy Texans are far more like Democrat aligned than all the newcomers that are going to Texas, because they're like, yeah, this is a free area. Yeah, this is like a free, patriotic place.
Are you Jasmine Crockett over James Tallarico?
No, I'm a Tallarico. I mean, I'm suspicious of both of them. I'm not like very invested in either, but I think Tallarico speaks more my language than Jasmine Crockett does, with the whole like, it's not a battle between left and right, it's up versus down. He's way more aggressive about billionaires in the way that he communicates, which I like. I think they have a very similar position overall when it comes to Israel, which doesn't go far enough in my opinion. I think Tallarico has called it a genocide. Not sure if Jasmine Crockett has, but they both do the whole, and Bernie does this too, unfortunately, the defensive weapons, where they're like, no offensive weapons to Israel, but defensive weapons, yes. And from where I'm standing in the position of advocates in general on this issue, they don't make a distinction between defensive and offensive weapons, and I think that's a pretty logical argument. If you're like, this country is committing a genocide, then you're not going to offer them defensive weapons, because the goal there is to stop them from doing an apartheid, doing a genocide, right? And isn't that crazy that we can have this conversation now? By the way, I feel like this was in mainstream news. This conversation 3 years ago would have been unheard of. Like, people would be like, you can't. I don't think you can be saying those things.
You've gotten into plenty of trouble for some of that.
Oh, stuff. I've gotten into trouble a lot.
Yeah.
I still do, but it's like it's not. Its impact is softened so much.
Right.
And some of it is good because it expands the permission structure on what you can and can't say, but then some of it's bad because then on the other side you got guys like Nick Fuentes, and then you have like people who are actually using the permission structure to move the conversation in dangerous directions, in the direction of anti-Semitism and hateful rhetoric and bigotry. But going back to both of their statements, I use it somewhat of a litmus test. I use it like a litmus test. Like it shows me that you're more tuned in with what the demands are of your base. Because Democrats are like 80-20 at this point, right? They're 80-20. They're like, no more partnership, no more, they're doing a genocide, cut it out, right? Yeah. So when I see someone who's running for office, even if it's Senate, no matter where it is, from the lowest position to the highest position, and I hear them still take like a substandard approach, or they try to do this thing that Gavin is doing, where he's like, I'm not going to take any APAC funding, like as though that's, you know, that's gonna get people to go, oh yeah, you're a real one. Like that's the number one position that we hear now from Democrats. But I see it as a litmus test for people that are aware of the base.
Yeah.
Are aware of the demands of the base.
It is crazy how quickly the gay
our bag is
changed.
done.
What's happening? Wait, really? What's going on? It just happened, right?
No, God, they're missing out on a great conversation.
No, it's still fine. It's just like pixelated now for some reason.
Maybe I'll take a few steps.
When did this?
Here, let me take a few steps. Let me pace a bit. The void has come.
All the Sims are still on. They're still working.
Audio is fine. They can hear us.
Huh.
But
Let me hit the.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, we're back.
Oh, that's strange. Okay, so that's good. Then we'll use this area hopefully.
Do you want to swap the lofts now, just so we have them ready to go?
Sure, but before we do that, that's crazy. The clarity of vision now,
Besides,
as opposed to literally
2 steps over there.
2 steps away, is crazy. Oh, what's up? Yeah. Oh, he wants to give me. Was he here?
He's up. He didn't get a what do you call it?
Oh, the backstage pass.
One's the SA and then one's the overpaid CEO tax. You know about that one.
I like it.
In LA. Basically, any company that overpays their CEOs, you have to pay a monumental business tax. It's like this in tandem with the statewide one.
Love that.
Yeah.
You want to talk about it more?
Sure. Hey, everybody. Hi, Chad. My name's Alex. I'm a comms director at LA Alliance for New Economy, also known as LANE. We're working on this overpaid CEO tax. You can check it out at ceotax.la. Basically, the California billionaire tax is great. But it's a one-time tax. What the overpaid CEO tax is going to do is basically any company that overpays their CEOs more than, I mean, reasonable is taken to find it, but like a massive amount, would basically have to pay a business tax.
Is it based off of a percentage of like the average, like the median salary?
Yes, it's based on median salary. And
okay, I have a new suggestion.
Yes.
Overpay them by giving them anything but $1.
Yes. So it's sort of weird. So what it is we're taxing.
No CEO should get even $2.
Yes. So we're taxing the businesses, not the CEOs. That's how we sort of get around it. Because California would be like, oh, I don't live in California anymore. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I don't have to pay it. This, as long as the business operates in LA, they have to pay the business tax.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we launched at the Tesla Diner, because it's like Elon owns the Tesla Diner. That's a place we can launch. He's gonna pay taxes because of that.
Oh, but it's not like partitioned off of like how much.
The more
it's
that
off of,
it ratchets
Tesla,
up.
Is it off of like the Tesla Diner revenue, or is it off of like?
It's just whatever he makes with Tesla. It's just that Tesla owns the Tesla Diner, which is really funny because they're like, oh, maybe he doesn't actually have any businesses here because all of the Tesla dealerships are not really dealerships.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really buy a car there. You just kind of talk about it and then you buy it online.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the Tesla Diners, that's a business.
They're selling burgers there. Some of the worst burgers of all time, I assume.
No, they're awful. And it's supposed to be robots serving you, and they don't even have the robots.
Someone said 35x the lowest paid employee. Wait, what is happening? Is it back? Is it busted again?
Is chat back on?
Sorry, there's
No, I think it's good.
Someone said robot, so I don't know if the audio got glitchy.
Did it? Good now, good now. Everything is good.
Can we pull up the numbers that happen?
But yeah, let me swap the mics.
Okay. Well, I gotta pee first.
Okay, go pee then.
So
Go
you
piss.
can swap the mics while I.
Okay, go do that now.
Get ready to go pee.
Go piss, girl. All right, chat.
Okay. You can speak to them. You can tell them all about it.
Okay.
Give me.
Well, it's not pissing.
Yeah, give me one second. I'm just gonna swap the mics over. All right, chat box. You're gonna hear some changes in audio if you can even see me right now. We keep fucking streaming out of these World War III bomb shelters.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it's
My
back.
head's having a rough time right now.
Oh, it's still back to doing that?
Yeah,
Oh.
like it's good for a little bit, and then...
Okay, well that area's cooked. Let's try over here. If there's Wi-Fi, that could help.
That's why I was out here trying to find Wi-Fi.
There's Wi-Fi. I think the address is next to the fridge.
Is it? Oh,
I think.
That would be helpful. All right. Well, what I'm doing, chat, if you can even see me or hear me. I'm gonna walk you through what I'm about to do so that you don't freak out, but you probably can't even hear me right now or see me. So I'm talking to myself. Let me open the chat box. Oh, we left. We're in a purple haze smoke. We can hear you. We can hear you. Audio's totally fine, but visual is wonky. Okay, great. It's kind of cool. Interesting why that's happening. Well, either way, you can't see what I'm doing now, but I'm changing microphones so that we can use the little lav mics so that when Bernie comes and sits down with Hasan and looks like a artifacting purple alien with him, at least we can hear them well. So please hold while I transition the microphones. Sound's gonna go out for a second. Sorry, chat. This is that loud as fuck. My bad. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully, you guys can hear me.
Is it fine here?
No. Here, hold this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Let's go back where we were. It was more fine.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay. Okay.
Loud. One spot that works.
It's the spot that we were at before.
Less loud.
We're trying to find the internet, right?
Yeah, I have it. I sent it to you.
You did kick it for a second. Kind of like, did you change anything? With
No,
the,
I didn't touch anything. I don't know what's going on.
Damn, we've never seen it fucking like this.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Chat, we're gonna fix it, okay? We're working on it. I don't know what it is. It's a very strange phenomenon. It's literally never happened before. Let me wait. Hold on. Before you, while you're doing that, I'm gonna hit the fix ingest real quick. Maybe that'll fix it. But I don't really understand why it's happening. Like maybe there's interference with all the other equipment here. You think that could be the case? Well, we have a stadium backpack in here, so it's supposed to be like.
There's 3 of us already. What's up?
Oh, you guys are you guys also live, Brock?
Can you increase the buffering?
It's fixed. I fixed the ingest. It was an ingest problem, I think. Maybe. No. Do you guys use? Oh, you use the same one? What bag do you guys got?
The high vision.
Nice.
What do you want?
TVU? Oh, he's on live view? Damn. Yeah. How is the high vision? Have you guys ever used this bad boy before?
No.
No?
We're not in love with the high.
Okay, well.
They just
the nicest way to say
They
it.
just transitioned to high vision like
Okay.
a couple
It's
weeks
on
ago.
the Wi-Fi now too.
Okay.
So it's more stable.
All right. I will tell you, TVU is excellent. I'm not promoting it for. Well, we'll see. We're about to do a real test. Alex, I'm going to Cuba.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're gonna do like an aid mission.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and the real test of the backpack will be if we can.
It'd be great. I would love to talk to you about that when
Oh,
we
for
come
sure.
back and like do a segment about what you learned and what it was like.
Yeah.
And, even I'm sure the signal's
If
not
they,
that great when
if
you're
I don't
there.
get arrested
Yeah.
on the return, but that's like that's what we're working on right now. Next month.
When do you go next month?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tremendous undertaking, which is not surprising, I guess. Even though like even now, people can just like fly out there.
Yeah.
But as far as like bringing in aid, it's like very heavily restricted. And Trump just recently decided to also make it. He put out an executive order against like boats going off the port of Miami to Cuba, and they're stopping that. And they're stopping that as well. Like they don't want people just like taking any aid whatsoever. I think like all the aid that they allow is through like church groups and State Department affiliated organizations, so they have like control over that a little bit, and they can use that to further destabilize the government.
Is there limits in terms of the broadcasting and the streaming and all that?
No, but from the Cuban side, no, none whatsoever. The only limitation.
Europe goes there and they've got perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the limitations are right now electricity grid, because there's not like there's a real issue with like rolling blackouts, obviously, because they've run out of oil on the island, but they're trying to up the they have like solar panels, like and they're they've gotten a lot of Chinese solar panels in the last year or so. I think like it's like 20 to 40. Is it 40% or is it 20%? Do you know off the top of your head? I think it's like 20% of their grid is now like solar panels. But
So what are you bringing in there?
I think it's just like humanitarian aid, whatever like the government and the people are in need of, with the obvious exception of oil.
We know they've stopped some of the flights, some of the international flights have stopped going in.
Yeah, but Mexico actually is now going to be seen as like they said that they would honor the agreement and continue flights. Yeah, with back and forth, like enough jet fuel to go back and forth between Mexico and Cuba. So you can still go from Mexico. I don't know what the flight consistency was from America anyway. It's always been like kind of a problem.
Apparently, they're just loading up.
Yeah.
But I think some of the European flights will stop, I don't know, halfway there.
Yeah.
Refuel and then go.
Yeah, because there is no jet fuel on the island. Like they don't have any capacity to refuel the planes at this point. It's pretty.
My friend a couple years ago, they're reusing pacemakers.
Really?
Which is really fucked up when you think about it. Of like, while you're gone, we're moving this one to somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they've always had the blockade is pretty gruesome.
Yeah.
So that's like a big part of the, like our goal with the mission is to showcase the everyday realities like that, because a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't realize that you can go to Cuba, like even right now. Like people don't realize that. People don't realize that like tourism is actually very helpful for Cuba, because like, you know, sometimes like local groups in Hawaii will say like don't do tourism, it's not helpful. Like, but Cuba is the exact opposite, where they're like tourism is good. It's like the lifeline of the economy. So people are still doing that. Like there's still people going into the island even now. But I think most people are just like completely unaware of the conditions. Like Havana, there's trash everywhere because like the trash trucks don't operate anymore. So like trash is piling on, and then there's like, you know, medical complications that come from that. So there are so many like unforeseeable ways in which this turns in. He's not here yet. I can see his green room from over here. His aura. You've interviewed Bernie before, right?
Many times.
Yeah.
Pull your mic out.
Sure.
Pass it around because I know they can only hear you.
Yeah. All right, got it. Here, you want to hold this?
Oh, sure.
There you go. Or you can put it on if you want. Well, don't forget it on. I won't let you forget it. It's a magnet. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. True. I don't want to stand next to him. He mogs me. He height mogs me.
What are you? 6'5", 6'4"?
6'4".
Yeah. Okay.
I got it. Hold on. Here, I'll put it on.
Yeah. He's there for like an hour.
Boom.
There we go.
This is the difference between talent, okay? Talent doesn't know how to put this stuff on. I had to learn because March is incompetent.
So you got it. Yeah. So you do it all. That's the deal.
I do it all.
Yeah.
I have to do it all. He can't. He barely holds the camera up. Look at him.
Yeah. And does she have a sweatshirt of your face on the back?
Yeah, it's my that's my merch.
Very nice.
Yeah. But
so what platform are you streaming on right now?
Twitch.
Yeah. That's your thing. You're like Mr. Twitch.
Yeah. But they banned me the other day, so then I swapped over to YouTube for like one day, and it was really good. And then I kept dual streaming after I got unbanned.
Mm-hmm.
But then it separated it like half the audience into two different places. So I was like, I gotta stay on one platform still for the time being. But you know, that's always a concern as far as like deplatforming.
You're like the main Twitch guy though. So what are they doing banning you?
I mean, there's still outside pressures, you know.
Right.
There's like, no matter what happens, there's always going to be a little bit of pressure, especially on the issue of Israel. So like, the ADLs like hate me. Jonathan Greenblatt hates me. Brings my name up all the time on every TV show that he goes on.
Yeah.
They've lost a lot of the influence that they used to have on stuff like that, especially. But like I said, there's also the downsides of it is that like they no longer operate like a civil rights organization. Back in the day, if the ADL was like, this is a hateful person, there was a lot of trust established with that, and there was weight to it, which is a good thing. Like I want there to be like at least some kind of watchdog.
Yeah.
And ironically enough, it's like probably the moment that where we need an institution like that the most, it's just like completely abdicated its duties and responsibility to go after primarily critics of Israel and not people who are being anti-Semitic. Like me, I've combated anti-Semitism my entire professional media career. It's pretty crazy.
Well, hello to your audience.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, you can't say who you like in any race, right?
No.
Yeah.
I can break it down though.
Yeah. What is your breakdown? Do you think it's an unfair assessment that I gave the James Tallarico Jasmine Crockett race?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know enough about their positions on that issue to say definitively.
No, but like even on like it's more so their communication strategy.
Yeah.
That I think
his communication strategy seems to be more.
It's what introduced to the Seinfeld, yes.
Okay. Hi there.
What's up? What's up?
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
What's good?
How you doing,
Nice to
Alex
meet you.
Michelson? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What's good?
Just here.
Who are you with?
You just spoke.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You just spoke.
Yes,
Who are you? SEIU?
No, Unite Here Local.
Oh, Unite Here Local. Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What made you think Unite Here Local 11?
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah. See, I don't see any of that.
Yeah.
I see people for who they are.
You see faces. You don't see branding.
Yeah. That's cool. What'd you talk?
Oh yeah, I mean.
Here, we're gonna give them. Here we go.
I've been replaced.
Boom.
Thank you.
There you go.
So, I was here talking about, a lot of people are gonna lose medical coverage. I already lost mine. A lot of people don't even know about it, and so we're putting also awareness for the billionaire tax. A lot of these people need to start, paying taxes just as we do.
Yeah.
And that's gonna help a lot for not only the economy, but also, these cuts that they made it's affecting hospitals, ERs.
Yeah.
And so I'm one of those affected. So that's why I'm here. I'm talking on behalf of my coworkers, basically at LAX. I work there. I'm lucky because I have my partner. I can take time off and come and talk. But some people, they can't. They're like paycheck to paycheck. So I'm basically their voice.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Every time you see me at LAX, I'm probably in a bad mood.
Oh no! I don't even pay attention. I mean, we already know that people are going through stuff, so it's like
What, are you're not TSA? What is Unite Here is for?
So we're food and beverage.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm a cashier basically.
Yeah.
So it will be in the food industry.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that like $10,000 a shot each month?
Yeah, it is. It's about $10,000 a month. Of course, the government doesn't cover it, right? They cover like part of it, but now without that coverage, like I have to basically put the whole amount.
Yeah.
But luckily, the union has stepped up, but there's people that are in worse situations than I am. So
yeah.
So it's thank you though for you guys like putting awareness to these and so people be in the know and we can vote.
What do you think about Gavin Newsom saying he wants to not tax greed and not tax billionaires?
I mean, I'm not focused on that, to be honest. I mean, my focus right now. Sorry. No, I mean, I'm not focused on that. I mean, people are gonna talk, but I'm focused on these, putting these on the ballot so we can vote.
Yeah. All right.
You think it's gonna pass?
Yes. I mean, I hope so. I mean, a lot of people should be voting for that.
Yeah, it's very popular. Like, just in principle, it's like one of the highest highest popularity bills out there in virtually every state in the country. So
it was like 80%.
Yeah, it turns out Republicans also really want to tax the super wealthy. Who would have thought? I mean, we don't get it. Why do you think that's the case?
The case of what? Or
why do you think that even though Republicans, Democrats, Independents overwhelmingly support taxing billionaires, we still seemingly don't? We still have a hard time achieving that result. Why do you think that's the case?
It's politics. You know, politics. Money talks. Politics talks. But I don't know. Like, people has the power, and as long as we're united, I think we can. No matter how much money is out there.
What's a secret menu item that I should be put on when I go to LAX?
Secret menu item? No, I don't know. They won't make anything extra, that's for sure.
Okay. All right, good to know.
I mean, we can't run out and get something that quick.
No, not run out, but like, mix and match. You don't ever do that? You don't just like mix and match a little bit?
Fine food service is all fucked up, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, some of the terminals are closing because of the Olympics. And, they're rebuilding the whole thing. I mean, they've been building this thing for since 2008. I was working in 2008 when I graduated high school. And then we're here now and they're still building that thing.
I
So
know.
it's politics, it's money. So.
Yeah, they never stop building it, and it's always jammed up every single time. It's crazy. I feel like it would be quite beneficial if they had some kind of public transit option or more public transit options to and out of LAX.
That's the point of the building.
Well,
that's what they're trying to do. I mean, that's ultimately what they're building.
One day.
I mean, it's supposed to be done in the next year or two.
Hopefully.
It's supposed to be done before 28. We'll see.
I hope so. I hope
they've got a kind of a hard deadline of that Olympics too.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't even know what LA is going to look. I probably won't be here when it's happening. I'll probably escape Los Angeles before it happens because I feel like it's going to be
That's what happened in
bedlam.
'84. That everybody left and there was no traffic.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the people that lived here at the time said it was the least amount of traffic of any period.
Well,
they've
it's
had
ice
in their
everywhere.
lives.
No one's getting out of the city.
No, it's like remember that Carmageddon thing? Do you remember that? Were you here then?
No.
When the 405, they said they were shutting down part of the 405, and they advertised it as Carmageddon weekend and get out, and then everybody left and there was no traffic. So that's what happened with the Olympics last time. We'll see if it happens this time.
But I feel like even now during holiday season, it's not the traffic diminishes a little bit, but it's still there. LA traffic is so bad.
The LA 28 commission is right now.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Casey Wasserman. He's dropped out of everything else, or at least taking
his name off.
Taking his name off of stuff. Not his name off of that though.
Well, he's got the backing of the board still.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they added Kevin McCarthy and Vince Priebus last month. That's what they added to the board.
Nice.
Yeah.
To make sure he's solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
that
then
makes
the
sense.
question, if he drops out, then they're helping to appoint who replaces him.
Yeah.
So then the question is, which is worse?
Well, they're going to bring in another person affiliated heavily with Jeffrey Epstein.
That's what Kevin McCarthy, the former
Yeah.
Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
Even worse. They're all bad.
I'm a never kever. So.
Honestly, though, the more lanes they add, it's like more cars you see. I mean,
yeah, no, lanes.
I don't get it sometimes when they say, "Oh, we're gonna add these, we're gonna add that." It's like we see more cars.
No, lanes don't actually. Lanes don't do anything to improve traffic density.
No,
because you still get bottlenecked at the point of entry regardless, and then the traffic still moves back. It's the biggest lie ever told.
And it takes so long to build.
One more lane, bro. One more lane.
Yeah.
By the time you build it, the number of cars have already caught up.
That too. There's just more traffic in general. The only thing that successfully diminishes traffic density is public transit. Like having a diversity of options that are, taking in 25, 30, 40 people at a time. If you have metro, railway, things of that nature, and buses, that's the only way you can actually lower traffic density, which would be better for car drivers anyway. And people don't understand it. I don't know why.
Well, because in places like LA, a lot of people feel like the public transit isn't safe.
I know.
There's that.
But that's also partially, again, it's all interconnected, obviously, but that's part of the reason why I think that Gavin Newsom's going to have a very tough time on the national stage in general, because you've lived here how your whole life, right?
Yep.
So you know how wonderful Los Angeles is, you know how wonderful California is. People do definitely exaggerate the worst aspects of living here. They think it's like bedlam, they think it's a nut house, people are on fentanyl everywhere or whatever. And the problem is there's an exaggeration around that sort of stuff, especially with crime and whatnot. But then there's also the very real problem of homelessness. And the only way to, just like we talked about public transit being the only mechanism to alleviate traffic density, the only way to combat homelessness effectively is through a housing first homelessness policy, where you try to nip the problem in the bud at the point of it beginning to, at the point of it becoming an issue, which is people getting priced out of their houses. And then on the other end, you have to put people into permanent shelter. And neither of which we're doing, even though Californians like myself vote for ballot measures over and over again, where we're like, yeah, we'll fund anything that will, build more shelters or build more housing, and then it never gets done because I think the real estate lobby is a little too powerful in the state. And on top of that,
And there's a homeless industrial complex.
there's a lot of people that are, there is definitely a lot of people that are deeply invested in making sure that this system doesn't offer solutions, because they make money off of basically holding out. Like there's so many,
like healthcare.
there's so many empty lots, so many empty lots that we're supposed to like, where you're supposed to build shelters and they just never do it. And it's beneficial because they don't really want to, I guess. They're just like, they offer favorable contracts to friends, big donors, and then nothing ever gets done. It's a big disaster.
But not only that, though, rent is really high. There's
Yes.
people at LAX that are like paycheck to paycheck. If you go to the parking lots, there's people sleeping in the parking lots. People that I work with, like there's a mother that I work with, and she has her kids. She sleeps at LAX, and she leaves her kids with family members. She doesn't see them until the weekend. So it's like a lot of people are in that situation.
Yeah.
So I do feel lucky that I have the help of my partner, but there's people that really don't have anyone.
Yeah.
So, and that's why
That's what the CEO tax is going to do.
That's what you brought up is actually the invisible homelessness is a huge part of the 700,000 homeless people that a lot of people don't realize. Like I forget what the exact percentage is. I think it's like 30-40% of homeless people have a job, and many of them just are devoid of shelter, like permanent shelter, but they're couch surfing first. At first, they're couch surfing.
Have kids?
A lot of them have kids. They live in, they stay in their cars. They live in their cars usually, and it becomes unsustainable. That process is so unsustainable that it just like becomes increasingly more difficult to recover from that.
Right.
And then you move. I call it like 3 tiers of homelessness. I might have even talked about it on your show when I was debating one of these Republicans, where the third tier. The final tier of homelessness is when you inevitably see like the most visible aspect of poverty, the most visible aspect of homelessness, people that have been devoid of shelter for like a decade plus, and they're self-medicating, they obviously have like clear signs of mental health complications, and that's the most difficult, that's the hardest group to find the adequate help for.
Right. That's the most in your face, so that's what people think about.
Yeah.
They don't think about the other part, which is too bad.
They don't see that.
And that's the thing, like when they see that, they attribute that with like a constant presence of crime too. And in some instances there is there can be crime. Like I in the house I used to live in, there was a homeless encampment right outside of our house, because there was like a state facility near it. And they firebombed it. Like there was like a turf battle basically. And yeah, I mean I'm young, I don't really care that much, but
Hi there, how we doing?
it's certainly not great. Yeah, you guys are first.
We're ready. Is the senator here? He's here.
All right, we'll move away. You do your thing.
Great to see you though.
Yeah, good seeing you.
I'd love to have you on the show, seriously.
I'm down. Text me.
Let's retest the connection over here, I guess.
They're both gonna do the interviews before us, I think, right?
Yeah. So just post it.
They're doing. What's going on?
Socrates.
Nice. Yeah, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, yeah.
They're both doing the interviews before us, right?
Yep. You guys good to stay here? Or you guys?
We can be here. It doesn't matter. We're live though.
You're live? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Is it? Should we go upstairs? Or should we just wait down here? Because they're gonna be doing interviews and stuff, and I don't want to like.
Okay. It's gonna be really loud.
That's true. Socrates, is there a different like quiet location that we can go to so we don't like impede on what's going on?
Once they're done, they're out.
Okay, but then they're gonna do an interview.
Which one's that?
It's KTLA, I think.
I mean, I'd rather do you guys last.
Yeah, no, I know, yeah. Yeah, we'll wait. Well, I'm saying like we don't, because we're live streaming all the time, so I don't want to like.
Do you want to go somewhere else right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we can like like we don't want to go upstairs though, because it's so loud, and we'll sit in the toilet. We'll sit in the bathroom. Yeah.
Hey, I'm Misty.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey.
All right. Hopefully we don't have. All right.
I'll get you guys one.
Oh, this is perfect. All right, hell yeah.
Awesome.
All right, thank you. Oh, I didn't see him. I mean, we'll see him in a second. Damn, they got hella subs here. What the hell?
Bernie Sanders jersey mics.
Bro, they have like a full stack.
Dude, is jersey mics BDS? Mic BDS?
No, no. And if it is, sorry, I'm violating it.
You want to do a Mike's way?
What? Mike's way?
Mike's way?
Mike's way? What? We're doing it Mike's way. Mike said, yeah. Nah, Mike says free Palestine, brother. You don't know about that. Ew, Jersey Mike's ew? Y'all are crazy. Jersey Mike's is bussin'.
Talking to a Jersey boy here.
Yeah, as a Jersey boy, Jersey Mike's is the only like chain. Jersey Mike's the only chain like reliable institution that I've found that is closest to like a real New Jersey sub. It's far superior to every other sub chain. Someone let Mike know I'm off my birth control. That's great. Good to know. Thank you, chatter.
That's awesome. Holy shit.
SIP private equity is in the midst of ruining it? No.
Tired, bro?
I'm a little tired.
Sleepy?
I mean, we're 7 hours and 30 minutes in.
It's a little past your bedtime right now?
Yeah, I think we do the interview and then
go Mimi's?
Yeah. Bedtime.
You gonna brush up on your Spanish, bro?
Everything's a banger. WW, thank you.
My Spanish is flawless.
Boys do not breathe deeply. Can you guys hear us breathing? The fuck?
We're doing it Mike's way.
What is that, like a Jersey Mike's reference? I didn't know.
How do you not know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You know how you can get the sandwich Mike's way.
What does that mean?
It's like vinegar, onions.
Oh, so it's they just. So that's like the OG. Okay, so that's the actual New Jersey way.
Somebody tell Mike I want him to have his way.
With you? No, because you're supposed to, if you want the real method, you got to do double meat, double mayo, oil, vinegar, salt, pepper, onions, and lettuce, and tomatoes. That is the real New Jersey sub. That is the real New Jersey sub. Ew, mayo? Yes, double mayo. Y'all don't fucking know.
Double meat, double mayo. Mike's way.
I mean, I don't know what Mike's way is, but that's the Hossie way. And that's the only way. Double mayo grows. Mike spits on it. Anyway, they're gonna be like done in 10 minutes and then, or 5 minutes now probably. And then we'll get in there. Socrates said he wanted us last so we could get the most amount of time.
That's what I like to hear.
Nobody in Jersey goes for double mayo? Okay, all right, we do single mayo. Do single mayo, it's fine. But the rest of the stuff has to stay in.
So what's the over-under on me getting a picture with Bernie Sanders?
I'll ask him, like, if you want. I mean, we're boys.
30% of your 7 minutes asking him for a picture with me.
We're fucking boys, so.
I mean, that's the only reason I came.
What?
Did you think I came because of the interview? I just came to get a picture.
Oh, I thought you came for the interview. My mistake.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna start with the picture and then fuck off.
Yeah, and then just drop the camera. You're like, my job here is done. All the years I put into this, it was for aura farming.
Do you think I frame mug Bernie Sanders? Not that I would want to, I actually would.
No, you can't frame mug Bernie Sanders.
I would scrunch myself up out of respect to not frame mug him.
Yeah, you can't. No, you cannot frame on Bernie Sanders, bro. What are you saying right now? That's not how this works, big dog. I'm gonna give him the Nazar Bonjour.
Here we go.
What?
It's gonna be like, thanks.
The train was sweet.
Good. How about you just give him a Jersey Mike sub?
I got it. I'm gonna keep.
Bernie, I got it for you, Mike.
I'm gonna keep gifting him stuff. Every time I see him, I'm gonna be like, I have a gift for you.
I heard you like stuff.
Bro probably thinks you think he's your grandpa or something. Ain't no.
Are you gonna go for a neurotypical hug
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna fucking nail it. I'm gonna crack his ribs, bro. And then he's gonna crack me. That's a little fa. I'm gonna nail that interaction. You don't even fucking know. It's gonna be so good. All the autists in the chat that were like saying, oh, or not in the chat, but like in the Caleb Heron TikTok comments, that were like, Caleb hates him. They're gonna be like, Bernie loves him though. I hate that. Don't forget to say yeah afterwards. Okay, calm down.
So if like the conversation gets like really serious, really deep, and like halfway through, I just hit him with the. Are you gonna be able to keep going, or is that gonna fuck you up?
Oh no. Chatters are so funny. They're backseating. They're like, might want to make your way over there. Oh, really, Chatter? Imagine they forgot about us.
Yeah, actually, could you make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, that'd be crazy. They're like, oh, dude, Bernie's upstage already. He's sorry, you fucked up. You get nothing. Are they saying Bernie?
I think so. Dude, he's on the stage. It's over. The event ended.
That would be crazy. Wait, is he on stage? KW? He's on stage, KW?
Oh.
No.
No, stop.
No, shut the fuck up. That's not even the run of show. He just went crazy with it? Oh my God, you fucking assholes. They said he's on stage already. In the chat.
Okay.
Oh my fucking... Y'all are... That's crazy. That's crazy. Damn, he's doing way longer than fucking 10 minutes. What the hell?
That's good.
He has one before you.
Yeah, I know.
Another one.
That's good. That means you're gonna get 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna go 20 minutes. That means that Alex is fucking scooping my shit right now. He's scooping my ass. Not like that. I just mean, like he.
Yeah.
Damn it. When is he supposed to go up? Do we know when he's supposed to go up?
He's the last person to go up.
I know, but like.
I think it's just all vibes based. The event is just vibes.
Yeah, the vibes are gonna be not great. He needs to add that fuck ass piano riff with the horn on that soundboard. Bring him home, have a commie sleepover. So your cortisol levels are spiking? No. At this point, I'm not, this is not something that I'm like nervous about at all. I do want to make sure that it goes well as far as like the limited amount of time that we have, the time constraints that we have. I'm trying to get a good soundbite, but take a beta blocker, you should do a desktop stream with Bernie. That's what I want to do. I want to do a full sit down. I talked to his team about that. I'm getting weight mogged.
Time mogged. You're getting time
I'm getting
mogged.
time mogged.
It's humiliating.
I'm getting time diffed. I should have grabbed one of those.
Can you inhale a Jersey Mike sub before they call you?
Put it down.
We're gonna do this Mike's way.
Big Burn overly disrespecting you with his weight, Papa? Okay, that's not the case.
All right, you just started the second one, so you can hold outside the door if you want.
Sure.
All right, let's go back there.
Maybe like 3-inch. I mean, it's supposed to be 3.
Oh, damn, okay.
Hassan, just grab this ahead of time.
Yeah. What's going on?
Hassan, thanks for being here.
Of course. Here for now. CNN, yeah, chat says, damn, CNN stole the minutes. They did. They stole our minutes. We're gonna get them back. Man.
Like the first hour or so, I had stuck in my head. Why? And I had to like rewire it, like rewire my brain.
Should we should set up. We should set up. Or wait. Alright, don't talk. Or should we do it? Here it's not very good. No, but I'm saying like it's just exposed from What? But they haven't cleared it yet. Like side by side, like right there. That's kind of whack. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'd be so much better. Yeah, that's so much better. Yeah, let's just do it here. Perfect. Boom. This is a... Dude, we lucked out. Yeah, just like these two, maybe? Which one is... What's the... No, that doesn't move. Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah, really just sit down like that.
Should I sit here or should I sit here?
You can take the couch.
Is that a power move? Dude, Bernie's team is so accommodating. Like this. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the... Wait. We got green? Okay, we're good. We're good now.
It'll look something like that. Does that work?
Yeah, it's perfect. You can even tripod it if you want.
I think it's fine. I'll carry it.
Okay, it's gonna be short. Is that Tom Morello?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay. I don't want to say nothing. We should get him on. We should be like, yo, pull up. He's gonna be like, I don't want to talk to him. We hear him in the background. They're like, you need to clear the green room now. Yeah, he just runs. Like, have you seen that Bernie running gif? He pulls one of those. He's like, we're out of here. People run. Your outfit matches the furniture? I don't know why there's like green patches every now and then.
Oh, it's affecting?
Yeah. I'm gonna fix the ingest before we do this interview, but I think maybe just like don't try not to move it, I guess. Or try not to move around, I guess. I'm gonna hit the ingest real quick, Chad. It's gonna... All right, it already did it. It's so funny because it happens for 1 second, but for the moment that it happens, everyone in the chat's like, it's over. Stream is done. Where did he go? They're like babies with no object permanence. They literally will be like, where did he go? Is he ever coming back? Chat, your cortisol is spiking. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Remember, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service. Your subscriptions help me maintain my editorial independence. Gonna unsubscribe if you don't say hi to Tom Morello. Go get mogged by him. I'm not gonna fucking walk out right now, chap. Does Hasan really think he exists outside of the stream? Sad. That's true, I don't. When the stream ends, I die. When the stream ends, I just stand in place. He's coming. Okay. Oh God. Monka. Jank knows Tom Morello. I know. All the OG all the OG left figures and all of them, like people above my generation, people older than my generation, they're all Young Turks fans. Like Young Turks gives me a lot of clout in that regard. All right, let's do it.
Hey, how are you?
Bernie.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well. I've been good. I'm gonna give you this microphone real quick. Sure. Here, I can put it on if you want.
Yep.
All right. Right there. All right. So, the last time we talked, it was at the oligarchy tour.
I remember it was in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
Yep.
in Nevada.
Yep.
And we didn't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time today, too. You're a very busy guy. You're all around the country. You're touring. You're going everywhere. And today, you're going to be talking about taxing the billionaires, something that you're very fond of, something that you've been talking about for quite a while. And before we get started, last time I was supposed to give you a Japanese Communist Party pin that I got in Japan, and I still forgot to bring it today. So I'm instead going to give you, do you know what this is?
Nope.
An evil eye. And so I'm going to give that to you. We say, in Turkey, we say nazar, which means like, I'm having a hard time taking this off.
All right. Well, you give it to me later.
Okay. All right,
I don't want to use up the whole 5 minutes here getting your pin off.
You're right. So, what are you doing in California?
Doing two things, both I think enormously important. Tonight I'll be speaking on this billionaire tax initiative that the unions are bringing forward, and I think it's enormously important. As I'm sure you know, never before in American history have we had the kind of income and wealth inequality that we have right now. Got to deal with that reality. You got 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. You got one guy, Mr. Musk, One man owning more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Does that make sense to anybody? And meanwhile, under Trump, these billionaires are becoming richer. And guess what? Many of them pay very little and sometimes nothing in taxes. You probably pay an effective tax rate that is higher based on your income.
Oh, definitely.
Than the billionaires do. It's insane. And these guys own, increasingly, they own media. There's more concentration of ownership, and they own the political process, making massive campaign contributions. So what this is about is saying to the billionaire class, you know what? Trump gave you and your friends $1 trillion in tax breaks. And at the same time, they cut health care by $1 trillion. 15 million Americans, including 3 million here in California, are going to lose their health care in order to give tax breaks to people who don't need it. That's why I'm here. Enough is enough.
Yeah. So there is one person, the governor of California, that is actually quite critical of the billionaires tax. Do you have a message for Gavin Newsom?
No, he does what he does. He and I disagree on the issue. And that's about it.
Okay. All right. Fine. I am a little bit more critical than you are, I guess, at least.
So you're not as nice a guy as I am. That's about it.
That's true. That's true. Exactly. What do you think about the movement that you've been a part of your whole life, that has now grown in size and in popularity? 33% of the Democratic Party's base of support now are self-described Democratic socialists. There have been electoral victories for the likes of
MAMDANI's victory in
Mamdani.
New York and Annalia Mejia's victory in New Jersey. Extraordinary. And great candidates are running all over this country. So to answer your question, I feel very excited about that. And if you ask me why I am optimistic about the future, it is precisely because of great candidates who are coming up, who are prepared to take on the oligarchs. As you know, we did a fighting oligarchy tour, I think in 24 states, 350,000 people came out. Not only Democrats, you got Republicans, you got independents. People are sick and tired of a country where the people on top have it all, while 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. I know what that's about. People can't afford health care, they can't afford food, they can't afford child care, they can't afford housing. And the rich get incredibly richer. People are saying enough is enough.
Do you feel like internally within the Democratic Party there is this resistance from establishment Democrats towards this sort of change? I like to call it the left flank candidates.
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
Are you asking, is there opposition?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course there's opposition.
Yeah.
That's what the struggle is about. The progressive part of the Democratic Party, I'm an independent caucusing with the Democrats, have the crazy idea that maybe we should represent the vast majority of the American people who work for a living and don't have a lot of money. But there are others in part of the Democratic establishment who prefer to spend their time getting campaign contributions from very wealthy people and developing policies which represent those people and certainly do not represent working people. So that is the debate that's going on within the Democratic Party. Now, where there is unity is the need to defeat in every way possible the efforts of the most dangerous president in the history of this country, Donald Trump. And I think to the degree that we can work together in the 2026 elections to defeat Republicans and hopefully return the Democrats to power in the House, maybe the Senate, that's the goal.
So one of the arguments that was unfairly launched against you over and over again in both 2016 and in 2020 was that you were not electable, that the electability argument was on the side of centrist Democrats, more moderate figures. I've been all around the country. I've been all around the world these past couple of years, but especially in the United States of America, both in the oligarchy tour, the No Kings protests that have taken place all around.
7 million people coming out in one day.
Yeah, and the ICE resistance that took place in many places, including Minnesota. The one common thing that I hear from people from all different walks of life is that they are sick and tired of what the Republicans are doing, but they're also very frustrated with the Democrats. And the polling shows that reality as well. There's tremendous dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party at a time when, as the only other viable mainstream party, they're supposed to automatically see a boost in their popularity. Do you feel like the electability argument is turning on its head and more people are finally coming on board with your message, with our message, with a message that centers working class individuals rather than the endless need to moderate for the mythical moderate voter?
The short answer is yes. I absolutely believe that. I think what people are seeing now with their own eyes is not only the ugliness and the obscenity of the Trump administration in so many respects, whether it's ICE, whether it's economics, whether it's healthcare and all that. What they are seeing is a nation in which incredible wealth and power are resting in the hands of a few. And that, by the way, is what this Tax the Billionaires campaign is about. I don't think these guys, the billionaires, are staying up nights worrying that they have to pay a few $1 billion more in taxes. They're richer than anyone can imagine. You know what they're worried about? They're worried about that working people are saying, sorry, we are going to stand up to you. You can't have it all. You don't own this country.
I think it's more so the message, you're right, that or the audacity of hope. The people that feel as though their politicians will be responsive for the first time ever, and that change is possible, rather than the business as usual politics that they keep hearing about. That
is exactly the
Republicans
point.
to win.
Business as usual is finished. Trump is not business as usual. Elon Musk is not business as usual. So what we need to do, and I think back on Jesse Jackson, just passed the other day, who in many ways helped create this movement, is that we've got to come together, black and white and Latino and Asian and gay and straight. We've got to bring our people together to stand up to the oligarchs, and in the wealthiest country on earth, create the kind of nation that we can have. Healthcare is a human right. Yes, we can build millions of units of affordable housing. Yeah, we can have the best educational system in the world. We once used to. You know what? Maybe we invest in education, not in ICE. So that's what this whole movement is about, and I am not unoptimistic that we can pull this off. All right?
Okay. All right.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
All right.
Bernie Sanders. I'm going to take this off and I'll give it to someone on your team so you can get it. Oh, yeah, let's take a photo. You got it? Oh, you got it? March, you want to also do one as well?
Yes, can I get a picture after?
Sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Here, you take it.
Here, I got it.
Okay.
I'm making it.
Here, you can put the camera down for this, March. All right, I got it.
Okay, great. All right, keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Senator, we're going to stay in here for just a minute. He's going to...
All right, we'll leave.
And you want to go say hi to her? Yeah.
Hello. Nice to see you. How you been?
Oh, hi.
yeah,
My
of
husband
course.
is a huge fan of yours.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
So what have you been up to?
Just living here in Los Angeles,
Good.
working, and coming out to see you.
Thank you.
And
Good
maybe
job.
to come to Stanford, because Roe texted me the other day and invited me up there.
Good. Yeah, Ro and I will be speaking here.
Yeah.
Wait, let me give this now. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, please.
Can I give this now? I got it. I got it out.
I'm not going to wear a pin that I don't know. Maybe
No,
it's
no,
an
no.
evil eye. I don't
No,
know.
it's very... I'll tell you about it. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
I did it. I took it off.
Yeah, so he's came here.
You have the mic, right?
Well,
Wait, Bernie, does he still have it? Hold on. Bernie still has the mic. Listen.
work on the same.
No, I forgot to take it off.
Thank you very much. She does a great job.
Sure, I'm honored to
mic. I'm
Yeah.
your mic.
Got it.
Thank you. All right, we got it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a problem. All right.
You did great.
Coming?
Okay. There, I said you nailed that social media.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Of course. Thank you.
All right.
Hop out this way. And
All right. Bro, we shit talked you after you left? It's not enough time. We gotta do a full... I need to do a full interview. Seriously. It's like, there's so much I want to talk about, specifically on a bunch of different candidates rising in prominence, things of that nature. I'm not very... I think it was fine. It was not the best interview. We didn't even get to foreign policy.
We invite everybody to return to your seats. The program will
Anyway.
begin shortly.
All right, I'm gonna end it here. All right, everybody. That was a long day. We're gonna end it here for now. Go watch the Bernie Sanders stream. He's gonna be talking here about why we need to tax the billionaires. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'm gonna have a conversation with Adam Mockler. of Midas Touch, Adam Makalib, of Midas Touch about establishment Democrat versus progressives. And I think that'll be a very productive conversation. And we'll see you on the other side.